The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Welcome to round one of the Cairns Cup, one of the strongest female chess events in the world. We are here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Please make sure to stop by and check their exhibitions. Now, let's go back to the studio and start the action.
Chess has returned to the home of chess in America, the St. Louis Chess Club. And today, many of the best women players in the world begin the quest for the Cairns Cup. Our coverage starts right now. Hello and welcome to the Cairns Cup. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be here in the St. Louis studio alongside the legend that is Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and our resident expert in the corner, International Master Paikidze. Great to be here.
Wow, it's great to be with you both. This is wonderful. Hello everyone and welcome to our live broadcast of this, the fourth Cairns Cup. And what an event we have in store for you. We have some of the very best female players in the world, and they've all come to St. Louis to contest this great event. Jovi, do the honors and tell us about the roster of players that we have.
It's impressive, Yasser. In the field, we have 3 former women's world champions. We have 2 sisters and 1 teenager. And there at the top, we do have former women's world champion Tan Zhongyi, followed by a second former women's world champion, Mariya Muzychuk, and then Nana Dzagnidze, Anna Muzychuk, and so many big names. But the teenager, that is Alice Lee.
Absolutely, but for me, Alexandra Kosteniuk, former world champion, also a legend. And of course, our defending champion. Oh, it's great. It's just wonderful. And tell us about the format, Julie.
Yes. We're in for a lot of excitement over the next few days. It's a 10-player round robin, which means the players do play each other once, and the time control, it's exciting and thrilling. 120 minutes for the whole game, plus a 30-second time bonus per move. No draw offers allowed at any point, my favorite thing, and a massive $200,000 prize fund.
Very, very impressive. New time control. Pay attention to that one. And tell us about the schedule for over the next 10 days.
We're going to see a lot of exciting chess. And there you see that the players will be playing 1 game per day. And mark your calendars, because Thursday, June the 18th is a rest day, and playoffs will be played, if necessary, there on Sunday, June the 23rd.
Wonderful. And now, so you have this great roster of players, but drill down and tell us who to watch.
Hi everyone, I'm so glad to be back here for the Cairns Cup, where the top female players will be competing, and any of them are capable of winning this tournament. But let's take a look at some of the players to watch. And we will start with the defending champion, Anna Zatonskih. She is 4-time U.S. Women's Champion. She has represented the U.S. team at the Olympiad numerous times. And last year at the Cairns Cup, she came in as the last seed of the tournament, just like this year. But she surprised everyone by winning the whole tournament. Can the lightning strike twice?
Right.
We'll see. And next we have the youngest player of the tournament, Alice Lee. She's only 14 years old, a rising star of American chess. She has already defeated so many strong players, and this year she won the 2024 American Cup. We'll see how she does in this event. Next, let's take a look at the Muzychuk sisters. These two have been in the top of the field, in the top 10 women for, I think, over a decade. Mariya Muzychuk, the younger sister, she won the Women's World Championship in 2015. Anna is still trying to catch up
right.
with that title. And besides being sisters, they're also rivals. They play each other quite often. We see that Anna has 5 wins, Mariya has 1 win, and a lot of draws in between these two players. We'll see how they perform in this event.
Absolutely. Thank you, Nasi, for that. And we have our 4th member of our presenting team, Begim. Over to you. What are you going to do for us?
Hi guys, I will be interviewing the players and also creating content for the St. Louis Chess Club social media platforms. I'm super excited to see how one of the best and strongest female chess tournaments in the world plays out. So make sure to follow this exciting event with us.
Yep. Thank you, Begim. Absolutely. I mean, it's not often that you get these women's super chess tournaments. I mean, it's just fantastic.
And we have
the
also
whole field is a grandmaster, yeah?
And we also have a very legendary woman also. We'll be talking more about that. But do the honors. We've got this great roster of players. Tell us about the pairings for round 1.
They are
They're
good, guys. And there you can see that Harika Dronavalli from India, she has the white pieces against her old rival Nana Dzagnidze. And what I like about this particular round is that it is a clash between rivals. Alexandra Kosteniuk, former women's world champion, plays Elisabeth Paehtz, someone she's played for a long, long time, Alice Lee. Now this one is super exciting because she takes on former women's world champion Zhongyi, who will also challenge for the world championship crown later on this year.
And the highest ranked player in the field.
That is a small matter as well.
Right.
So many exciting pairings. Irina Krush will play white against Anna Muzychuk, whereas Mariya will play white against Anna Zatonskih.
We're expecting combative chess throughout. What are they competing for?
There's a lot of money at stake. It is a total prize fund of, get this, $200,000. First place, it's an increase over last year, $50,000. Second place takes $40,000. Third place takes $30,000.
Indeed, a very, very handsome prize fund. Thank you, Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and the St. Louis Chess Club for putting it all together. As we're going to go over to the World Chess Hall of Fame and take a gander at the players as they get ready for this round 1.
We had like a quick look there, and then the players both left, and there you can see the absolutely stunning venue there, the World Chess Hall of Fame, where the players are seated at the board. There we see Mariya Muzychuk on the right side and Alexandra Kosteniuk, Elisabeth Paehtz. Now these two have been competing against each other since they were kids.
Exactly, and they have such a long history. They know each other so very well. Alexandra Kosteniuk on the left, Elisabeth Paehtz. Last minute replacement, unfortunately. Visa issues, but happy to have Elisabeth with us. Now, you see behind Mariya, there's Jeannie Sinkfield. She's talking with Kevin Duggan. She's got her Cairns swag. And of course, the tournament itself is named after her maiden name, Cairns. A pile of rocks, as she described it. And I thought, well, that doesn't sound very impressive. And she explained from the Scottish, when you go to the funerals, people would lay a rock for the deceased. And the pile of rocks was a cairn.
Yeah.
And then I go, oh, well, that makes so much more sense. So it was a sign of respect.
Just right downstairs in gallery 1.
Here we can see that the first move is going to be made by Nona Kapundishvili, one of the legends of the game. She's a 5-time women's world champion and also the first ever woman to be awarded the title of Grandmaster.
Yes, and so deserving. Anastasia, on her left is the chief arbiter speaking.
You only can claim a draw, as we discussed yesterday during the technical meeting. We still have 1 minute before our traditional bell ring, so let's wait 1 minute.
There you can see the players are waiting that 1 minute for the bell to ring and showtime to begin. Well, I would be anxious as well. You know, I can't wait to get the games going because this is going to be absolutely action-packed, mouth-watering chess is going to be in store for us over the next few days.
Quick story about Nona. Kaprinishvili, this 5-time world champion, legendary figure in women's chess. She came 1976 to California, and she won an international grandmasters tournament ahead of 18 grandmasters. And I reminded her yesterday. Thank you.
That's
Look at that smile.
Yeah.
She was so happy.
And then we just quickly saw Irina dashing to the board. You do not want to be late at this event. There will be penalties if you're not there at the board. And here you can see action is about to begin. And I see the moves appearing on our screens. Yasser.
On our lower right-hand side there, you see Alice Lee with the white pieces. Now that table is a very, very special table. That has our spy camera on it. And what I mean by that is there's a padding in front of the players where it's a resting pad. You can just put your arm on this resting pad, but underneath the pad is a spy cam. So we actually get the point of view of both Alice and Tan as they can look at their opponents and see them through the pieces.
Yeah, we can really get up close and personal with the players. Let's dive in and take a look at the opening. Alice has a very positional style. She traditionally opens with the queen's pawn, and I can see that that's actually happened, except Tan.
Did not play.
She did not play the standard
Right.
E6, which is developing the dark square bishop. Instead, she tries to be clever and gets ready to develop the light square bishop.
Now, for me, this is actually an error. Now, I mean, modern chess allows you to do everything, and we just saw that Alice has played knight c3, not trying to take advantage of her opponent's move order. Knight c3, and the idea, of course, is we want to play e2, e4, so Tan immediately played the move bishop b7 to stop that. But if we go back just a second here, the reason why I would think that the move b7, b6 is actually a mistake or in error is the move f3. I'm sidestepping a Grunfeld. If you play d5, there's no knight to trade. But my very next turn, it seems to me it's virtually unstoppable as I get to play e2, e4. After the move knight c3 is played, bishop b7, f3, we can now go into a Grunfeld, but because I put my knight on d5, I don't think black has any issues with this move, d7, d5, and I think she'll be satisfied. So Alice didn't try to exploit her opponent's move order.
But this could be because she doesn't have the move f3 in her repertoire.
Exactly.
Because f3 is a very aggressive move, you know, building up that big center in the beginning. Yeah, exactly. And if it goes wrong, it's going to go badly wrong. So that's why Alice, you know, she's a little bit more cautious. So I imagine that she would be
for example,
uncomfortable getting into this type of position.
Yeah, so if you did have that big center, so does she have these positions as part of her, as you say, repertoire? It's in her hardwire opening, and maybe she doesn't, and that was why she went for the knight c3, bishop b7. I do notice, however, she's paused right here because she also has another way of potentially exploiting black's move order.
Well, she's trying to do it with this move, a3. And the idea behind this very little pawn move is just to get ready to cover the b4 square so that you can push the d-pawn once move forward.
Exactly. I suspect, Nasi, that this doesn't have a name for it yet until we see e6. Then it's the Petrosian Queen's Indian. But this move order is a little bit off the beaten path, right?
Yeah, it's definitely not the most common move order that we see. After b6 immediately, it's called the Indian game accelerated variation, which is a funny name.
Right.
And I was looking at the lines that Yasser suggested. So immediately f3 definitely looks interesting because we want to take control of the center with e4. But here I checked that most common response is knight c6 immediately.
Right.
With the idea that if white goes e4,
right,
black responds with e5.
The black knight's tango.
And after d5, knight d4. And this is actually not so bad for black. According to the engine's evaluation, it's actually equal. So instead of immediately e4, white's best response here is knight to c3. And now still e5, d5, knight e7. I was looking at this position. I would be quite happy here with white to have such control of the center, better development. But people have played this, and yeah, black gives a little bit of space advantage to white. But the idea of having the knights here, I think King's Indian system comes to mind, where you try so hard to maneuver the knights to get to the king side, but they're already here from the very beginning. So I'm guessing black will have some attacking ideas on the king side.
The pawn structure is very defined, so I suspect that this is actually a kind of perfect opening as black to outplay your opponent.
And does this, are we still in the accelerated Queen's Indian? Or what is this called?
It's still called Indian game accelerated variation.
Not Black Knight's Tango.
Who knew?
Yeah.
See, I always thought of this as d4, knight f6, and my friend Georgy Orlov used to love to play this, c4, knight c6, and this is what we called the Black Knight's Tango. So what we did is we included the move b6, f3, knight c6, and that was how we got to the variation that Nasi just showed us, and the knights coming around the board. This is all news to me, and we'll keep an eye on this one. Where would you like to take us, Jovi?
Okay, so let's go maybe round the horn and have a look at some of
Take
our
a look
top
at the
players.
Rossalimo. We'll take a look at the game of Alexandra Kosteniuk and Elisabeth Paehtz. What could be more natural? Sicilian, but nobody plays open Sicilians against knight c6 anymore. Everybody's afraid of the Sveshnikov, and suddenly the Rossalimo, which had always been the side variation, has almost become the go-to main line, which I personally find really shocking. I never thought that the advantages that the Rossalimo offered were anything that special. Immediately giving up the two bishops, d2, d3, and you think to yourself, well, geez, as black, you got to be happy. I mean, white's not making any overtly aggressive attempts to win the center or occupy the center. And with the move queen c7, by the way, this is a little crafty move. I've always liked these queen c7 moves in the Sicilian. You're actually eyeballing the opportunity to play e6, e5. If you can play e5 followed by d6, this bishop on c8 actually has a very good life, and that explains this move by Elisabeth.
It's very committal to kind of immediately stick the pawn
right
there, because it can be challenged.
Exactly.
And I'm thinking, you don't want to be challenging it with a d pawn. That's because there you're just ruining your pawn structure like there's no tomorrow. So you don't want to be doing that.
Okay.
And so you want to be challenging the pawn on e5, which is white's stronghold, with the f-pawn, just to maintain your pawn structure. But it's going to lead down to a very kind of forcing position, because white's going to be playing to maintain that, whereas black is like, hello, let me wriggle around and try to destabilize.
I always thought of the f7, f6 pawn as some needlesome kind of thing that you want to, attack the center with the move f6. But for me, the question in these positions was always, did I first want to put the knight on g6? So for example, knight e7, castles, knight g6.
Crafty old fox.
Yeah.
You're taking away the f4 square.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. I want to take away the move bishop f4, and after you play the rook e1, now I want to play f6.
Yeah.
And the idea, I got this actually from Boris Spassky. The idea is really, really funny, is if you take knight, speaking of old foxes, Boris Spassky would have his, it was like the whole pawn moved forward one square, and his next moves were bishop g7 and castle short. So the move f7, f6 is definitely the right way, as you've described it, to go about attacking e5, but the question is, do you want to include knight g6 or not? Yeah. The difference is right here. You do get this opportunity to play bishop f4, which, could come, unfortunately, with a tempo gaining attack against the queen. I do see the move knight e7 already on the board, and Nasi jumping on this one. Does this one have a name for it other than the Rossolimo?
No, it doesn't have any other name. It's just called Rossolimo.
Okay.
But it is a rare variation, and I think it began by this move, Queen c7, because the more common move is playing immediately knight e7 and going knight g6. Because after Queen c7, as you can see already, there are less games.
Right.
And after e5, f6, here we only are down to only 6 games.
Ooh.
It's a new territory.
Right.
But since Paehtz hasn't used any time, she still has 2 hours on the clock. I'm guessing this is a very good preparation. Now let's take a look at the lines after castle and knight g6.
Okay.
Bishop g3 and d6 was the move Yasser suggested in a similar position. But it's a little bit...
Can I take the pawn on e5 instead of d6? Can I
with
be
the pawn?
greedy? Yes. Can I be greedy?
You can, but it's not a free pawn because there's a tactic.
All I asked was for a free
Well,
pawn.
yes, you can, said the spider to the
Why
fly.
is that not a free pawn?
It is because of this check, queen
Okay.
h5, forcing you to play g6, because of course we don't want to move the king.
Right.
Now we take queen e5, threatening both queen and the rook.
You have
Black
to
is
trade.
forced to trade.
Right.
And after all these trades, you have to play rook g8. Let's say white develops the piece. And it's hard to evaluate this position. Of course, computer says white's slightly better because we're ahead in development. Black's
Right.
king's in the center. And also, pawn structure is not ideal.
Right.
But black does have 2 bishops.
That's right. And you're not getting checkmated, that's
Well,
for
the
sure.
problem is that you can't develop those 2 bishops without advancing a pawn forward. And as soon as you do that, you kind of get given a hook. So like what I'm trying to
Right.
explain is like this light square bishop that black
Right.
has completely trapped in. You need to kind of go e5,
Right.
black king in the middle,
F4.
f4,
Break it
yeah. You're channeling my
Inner attacker.
exactly.
Yeah, I agree with Javi. So I think we like white's position a little bit here.
Okay.
I also want to draw your attention to this game. We just already have a novelty on move 6. This is the game between Harika Dronavalli and Nana Dzagnidze.
Okay.
We had the Sicilian Taimano variation.
Well, stop right there because Harika is mainly a d4 player.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So they're both surprising each other in this game.
Right.
But yeah, this move b6, and in the database, there are already absolutely no games. Wanted to ask you, Yasser, if you're familiar with this idea of b6?
Not in this particular move order. I'm familiar with it, like literally on move 2, like on the very
Yeah.
second move that after knight f3 you could play the move b7, b6, and a lot of players have played this in order to induce knight c3. With the inclusion, however, of e6 and g3, which again maybe not the most common, but g3 has been played a lot. Takes, queen b6. Well, it's very clear what you're aspiring for is bishop here. But my first thought is that by not forcing me to play knight c3, white should gain advantage, no?
But also, bishop c5 is not really a threat yet.
Because of
hanging.
g7 is hanging. So I'm assuming bishop b7 would be the idea, and then castles. Now again, the desirable bishop c5, whoop, that costs a pawn. Queen takes g7. So you have to play knight f6 at a certain moment. Now, whether it's going to be now or later, the reason I am asking is because could I possibly try to avoid playing knight c3?
Well, that is the question. You have to do some calculation.
Bishop
so
c5,
bishop c5.
Queen d1, let's say. Bishop takes g2, king takes g2. Essentially, what I'm trying to do is uproot this knight and say, go away. Why? Because I think we've all won numerous games in our careers where players have castled. Made the very unfortunate decision of make my day, castles and bishop h6, winning an exchange, right? So that was the idea, and I'm going to throw it back to you, Nasi. Has this happened, by the way, castles?
Yes. No, sorry. We are still on bishop g2, and we're waiting to see what Nana plays here. But the line you were looking at, very good line that Yasser just showed. If black knight develops to f6, it may walk into some e5 and lose a lot of tempi for black. So
Right.
instead, computer suggesting knight e7 development,
Wow.
going to c6 with a tempo. It still feels like black is spending too much time to develop the king side.
It does.
So let's take a look. Knight c3 probably.
I was going to ask about this knight c3 because it looks very natural, but it is possible to also go c4 and get those
Marexi
bind, yeah.
types of ideas.
It's definitely possible. After knight c6, we do need to find a good square for the queen. They're all available, but where do we put our queen?
Let's
back
just
where
say
she came from.
D1, for example. Let's just
D1, okay.
pick a square.
Queen d1. I see. Here, black plays
he wants to
95
go-
tempo move.
Go after the pawn.
b3
b3,
probably.
yeah,
Let's
yeah.
try.
Let's
And-
maintain.
Black says, who needs to castle? Just play h5.
Oh, but you need nerves of steel for this one because it looks
H5.
terrifying. Because you're just thinking, well, the bishop will develop to b2, attack
Right.
the knight.
This attack.
It's like it's a pawn, Yasser. It's just one pawn coming at
And
a
then
king, a
G5
bishop,
and-
and a rook. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's 2 pawns.
2 pawns. Well, I would not be terrified. I'd be thinking, I'm going to destroy my
Yes.
opponent as white
Exactly.
because I don't see this attack as bearing fruit. But on the other hand, it is important to recognize that bishop b7, bishop c5, that's fast. It is fast. I mean, you are getting an attack, and maybe I should slow you down with h3
yeah.
Would you consider playing h4? Because that is computer's first
Yes,
move.
I did consider it, but then I was a little bit
Yes.
hesitant about conceding such a
G4.
square because that's something that, as soon when you start to get better, you start to get a bit more reluctant
Exactly.
to give away squares.
Yeah, I was thinking the same
Yeah,
thing.
I'm very surprised that here it just keeps going. By just the logic of chess, this should not work.
Right.
Black should be punished for playing like
Of
this.
course.
But the engine says it's playable. I mean, white's better, but it's not as better as you'd think.
Okay, take that one back just for a moment, because if I go crazy and I try to refute you with f4,
f4.
Bishop
We're
E6.
walking into
C5.
bishop c5.
Yes.
bishop d4,
Queen e7.
queen e7.
Well, that's what I want to play. Computer actually
Modern day
likes
chess,
h3
Yasser.
better.
okay.
No, this is breaking the rules. This is not.
Every rule.
This is completely wrong.
That's funny, because don't forget the bishop on b7 is an active piece. If I try to take anything, you'll take on e4, which is why you tried to play knight c3 earlier. Please, Nasi, go and show you show us what you intended to show us, knight c3.
Yeah, just knight c3 here. Yes,
Yeah.
and after h takes g, white also goes
Crazy.
after black's king. Instead of dealing with our king, we're going after black's king. Absolute chaos on the board.
The best defense is a strong offense, Jovi. That's all that's where I stop right there. That's my advice. Wow,
This-
knight b5. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. I mean,
And look at the evaluation.
equal.
It's very close to equal. Yes.
Yeah,
Wow.
this is just ridiculous.
Okay, that's crazy.
Okay.
Thank you for that. I mean, I don't think much of that is going to be coming to any show.
That's a cinema
Yeah, right.
type of game, right?
Just a quick check in on Irina, Krush, and Anna. Muzychuk. Okay, that's a very conventional Queen's Gambit declined. Quickly, Mariya and Anna Zatonskih. Okay, Anna, she loves the French defense, as does her grandmaster husband, Daniel. And so she's got her French defense. And I want to go back to the game of Alice Lee for just a second, because I'm absolutely more than curious if we're going to see a knight's tango. E7, E6, A2, A3. So as soon as we play knight f3, we're going to transfer into a Petrosian. But check this out. Alice, now she gets ambitious. Now she plays the move d4, d5, staking a bigger part of the central territory. Boy, I'm unfamiliar with that move. D5 in this particular position. How does that strike you, Jovi? Is that a move?
It's the move. I've played it myself.
You have?
So therefore, it's a
do
good
tell.
move, and it's
Is it the Jovi attack?
I wish.
Okay.
No, I mean, it's just aimed at grabbing the space that you've been given, you know, because ideally, this is what you want. You want to support the knight on c3. You want to make sure it's completely protected so that you can get that big center on the board.
And you can get the wedge,
Yeah, you
E2,
can go
E4.
E4, the triangle, space.
But don't you feel, well, obviously not, because you've played it, as you've mentioned, don't you feel that with the move d5, you are giving up a big outpost in the center, knight c5?
Absolutely. This has happened to me, Yasser.
It has a consequence.
Like a knight has come into
And
c5,
landed on
it's
c5.
landed there, and
Let's see how Tan dealt with it. She played bishop d6. Now that's actually a move that it's a little bit. I'm conflicted by the move because on the one hand I do like it. The move a2 a3 stopped us from playing bishop to b4 and pinning the knight. The move bishop d6, it steps in front of our d pawn, which by the way isn't going anywhere, but it does suggest that maybe the move bishop e5 will uproot the knight anyway, right? So that it comes with a little dollop of poison, which is why Alice has played the move knight f3.
I think I was going to also mention that the bishop can place itself on d6 in preparation for pawn takes pawn at the right time.
Yes.
And getting things opened along the
on
e-line.
the e-file. So to your point, Jovi, what you just mentioned, should Tan have played bishop e7, knight f3, castles, e4, Tan might have it in her mind that she would like to have the rook on the e-file, but in this case, her bishop on e7 is actually in the way of the rook. Now, if we flash forward to the game's position with bishop to d6, bishop to d6, knight f3, castles, e4, we can understand why she wanted to leave the e-file open. The king is suddenly exposed. Exactly. So bishop to d6 is on the board, and let me get up to date with the players. And guess what? They've gone right down that pathway. e2, e4, captures on d5, captures, and c7, c6.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that capturing with the e-pawn was probably forced on account of this opening of the e-line, because if you had to take with the c-pawn, which is the one that you actually want to do in order to maintain your big center, but now after the rook slides over to the open line,
we've got an issue.
You've got an issue, like how are you going to protect that pawn, and at the same time, also kind of keep an eye on the d5 pawn as well.
Exactly, and here you see once again the advantage, or disadvantage, I should say, of having the king in the center. And Nasi, does this have a name? I mean, at some point, we're out of the Petrosian Queen's Indian, and we're in some other kind of territory. What are we in?
Right now, it's called the Indian game accelerator. I forgot that.
You literally asked that question now, and you got the same response.
I'm going to go to bed tonight thinking Queen's Indian accelerated variation explains everything.
At some point, it did transpose to Queen's pawn opening English defense.
There you go.
They don't call it the Jovi, but it's the English.
The English, yes, but that was always like, right, if you were to go back to move one, they would go, d4.
Queen's pawn opening.
Yeah, queens, and they would always open with the e6 and then b6.
Right.
So, yeah.
And there you get
it was Tony Miles.
Owens, whatever it is. Yeah. C7, C6. All standard stuff, or have they transposed to standard stuff, Nasi?
We still have 23 games in this position, and White has played bishop e2 most of the time, and this is the line that we see here: c takes, knight develops on a6, castle, rook e8, bishop g5. Yeah, this is a typical, like, any type of Indian, like King's Indian, Queen's Indian type of position, but of course with a lot of, what would you call it, traffic on the d-file.
Yeah.
Black struggling to develop a little bit, but computer does not mind this position for Black at all. Option 8 c5 says, I guess knight comes to e4. Black needs to trade some pieces just to ease up the tension. And this d5 pawn right now is strength, but if we trade the right pieces, it could become the target for Black.
Right, exactly.
I have a bad experience in my mind. I played a legend, Svetozar Gligoric. And I got a position very much as you've got on your board, where this pawn on D5 was a wedge in the position for me, and I did get a knight to C5, and then it kind of just got stuck. It was like the strangest. I had the feeling like he had numerous moves to improve his position. Like I kind of got here. I'm just going to put a couple more moves on the board. And the move I'm going to put on the board is, no, I can't put Queen D4 yet on the board. And I didn't know where my pieces were supposed to go as black. It was sort of like I put my pieces good. Knight on F6, and I think I actually even put my bishop back on F8. And the difference was that I think his pawn was on E2, and he went Queen D4. It was like, ugh. And I got a bad game. I just had a bad game.
Actually,
and he won a wonderful game.
Yeah,
Gligor did it against
the
me.
fact that pawn stands were on A3,
Yes.
it concedes the B3 square,
That's
so you
true.
cannot go Queen to D4 on
Right.
account of Knight to B3. And that's
Precisely.
actually a very important little detail. And I was actually going to say it's very difficult once White has made the happy moves to
Right.
actually find a plan of attack. Because anytime you want to make desirable moves, like for instance, put the knight onto D4, well, the
Right.
pawn on D5 is very vulnerable, can be taken.
Mm-hmm.
And let's not forget that this pin can easily be disrupted by any regressive like G5 moves.
Okay. We'll definitely keep an eye on this one, because for me, the pawn on D5 is unpleasant. And for you, it's a potential liability. We'll see. Asset or a liability. We'll keep an eye on this one. I did want to, yes, it was the Harika game, and I was very curious to see. She did put her knight on F6, by the way, did Nana. And she's inviting this move, E5, and I wanted to ask you about that, Nasi. Is E5 too ambitious, or is it simply a good move for White?
After knight F6, as we already know, she played an early novelty, so we don't have any games in the database, but computers suggest knight C3 is the top choice.
Okay.
However, E5 is also, looks like a good move. Did you want to play bishop C5
I
here?
think I tried bishop C5 initially, yes.
Okay, let's take a look at bishop C5, queen to D3. Let's
Okay.
trade on G2. But maybe I don't have to trade. I could include the in-between move E takes F6.
Ooh, look at this.
It's getting
You
spicy,
take on
Yasser.
F1.
Take
Take
the
on
rook.
F1 with a tempo, attacking the queen.
You
but
can do the same.
Yeah, I can do the same.
And on rook
Forcing-
G8,
Forcing rook
Queen
G8.
Queen
H7.
grab
Queen
that pawn.
H7.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
You like it?
I'm liking it. I'm liking
So
it.
materially right now, White's up 2 pawns for a rook.
Yeah.
Okay, down a rook
Yeah, down a rook.
for 2 pawns. But here, Black's only move to
King
keep the
E7.
position equal is King E7.
Take on F1.
Actually, to my surprise, King F1 is a good move, but Knight
But-
C3 might be even better.
Whoa,
trying to
suddenly got
understand.
Like
spicy.
knight to E4 could be the idea, with the idea of bishop coming out to
Bishop
G5.
That gets spicy.
Almost checkmate. Wow.
Right?
Incredible.
Like if we
So,
played bishop C4,
A6.
let's say,
Let's just move the
bishop
bishop.
A6.
Yeah, after knight
Knight
E4,
E4.
it's just +3 here. Black
Wow.
hasn't even made it. Or they have to lose a lot of pieces. Let's say
F6.
F6, simply queen G6.
Wow.
No, I mean, this is such a computer line because here we want to take with the queen on F6,
Check.
right? Queen F6 is losing. You have to take with the knight.
Yeah, that makes more sense, right? In the sense that you're actually attacking the rook.
And you want to play bishop G5
Right, and
too.
we all know that the secret goal of a gambiter is to win back your sacrifice material.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah,
All our
I doubt we will see any of this on the board. But, I mean, Harika could push E5.
E5.
That's very much in her style, though.
Yeah.
She's quite
And
direct.
I like this move, Queen D3, because I hadn't seen the consequences of captures and captures. But Bishop C5, I find Queen D1 much more conventional. Forgive me on this one. takes on g2, takes.
Okay, now we have to take back.
Now move
and
the
now
knight.
knight to d5.
Knight.
And now this is Yasser's idea of queen to g4.
But does the engine say g6
Yes.
and laugh at me, or what does the
Actually,
engine do?
computer just likes queen c7, gives you the pawn and castles
Castle
long.
queenside.
Because
Now I would be in heaven as well.
I don't know, Yasser. You're king.
yeah.
Well,
Table-
yeah,
I'm just
in
thinking
heaven.
about the long diagonal here. I'm like,
And the engine says full compensation, does it, Nancy?
Yes, it says triple zeros, which means if black's down a
Yeah.
pawn and triple zeros, black might actually be better.
Right.
Yeah, here things have turned around and black is ahead in development. Yeah,
That is
I'm not
true.
happy with this king here.
yeah.
You guys don't play the Catalan often enough. If you play enough Catalans, you get your king on g2.
I do, but the G file is closed. This is different.
Okay, I'll allow you that. A key moment then in the game between Harika and Nana right now, because Harika is taking her time. And again, Nasi, if you don't mind me asking, why does the computer believe knight c3 is the best move? I mean, I understand it's a great developing move, but you're inviting bishop c5 as a tempo. And how does it assess the position now?
I'm guessing it's because e5 is still like a looming threat. It's not going anywhere.
Okay.
And white just keeps the flexibility to play e5. Or maybe start with bishop g5 and then threaten e5.
I
Because
see.
if black tries to avoid e5 by, let's say, playing d6,
Okay.
oh wow.
You could b4, b4. Yeah, before.
You were first. I agree.
No, you were way before mine.
I saw your thermometer suddenly going up, and I said, I gotcha.
This is the hidden beautiful idea.
Nice.
b4, trapping the bishop. We take and queen b5 check.
Gotcha.
Picking up the bishop.
Winning a piece before trapping the bishop. That's a nice tactic.
There's so many puns available there.
Ready. So knight c3, bishop c5, keeping the move e5 in our pocket, and just asking black what she would like to do about that. I'm assuming castles has a drawback. Could it be simply bishop g5, Jovi?
Yeah.
Because bishop g5 is an awkward pin, right?
Right, but you can challenge it with h6 and then
But then I take.
And then you've got
can't take
e5.
Yes. That one I was ready for.
I wasn't ready for that one.
What we're discussing, everybody, is we're discussing that after the move bishop g5, Jovi mentioned that you could just challenge in the desirable queen takes f6 has an issue with this discovered attack. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one, and let's show our respects to our defending champion, shall we?
Let's
Anna
head there.
Zatonskih, and she's got the French defense that we mentioned.
She has the black pieces against former women's world champion Mariya Muzychuk.
Okay, now I played this multiple times over my career. This was actually a very key moment for me in the French defense, knight c3. And whether it be knight c3 or knight d2, oftentimes I went into this Rubinstein French. I liked the Rubinstein French. It was, I liked the disorder of that. I also liked, I believe it was called the Gurgenitz system. Whenever I played knight c6, the beautiful part about knight c6 is it's such a rarity, it threw my opponents off, especially in the Swiss tournaments. The players didn't know that, and I oftentimes got very favorable positions. What the players did go for was a mainline Steinitz variation, and they got to a7, a6, a2, a3. Most of my opponents, to be fair, at that time, this was the conventional wisdom, as you played the move queen d2, and then you invited these captures, if you will. Queen d2 was the go-to line, a2, a3 was played, and b7, b6. This, I think, is actually a page out of Alexandra Morozevich as a playbook, and the idea is as simple as it looks. You want to recapture on c5 with the b-pawn. You don't give up the d4 square, and you ask, in this case, Mariya, what are you going to do with your light squared bishop?
And well, she's given you an answer because she
did.
has fianchettoed with G3, and on my board it's giving a big fat X.
Yes, as in don't do that. And as a French defense player, once again, I'm sitting there going, I'm very, very happy when you put your bishop on G2 because I feel that diagonal is closed. And I was always very unhappy whenever they would play bishop to D3 and threaten to sacrifice the bishop against my king. G2, G3 on the board, and let me just refresh. And G2, G3, I'm assuming this is still all modern day theory, Nasi?
Actually, B6 is not a great move.
approved.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
So instead of A3 is already a little bit of a rare move.
Right.
The move order is kind of unconventional. But after A3, B5 or C takes D4 are the two main moves.
Okay.
However, after Anna's choice of
B6.
B6, computer really likes knight E2 here for white and gives almost +1 advantage.
Wow.
As if that's such a great thing. Knight E2.
And then
okay.
puts the pawn on C3,
C3.
and I'm guessing
Pawn storm. Lift
just
those pawns on the
G4
king side.
and go all in.
But that was why the computer didn't like G3 then. Because if you're going to
Exactly.
go knight E2 and you're going to go G4, why did you need to start with the move G3?
So G3 is not like bad move in the sense that it's a blunder or anything, but
Right.
you can't do the idea I just talked about because after G3, you're losing a tempo if you want to go for G4. So it still prefers white. Let's say some move like bishop B7, bishop G2,
Bishop E7.
bishop B7, and knight E2 still. But as you can see, white will play C3 and will still have to start some kind of attack on the king side if
Right.
Mariya wants to have some advantage. So basically she wasted a tempo,
But
possibly.
that might be true, but then what's black going to do with that extra move?
Well, the position's so closed, I don't think a tempo here or there going to make a huge difference. It's going to be your approach, whether you're going to play F7, F5, whether you're going to
Exactly,
play,
yeah.
you know, for H6, G5.
Does he have the answer for us?
H5, you know,
H5.
whatever the answer is going to
No.
be. This is going to be a
I would
maneuvering
never
game.
play
I would never play H5. That would just get.
I've
a
got to
big
put you
cross.
guys on the spot because in a few minutes' time, we're going to have to make our picks and our choices as to who's going to win the tournament. But before we make our picks, we can first tickle Ben Underwood, our
We can.
statistician, and tell us, Ben, who's going to win the tournament?
And
Here
here you
we
go.
go.
Here we do see that Zhongyi has the biggest chance, according to the numbers, of winning the event. And then Alexandra Kosteniuk, former women's world champion, is there behind her. It's actually interesting
Close
how,
there.
like the last year's champion, Anna Zatonskih, with the
Once
lowest
again.
rating, got a 0.35% chance.
I think her chances are greater than that.
I mean-
Lightning striking twice, possibly.
But Alice Lee also less than 1% chance of winning.
Right.
I mean, Alice
Wait a
being
minute.
14 years old, she's able to make
It's so
some
competitive.
huge scores here.
I'm watching Alice Lee win the American Cup and taking down Irina, and I have never seen such a fierce competitor. I don't like those stats for Alice Lee either. But anyway, Tan, according to our stats, and there you have a good picture of Tan, is considered to be the favorite coming into this event. And let's learn a little bit more about this young lady.
And there you can see she's a former women's world champion. She won the title in 2017 and she actually lost it to women's world champion Zhu Wenjun. She's 33 years old, FIDE rating of 2540, and this is really important. Just in April, she won the women's candidates and she will now challenge Zhu Wenjun again for the crown.
And what a tournament that was in Toronto.
She just dominated
Boy.
from start to finish. She won 2 games
Very
in a row,
impressive.
showed excellent preparation. She was
Yes.
working with Jeffrey Zhong in that event.
How intriguing choice of American Grandmaster Jeffrey from Dallas. was a secret weapon trainer. And again, this is the game between Mariya and Anna. And I just wanted to say that one of the things I really liked about these French defense positions when I was black is I really love this. And I think we all do enjoy chess from the strategic perspective. My opponents many times were aspiring to play the move f4, f5. I mean, they really were looking forward to playing the move f5. And I would love to shut them down the way Nasi was just showing us. h5, castles, g7, g6. I get this setup, right? And they would fall for it every time. They go h3, g4, and f5, and they'd expose their own king.
Yeah.
You're laughing because probably it happened to you.
I did it. And I know exactly what I was thinking when they went h5. It was like, boo, come on.
Like,
you know, I don't like
I'm not going to
this.
fall for it.
But then, yeah, invariably, I would go h3, g4, f5. Come on,
So
let's go.
Many of my grandmaster colleagues, they didn't see another line than to go a little bit.
But when I kind of have this type of closed position,
Yes.
what's going to be the plan if white goes, no, I will keep the idea in the back of my pocket of going h3, g4 for when you castle that way.
Right.
So instead, just go for that stable center, move the knight over to e2 and then c3, and then the big waiting game begins.
I think that's a good way of describing it, as the big waiting game. And very oftentimes, I kept my king in the center.
Did you run with your king f8, king just
Yes,
sat?
I
Yeah,
did.
oh, okay. I need
Castled
to...
by hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, many times, many times. Nasi, this particular position, you're a Caro-Kann player, but as a Caro-Kann player, you often get echoes of a French defense as well. Did you like playing with the space or playing against the space?
Well, as a Caro-Kann player, I'm looking at this bishop and
then not liking
It's
what you're
giving
seeing.
me anxiety, right?
yes. I like playing the French with white. I love the
okay.
space, and actually what you were talking about earlier with the h3, g4 has happened to me too.
Everybody
Yeah.
who's ever mastered chess has come up against that dilemma. Yeah.
Yeah, I've learned my lesson. But yeah, I really like this with white having the space and the freedom of choice that you can play knight e2, c3, g4 and just maneuver for a long time and slowly attack.
Right.
And of course, it's black who has to find the right moment to play f6 or f5.
Right.
Of course, if they do, then position is equal. And what can you do? But yeah, I like this type of positions where nothing gets exchanged for a very long time.
Right.
Yeah.
And by the way, basically, Anna has said, I've got no issues. I'm just going to castle. And if you want to go with your f5, I challenge you to do that. So she's just laid down the gauntlet and said to Mariya, what are you going to do? Castles, I'm assuming, is going to be Mariya's choice here. Castles and prepping the move f5. Now, the fact that Anna's already declared openly the intentions of her king, does that mean that she should or should not be aspiring for f6? Should she be trading on d4 or bishop b7 or maybe even a5?
Yeah,
bishop
maybe
a6.
Maybe black should just focus on playing on the queen side for now and just play b5, b4.
b5, b4. Okay,
right.
that's a
so
different
b5, let's say we play knight e2.
Right.
So we don't walk into b4 with a tempo, then just a5, rook b8, and b4 is what computer is suggesting for
Wow.
black.
But that requires real, like, ice cold water in your veins.
Because you played
you're
B6.
literally playing on the other side of the board.
Right.
And as Nazi is pointing out, f5 is like a horrible looming idea.
All the time. All
Yes.
the time.
Yes.
And you have to have this calculated and be ready to take on d4 and then pick up on e5. And even though you're up a pawn,
Challenge.
Yeah.
it's still so scary to walk into this position.
But even then, you know, we saw that f5 perhaps isn't the best move in this particular position, but you
Right.
can solidify in the center as well with moves like c3 and then prepare f5. And because Anna has, as Yasser's put it, stated the intentions with the king,
Right.
then this pawn storm that's brewing there is really dangerous.
Yeah. Now, the thing is, though, I don't see, I mean, having played the move b6, I'm carrying the baggage into the position. I played the move b6 to keep the tension, so I likely am not going to be playing for b5, but But you mentioned, Nasi, yourself that the bishop on c8, a little dormant. Imagine I play the move a5 and aspire to play bishop a6. How does the engines react to this one?
a5 similar to b5, as long as you follow up with b5 eventually.
Right.
So white still plays either knight e2 or rook f2, so same ideas as before.
Knight
And
e2,
if you go bishop a6,
A6.
and you get that little...
Yeah, get rid of the
C3.
darling, right?
Exactly.
c3 anyway.
So the bishop might actually be better on this diagonal, because later on when white finally pushes f5, the bishop on c8, as passive and bad as it looks, it actually is doing a good job of defending the e6 pawn. So I think because of that, computer doesn't love the bishop being more open on this diagonal. It prefers it closed on this diagonal, doing a job of protecting the pawn on e6.
See, that just flies in the face of everything I learned about chess, because I would be thinking in this specific position that I would play a5, a4, and I'd be patting myself on the back for having this heroic understanding of, I've got squares, b3 and c4 as potential outposts. And
I think it's just a little bit slow.
Yeah, I would be just bound and determined and prideful joy that I could play the move bishop d3 and like punish my opponent for allowing my bishop in the game. But that's not the end. The engine's approach is keep the bishop at home.
Yep, that's
How
what it
about
is.
that?
But before we continue, should we make our picks? Because soon we're going to see results. And
Normally I'd go first, but because it's the Cairns Cup, I'm going to allow you
I think
ladies
we
to do
should let
the honor.
you do the honor,
Yes.
since you are in the minority.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Well, in that case, I accept, of course. And I will not surprise you by picking the champion of this edition of the Cairns Cup. I believe former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk has come for serious business, and I am picking Sasha.
Wow, I actually thought that you were going to pick Tan Zhongyi, which is
No.
going to be my first choice.
Oh.
And so I thought, well, you know, if you're going to take Tan Zhongyi, then I'm going to take Alexandra, because she's come second, she's come third, you know, she's been very
And
close
second,
to winning.
yeah, right.
Exactly. And she's a powerful player with
She
a
is
kind
indeed.
of really resilient style. I know Anna Muzychuk has done very well in Norway chess. She turned
Recently.
around the bad results that she had at the candidates. So I see that Nazi wants Tan Zhongyi, so I'm gonna go for Anna Muzychuk.
I actually wanted Kosteniuk first. Then I wanted 10. I was like, it was my third choice. But thank you, Joey. Now I will pick 10. I think she's coming fresh from the candidates tournament as a winner.
Confidence soaring.
Right.
Right, but my reason for not picking Tan,
Yeah.
I was just gonna dive in, is because she's now achieved like what is an incredible point of your career,
Yes.
and often you have a dip afterwards.
It's true, because you've absolutely just hit what your goal is, and inwardly, I don't care who you are, you kind of exhale. It's sort of like, I've reached that goal. So we'll see if that burning flame competitor spirit is with her. But I like our choices. I think
We've done
somebody's
good.
going to do well. Now, I notice, and shame on me, I didn't predict lightning striking twice. I think Anna Zatonskih's result last year was absolutely, absolutely phenomenal. And when you look at her games, too, it was convincing play. She was undefeated, and she was winning games. And if she can bring that form to the table, well, I made a bad choice.
Well, we all make bad choices if she brings her A game. I also got to say about our competitors is that they've been higher rated before. You know, they're like Mariya Muzychuk. She's had a peak rating of 25. I want to say 60, 70.
I thought she was close to 2,600.
2,600,
Yes,
right? I'm not sure
exactly.
she's carried. And these are the current
Just to
ratings.
remind everybody,
Just
yeah.
to remind everyone, Tan Zhongyi, 2540. I think she's been higher. Mariya Muzychuk has definitely been 2560, 70. Nana Dzagnidze. Anna Muzychuk has been over 2,600 before in the past.
Wow.
So And then we have Alexandra Kosteniuk, former women's world champion, Harika Dronavalli, India's highest-rated player, and Elisabeth Paehtz, Germany's first and only grandmaster, Irina Krush, Alice Lee, and Anna Zatonskih.
Absolutely. And again, what a great field. And we reached that stage of our show where we like to check in at our friends at Q Boutique and ask them what are the specials. Well, get ready for the 2024 Cairns Cup. This is an iconic souvenir. It's 100% polyester, hit that. Makes a stylish addition for any chess player on the go. And it's available for all your shopping needs at qboutiquestl.com. And last night was the opening ceremonies for this year's Cairns Cup, and the players had their drawing of lots, but it was full of some really special surprises. And here was what it looked like as the opening ceremony took place at the Chase Park Hotel. Have a look.
And it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to the 4th Cairns Cup. It is an exciting tournament featuring some of the finest female players on the planet. They've come here to grace us with their fighting spirit. We expect to see a lot of brilliant games.
In 2019, we started the Cairns Cup to celebrate the top women chess players. Now, I decided, since I'm a data freak, I had to go out and find a little bit of data, right? Worldwide, okay, I don't know how you would think about this. There are only 42 female grandmasters in the entire world. We have 8 here tonight. And only 2% of all the grandmasters in the world are females. We can do better. So starting July 4th, 2024 through July 4th, 2029, we will be adding a new Cairns Chess Queens Award. U.S. female chess players to become grandmasters. We will award $100,000 for up to 5 players over the next 5 years who earn the Grandmaster Award. Today, I'm proud to present the first Cairns Chess Queens Award for exceptional achievement by a U.S. female chess player. With GM Irina Krush. When we make promises, we keep them. This is a check for $100.
Thank you so much. I'm touched by this award. I was actually sitting there thinking, how do I regain the Grandmaster title to apply for this award? You know?
So thank you for coming to Cairns Cup, and thank you, Irina, and thank you, Nona. This is going to be a great competition.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame make such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new, millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Dariush Virks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
We are back for the first round of the Cairns Chess Cup, 4th edition, and we have a very special guest in the studio. Joining us here, it is Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield. Welcome, and how is it like being here at a tournament named in your honor?
Well, it's the 4th time, so it's becoming, it's amazing to find the quality of the women chess players.
Exactly.
And it's very competitive. Yeah. I love the women's tournaments. There are lots of winners, and they're very aggressive.
I hated the COVID because the COVID caused us to miss a Cairns Cup or two. This is our 4th edition,
yeah.
right, Jeannie?
Yeah, it's the 4th.
Right. And Jeannie, I've got to tell you, these opportunities that you are giving the ladies, they love it. They love coming to St. Louis. They love being here. They love your prize fund. You got to know that.
Well, plus, today we have, 10 players and we have 8 grandmasters.
Right.
For those who aren't aware, there's only 42 worldwide, 37 that are active, right. And there's only, 16 countries that have 1 or more grandmasters.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. There's 250 countries in the world.
Well, including the United States, we have 1.
We have 1 for the entire North America female grandmaster.
Amazing.
Yeah. We can do better.
I think so. Last night, you gave a prize, an award, and it was very, very emotive. I was deeply moved, and I think everybody in the audience was as well. And we're going to play a clip from last night to remind our viewers what we're about to discuss. And here we go.
In 2019, we started the Cairns Cup to celebrate the top women chess players. Now, I decided, since I'm a data freak, I had to go out and find a little bit of data, right? Worldwide, okay, I don't know how you would think about this. There are only 42 female grandmasters in the entire world. We have 8 here tonight. And only 2% of all the grandmasters in the world are females. We can do better. So starting July 4th, 2024 through July 4th, 2029, we will be adding a new Cairns Chess Queens Award. U.S. female chess players to become grandmasters. We will award $100,000 for up to 5 players over the next 5 years who earn a Grandmaster Award. Today, I'm proud to present the first Cairns Chess Queens Award for exceptional achievement by a U.S. female chess player. With GM Irina Krush. So, when we make promises, we keep them. This is a check for $100.
Thank you so much. I'm so touched by this award. I was actually sitting there thinking, how do I regain the Grandmaster title to apply for this award? You know?
So thank you for coming to Cairns Cup, and thank you, Irina, and thank you, Nona. This is going to be a great competition.
That was fabulous. And I just wanted to say, in the 70s, James Slater, a UK businessman, put out £100,000 to the first UK Grandmaster, and it started a race, and you had a whole generation of chess Grandmasters that came as a result of that challenge. Out of the UK. And what you did last night is you started a panic at the women's game, and you challenged the world also to, if you will, match what you
I
put
just
out
said
there.
if we're doing it for American chess, female
Right.
chess players,
Right.
and we want, you can always compete with America if you want.
Right? So the first 5 ladies from this time forward who get the Grandmaster title are going to be awarded $100,000.
And a wonderful statue.
And a wonderful statue. As we saw
And what
last
is
night.
your dream with this award?
Well, it's like a lot of things that we do with the club. You know, we do have a lot of great high-end tournaments, but part of our things is to find and grow chess players. Like I got the Boy Scouts of America to prove chess as a merit badge.
Right.
Now that they're women in Scouts, we have over 300,000 kids who are in the chess merit badge.
Right.
So that's a way of finding and growing. We're in 1,000. We probably had 1,000 tournaments here.
Right.
We're in 100 schools. So not only do you want to have the best tournaments, you want to find and grow the audience.
Exactly. We also just had 2 weeks ago a chess Olympic training camp for the ladies. That was wonderfully, ably done here in St. Louis. I was actually a part of that, but the Darush and Onishuk were the Grandmasters who gave the training, and our women's Olympic team was very, very happy with their training. Then we had Kasparov, Garry Kasparov, come in, and just a few days ago he did the Kasparov Chess Foundation Special Juniors, and we saw that all happened here also in St. Louis. And Alice Lee was at both. She was in both the ladies Olympic team and the Kasparov. Alice Lee, talk to us a little bit about Alice Lee. She's our most prestigious and prominent
She's
junior
got
player.
5 years, but she's got to beat the others.
Right. Any predictions on who you think are going to be the 5?
Well, I've noticed there's some players who've been backed off a little bit.
Right. Carissa Yip, for example, going to
Anna
Stanford.
Zatonskih.
Jennifer Yu going to Harvard.
Yeah, but Anna Zatonskih won the Cairns Cup last year as an IM and got her first norm.
Exactly.
Exactly. At
Guess
the age
what?
of 44.
She's 44 and she's going, well,
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. What do I have? I go, beat this competition again. You can get another norm,
Right.
Because one of the great things about having an award like this is that you have an incentive to dedicate your time, your resources. It's like the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
Right.
So thank you for such a moving initiative.
That's fun. And the first kids to earn the chess merit badge we did a launch here years ago. That was when only boys were in Scouts. And then when girls were allowed to join Scouts,
yes,
we were the first.
Yes.
So.
And also on that note too, Jeannie, thank you so much for what you did in getting the Boy Scouts to recognize the merit badge, because I remember decades ago, the United States Chess Federation was trying desperately to get the Scouts, and you did it.
Well, I had a friend on the national committee.
That helps.
No, but I just told them that if they approved the badge, the chess club would launch the chess merit badge. Remember we had that astronaut who came, who had played chess in outer space?
Yes.
And we had the first kids, all from Missouri, who were in the chess merit, which I taught, which was sort of a, I was the first merit badge counselor who got to, they let me do it a day before everybody else could.
Nice, nice.
So,
Jeannie, thank you for joining us. And thank you for everything you do for chess. Really.
Okay, well, let's you know, we can do better. Let's see what happens.
Let's exactly see exactly how this can actually create something even bigger and more magnificent. So thank you very much, Jeannie, for joining us in the studio. And we hope that you're going to enjoy all the games that are going to be played in the Cairns Cup.
And let's just remind our viewers our pairings for this, the very first round of the 2024 Cairns Cup, as play is underway, Jovi.
Yep, definitely. It's a battle between old rivals, it seems, today, as we have Harika Dronavalli taking on Nana Dzagnidze, Alexandra Kosteniuk playing an opponent she's played many times, Elisabeth Paehtz.
Since their junior days.
Since their junior days. And then here is one very exciting game between 14-year-old Alice Lee, who is playing the highest rated seed, Tan Zhongyi. She'll be challenging for the crown later on this year. And Irina Krush plays Anna Muzychuk. Mariya Muzychuk plays Anna Zatonskih, last year's Cairns Cup winner. What an exciting field. And the women just do not disappoint, Yasser.
Absolutely.
They have exciting openings.
Oh, nice. And I just wanted to bring us to this current position, because this was a game that we've been following for some time. It's between Harika and Nana. And we have reached a position that I've been dying to ask you about and get your opinion on this one, Jovi, because you know me, I've been reaching for that E4 pawn for, I don't know, the better part of half an hour. I've been wanting to push it to E5. Can we have a look-see?
Yeah, let's go there.
Now, I know that the computer, let me just preface what I'm about to ask by saying that we know the computer likes the move bishop g5, but I like grabbing space, and I really wanted to ask your opinion. E5, you're pretty much obliged to capture on g2, right?
Absolutely, you have to go there because you don't want to be crippling your own pawn structure.
Precisely. And king takes g2. Now the knight's got to go. It's got to go. It's under attack. I'm going to capture the knight if you don't, if you allow me.
Yeah, oh, well, the bishop does. In the meantime, I'm looking at the live board and I'm seeing that actually that trick
she
has
did play
been
bishop g5.
Yeah, but to answer your question, I'm suspecting that the knight actually retreats all the way back to e8.
Knight back to e8.
Just
that was where I wanted to ask you where you were going to go.
D5 ideas.
Yeah, because I did have it in mind that we could see a variation that went knight to g4, which was attacking the pawn. And I wanted to try the move queen e2. And the idea behind queen e2 is as simple as it looks. I'm attacking and defending. And please reach for your f-pawn, play the move f5. So boy, do I have a strategic whammy in mind, messing up the king side structure and doubling your pawns. And so that's why I did expect, as you correctly chose, was to go to knight e8. But then on e8, are you a happy camper if I go rook d1?
For the time being, I was banking on ideas such as d5 to get me out of any hot water.
Exactly. And so the idea behind d5 is, once again, this knight, to my eyes, I mean, it's on a bad circuit. If the knight was on d7, I would consider this a more or less balanced, equal-ish position. With the knight on e8, I'm less...
But just to kind of also mention that after en passant,
En passant?
Every streamer's favorite after d5, en passant.
Yes, say it.
That you can just simply
Recapture.
recapture with the queen.
Yeah, I suppose so.
And then the queen can take a step. She can live on the back rank for a while.
On the back rank. The pieces are on the back rank. None of this happened because Harika, by the way, did go with the engine's first move. And I also wanted to say that Harika went with the engine. Again, I was reaching for the e-pawn some while ago. I want to play e5, but Harika, according to the engine, played the best move. And once again, Harika played, according to the engine, the best move, bishop to g5. And this was the trap that
I fell into, hook, line, and sinker. Because h6, and here I was like, well, yes, I don't get what you're playing at. Queen takes, and then, whoops, e5.
With the discovery.
Oh dear.
And oh dear. There we have a very nice view, by the way, of Harika at work. I can't read the clock. I guess it's just the glaring of the lights on my board. But I can see on the side. And again, we're playing a different tempo on the clocks.
Yeah, just to remind everyone, we
Yes,
do have an unusual time control of 120 minutes.
Some call it 2 hours.
Some will call it 2 hours. The more sophisticated of us will call it 120 minutes.
I stand corrected. Right.
With a 30-second time bonus.
Right.
Per
and
move.
no
second time control.
That's it. That's all you get. 2 hours.
Which I like, because it means you have to be practical. You have to really consider the impact of the clock. So you can't be wasteful in the opening and burn up an hour just trying to work out the complications. You constantly need to be thinking, well, hang on a second.
There's no second
second time control. There's no break for me to go to the toilet. There's no break for me to actually ponder what the endgame is going to be like. So you've got to start working things out towards the late middle game, I would say.
Yeah, pacing yourself. Now, for me personally, the 2 hours seems a little bit generous on the clock. I liked the 90 minutes and 30 seconds.
So you would make things even more stressful for the players. Absolutely. As a commentator, I'm down with you. You know,
right? Let's go for it.
Exactly.
Bishop g5, and well, we kind of been having fun with the current situation, with this idea that h6 is well, a bad move. Bishop takes f6. I would have to take with the pawn, but a quick one for you: d7, d6. Last time I played this move, I got massacred with the move b2, b4. In fact, let's just ask Nasi this question, because the move bishop g5 just kind of put the challenge, if you will, on Nana and said, how are you going to deal with the spin? Question, how is Nana going to deal with the spin?
It's a question to me or to the engine?
For you both.
Well, while engine is still loading, I'll try to figure out how to deal with e5. I think black has to accept that maybe it's okay to take with a g-pawn in some lines and have a messed up pawn structure on the king side. However, black still has 2 bishops.
Okay.
And as long as we're not getting mated right away, there is still hope that black can come back into the game and equalize.
It's not exactly the answer everybody's searching for, right? Getting the doubled fractured structure on the king side is not something we would embrace.
Exactly, you'd have to fight the hand, right?
Right.
To go
and
h6 and the brain.
Because you know that it does have consequences. Could you refute for me d7, d6 for just a
Well,
moment?
my engine's not working.
I apologize.
So we can take a look after bishop f6, queen f6. The idea is on e5, queen e7, right?
Correct.
But it's
Except
hanging a pawn.
You could, in this case,
He takes d6, and if you take with the bishop, I take on b7, and now
the bishop
overloaded queen.
Okay, some danger in the air, because I can tell you guys, there is also some danger for some of our other players.
Okay, keep an eye on this one for us, Nasi. Who are those other players that are in danger?
So we should go to the game between Alexandra Kosteniuk against Elisabeth Paehtz.
I see a bishops of opposite color on the position.
But
this was the Rossalimo.
I see an exposed, well, I should rather say,
say
a vulnerable king.
A vulnerable.
Yes, When I was doing research for the ultimate moves, because I
Yes.
was hosting yesterday, it was a great fun event that I was put on
I
for
can
the
imagine,
players.
yeah.
You came up with a beautiful line in the past where you said, the king has lifted its kimono.
Oh, yes, exposed king, yes.
And it's not a pleasant sight.
And in this case, there's some weak dark squares.
There's some weak dark squares. And lo and
F6.
behold, Alexandra has a dark square bishop where she can start just tickling the black king.
Exactly. She's just played the move rook on f1 to e1. The bishops of opposite colors can actually have a very positive effect for the attacker, because if you think about the defender's job of matching and meeting, when we have bishops of opposite color, you can't meet the dark square bishop. So even if you were to play a move like e5, e4, for example, and I'm just going to put some moves on the board, even if you were to reach a position like this, the bottom line is when the bishop does get posted on an h6 or f6 square, it's almost impossible to chase the bishop away, and the black king will constantly be under pressure.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I like Alexander Kosteniuk's position, but you were going to say other players.
Other
also.
players, we can also dash back to the game between Mariya Muzychuk against Anna Zatonskih, and just on the visual, you can
The
see
French
that
defense?
Black's queen side is still very much in its infancy, whereas
But this is the... Oh, no. Is
no,
it the
no, no. This
variation?
is our analysis. There's been no progress on this side.
She put her bishop on b7. Okay. So she did go knight e2 as the engines wanted. Oh, I see what... Okay, this is our problem. Anna included a move that we didn't consider. I don't think we like the move king h8. That is a hyper... What do we even call this? Prophylaxis move? I mean, there's no attack yet on Black's king, and Anna decided her king is safer?
On h8.
Do
I
we
think she's
believe
getting
her?
ready for ideas of g4, meeting that with g6, just to kind of keep full control over the f5 square, in which case it's kind of handy to have the king tucked away in the corner.
I'm not so sure, because knight e2, c2, c3, Maria's getting on with her business.
Exactly, she's got that stable center, and
Right.
g4 is coming. This is a dream.
For the white.
For the white side.
Exactly.
And I can see Nazi there nodding her head.
Like,
We're
you like her
feeling
position.
the connection here.
King h8, Jovi is trying to, she's an influencer. She's trying to get me to agree with her that the king might be better on h8 than
I
g8.
would say I was trying to find the reasoning.
Right.
If you pin me down, I will say white is much better. I would love to play white like
Exactly.
99 times out of
We'll
100.
pin you down.
I
Okay, go
agree.
for it.
I agree that
Nancy.
king h8 is definitely too prophylactic.
Right, thank you. That was what I was trying to say.
However, I understand Anna's thinking that she can't make a decision. Should she take on d4 yet? Should she go a5 or b5? Should she touch the f pawn yet? So I think sometimes...
She wanted to keep her options.
Exactly. Keep the options open, see what white's going to do. However, Mariya's doing exactly what she's supposed to do, which is just moving the knight, putting pawn on c3, and now preparing to fully go all in on the king side.
Right.
So maybe in the future, king h8 will be well placed, but to play this early, I think that was a bit too slow. So like we discussed earlier, Black had the two good options to play either b5 or a5 and start playing the counterplay on the queen side, yes. Because now White's position, evaluation is more than +1.
Okay.
Even the position is equal.
Big
So that's a big advantage indeed.
I do see that the clock times, as we would expect with Anna,
Right.
she loves using her clock. She's almost used one of her 2 hours.
Almost, yes.
Yep.
And it looks like here she should accept that she should just take on d4 and still play a5, even though she spent 2 tempi developing the bishop and moving king to h8. The plan hasn't changed for Black. It's still the best thing she can do. But I think I see a move that she just played f5. So now we can understand her thinking why she played king h8. She was preparing actually f5. So she did not like the ideas of starting counterplay on the queen side. But f5 looks like a mistake.
The computer doesn't like it. Why not?
immediately knight g5 looks very strong. So it's tempting to consider the en passant, e takes f, but according to the computer, knight g5 immediately attacking pawn on e6 is very strong.
I don't feel I have a choice. I got to
because black cannot defend. Remember we were talking about how bishop on c8 was actually okay?
Might be useful, yeah.
Right, so black has to, black has to take on g5. Right. And after this trade, this knight
Massive
now
square.
Gets a wonderful square on f4,
yeah.
After which not only it will be attacking e6, it will be supporting g6, maybe queen h5. It's even looking at the d5 pawn. White's position is wonderful here. Let's analyze this a little bit. Maybe let's say queen e7 or some logical move like that. Knight f4.
And I see that my knight on c6 isn't doing anything. I would like it to be on c4, so knight a5, let's say.
We can try, but I think it's a bit too
Queen
slow.
Comes out to
Queen
h5.
I didn't want to put my king on h8. I'll put my king back on g8.
You're brave, Yasser.
King goes back to g8.
King back to g8, g6,
g6,
h6, and all we need now is the right moment to sacrifice our bishop. But
well, don't
actually,
get too enthusiastic.
No, I'm going to g5. Bishop g5 is the threat.
All right, knight c4. Go ahead and do your worst.
Let's do it. Put the bishop on g5.
You going
I got to go back.
Only move. I have a lot of good moves here. Everything is +4, even though materially it's still equal.
+4?
+4.
Okay, you had me at +3, but if you're going to say +4, I'm going to give it a rest. Yeah, this looks like I'm being overwhelmed.
Like black is running out of moves.
I agree.
This is very, very passive. So
yeah,
if
and
Mariya...
it all went wrong after knight g5, but I didn't have a choice. I had to take.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Knight g5 isn't necessarily a move that comes naturally.
No.
But once you see
that
the pawn...
Because I figure I got it covered. I got the square protected.
Exactly, but once you understand that knight g5 you have to capture...
E takes f6 is also reasonable to consider if you don't see how good knight g5 is. So let's take a look. You could trade and then go knight g5, but here bishop just goes back to c8, and white's advantage is not nearly as good as it was in the other line. Not
ago.
+4. It's about half a pawn up for white.
Wow.
It's going to be a lot of maneuvering. White suggesting knight c1, knight d3, and going to e5 square.
That's a great
It's
outpost.
definitely a pleasant position, but knowing what we know, how knight g5 is just crushing.
How powerful
But hang on a second, because we do
have en passant on the board. And we've got e takes f6, knight takes
Big
f6.
missed opportunity for Mariya.
I love this move, knight g5, because I do feel that you've got to take the move back. You put your bishop on b7, but I do feel that you have to go back to c8 and protect the pawn. Because if you go queen d7, bishop h3, that's even more unpleasant. Now your pieces are really having to move backwards.
Now the knight has to retreat.
And I love this move that Nasi just showed us, this move, knight to c1. The knight on e2, in many ways, is actually stymied, right? You actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I want to go to f4. And the way I have to go to f4 is vacate the square. And then move f4, f5 looks tremendous. Because I'm going to take, and knight to f4. I think Mariya is cruising on gas with this one. E takes f6. Yeah, I could say maybe that's a mistake, but to my way of thinking, that would have been one of my top moves. E en passant was one of my top moves.
Yeah, it's natural.
It's very natural.
But once you
for me.
see that knight to g5...
I didn't realize how strong it was.
And that the pawn on e6 cannot be defended, then you understand that, okay, this is
that
the
was
correct
much better.
move. But yeah, I agree with you. Like, white definitely has the more pleasant position. And indeed, we do see knight to g5 being played.
Nasi, pick up, if you will, because you were about to tell us the wonderful benefits of bishop c8, knight c1. And I really love that move, knight c1, by the way, because the knight on e2, to my mind, needs to earn its keep. Knight to d3 to e5 makes logical sense.
I think knight c1 is just provoking c4, because if black allows this knight d3, knight d5, white's advantage just increases immediately. So I think c4 is required, but white wants this. Now they don't have to worry about c takes d and opening up the queen side.
Right.
And now This other knight goes to e5.
Okay.
So knight f3. It becomes one-sided game because the entire game is now on the king side.
Exactly.
And again, white is better, but nothing compared to what could have been if she didn't take on f6 and played knight g5 instead.
That's true, but this is also still
It
very
feels so
unpleasant,
good.
though,
I
right?
mean,
The
right.
pawn on e6 is just eternally backward. And yeah, you know, black can do whatever they want to do on the queen side, but ultimately,
See,
there's
this
going
is
to be a
one of
pylon
the,
on the e line.
This is one of those things, open discussion here, this idea that you made a move. You just sit at the board and you go, oh, I've got this great idea. You make a move. You made the move, you press your clock, and your opponent starts thinking. As your opponent is thinking, you suddenly come to the realization that you missed knight g5. That knight g5 would have been 10 times better. Do you feel like an idiot? Do you berate yourself?
Yes.
Or do you just say, forget it?
No, the answer to your other two, yes, absolutely.
You
I mean, I
berate
had this
yourself.
situation, I was playing an English Grandmaster, had a beautiful position, and then I made this move, which I thought was very good, and then just as soon as I made it, I realized I could have sacrificed my queen, and I would have won on the spot.
Astonishing.
And I was just like, no way.
But
and
that-
the worst is that the possibility was still going to be possible for me.
A move or two later.
Yeah, a move later, but he had to find a move to kind of lessen the impact, and he inadvertently did, and I was like, and I ended up losing it because I still kind of like sacrificed my queen and then
You're
just kind of completely
carrying the-
tilted.
You're carrying the baggage of a missed opportunity. It impacts your game?
It definitely does. It's better to not realize, much better to not realize that you just missed a winning move or a much better move.
Right.
But if it does happen that it comes to your mind, oh, this was much better, I've learned this from experience. You can't dwell on it.
Yeah,
You
just
move
put it
on.
aside.
But it's easier said than done, Yasser. I had also another moment where I could have won a queen. I could have literally just taken a queen.
Oh my
and then the
God.
whole game, okay, this was a rapid game, a blitz game even, and the whole game I was like, why are we even here? Because I could have just won the queen.
Darn it.
And I could not shake off such a feeling.
Sometimes you can't, but most of the time you just have to.
I'm in between you both. I mean, I berate myself, but I also say, look, that's chess. That's competition. Sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't. I've got to deal with what I've got right now in front of me in this moment. Let me stop carrying the baggage of a missed opportunity. Easier said than done, but you're professionals. You've had to deal with these situations all the time. For Mariya,
The opposite is true as well.
what's that?
When your opponent misses a good move,
Hey, yay.
you feel this relief. Oh, my opponent just let me off the hook. And
Right.
you think, okay, I've got this now. I'm not going to lose. And then you still end up losing. That feels even worse.
We have a 1-900 number you can call. Professionals are standing by. They are ready. They are
That
ready to
should
help.
exist in the chess world, right?
They are ready to help you as we speak. What's our current situation as far as this game is concerned?
Well, Mariya just played bishop h3, so she
Not knight
hasn't
g5.
played knight g5.
Okay.
But she's definitely is targeting the e6 pawn. And maybe it's actually not a bad idea, since we saw in this line after knight c1 and c4 that we had to bring the knight from g5 back to f3 to reroute to e5. This way she doesn't have to waste the tempo, the knight's already well placed. So I actually like her bishop h3.
Bishop h3, we've been talking about whether this should induce bishop to c8 or not. The problem that I was having is if I defended the e6 pawn with the queen, then knight g5 would force my knight into abject retreat, so I wasn't happy with that. But after bishop c8, how does the engine, does the engine fall back on that whole knight c1, knight d3 plan, Nasi?
It does. We don't have that many ideas here. Position is still very closed. Our only target is the e6 pawn. So the evaluation is white's up half a pawn.
Okay.
And nothing more. But, you know, as a French player, Anna, I'm sure she's had similar positions many times before.
Yes.
And she knows how to defend.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Wow.
And defend she
That was
will.
a tiny little dig at the French. I loved it, Nazi.
Wait a minute. I like the French. Shame on you both. This is scandalous.
But
I'm talking
I
to
just
human
want both
resources.
of your opinion on a game that's also looking to be super exciting. Alice Lee, our 14-year-old teenager, she has sacrificed a pawn against Tan Zhongyi. But in return, she's provoked Tan to advance those pawns on the king's side.
Make her king more vulnerable.
Vulnerable.
Right. Bishop G5, Bishop G5, H6, G5. And here we go. Now, I pause here because Bishop G3 was Alice's move. And there's no question that that is like at least one of the very, very best. But for those of us who've played Joko pianos, and I think we all have, we've reached these positions in our lives where G5 is provoked. Our piece sacrifice. Knight takes G5, H takes G5, Bishop takes G5. And this is where I would have spent all my energy. And I think Alice probably did as well. She backed down from the sacrifice. Why?
Putting me on the spot there.
Hey, man, you get the big bucks. This is the Cairns Cup. Step up to the plate. Bishop, was the sacrifice good? I mean, it feels dangerous.
It feels very dangerous. But
Right?
okay, I'm guessing,
we
knight to
King
E4.
G7,
Knight to E4 is in the air. Maybe
Knight
bishop to
E4.
D3 is also
Bishop
something that
to
I would be looking at.
D3.
Queen lifting up to D4,
That makes
a la
sense.
Gligorich.
A la Gligorich.
Incidentally, I went to his flat in Belgrade.
In
his
Belgrade?
house, yeah.
Yeah.
He was very big in his final days composing music.
Okay.
So yeah, we didn't play chess, but we listened to his
Svetozar
music.
Gligorich was a legend in Yugoslavia and Serbia, and he was a larger-than-life figure for Americans because he wrote for the Chess Life magazine. And his column, Gligorich's opening column, was like the Bible for many of us. Bishop takes G5. Talk about the sacrifice, Nasi, because first instincts are, I'm taking the two pawns and I'm putting my opponent in the pin. How does the engine feel about it?
I'm really surprised Alice didn't go for it because it is her style.
Right.
And knight g5 was the best move. It
Was it?
gives white a significant advantage.
That was what I was expecting you to say, Jovi. Shame on you, Jovi. Why you didn't sacrifice them? Tell us why. Tell us why.
Just white can keep improving the position a lot, and it's very hard for black to recover, to untangle really from with these pieces that are knight on c7, queen on d8, and so on. So the best move here is suggested to be rook e8.
Stopping knight e4.
And white's not in a rush. Queen d2, just slowly improving pieces, either bringing the queen over, maybe. It even suggests an f4. I don't understand f4 idea yet.
Rook and over.
Rook
and
over.
Oh, okay.
Rook up and over.
That makes a lot of sense. But
Over.
why did we play queen d2? Why not
know.
immediately f4? Because of rook e3. I mean,
Remarkable. I wouldn't have guessed that rook e3 is an issue, but there you
He
have it.
probably wants to take on c3 and play knight d5.
Ah, okay.
And then black would get very good bishops.
Queen d2. Okay, but after queen d2, just give us what the engine feels would be the best line.
The best line is bishop f8.
Okay.
Which allows queen f4, but black fianchettos the bishop, and king feels definitely safer with the bishop on g7.
Okay.
Then bishop f3, I believe it's threatening d6 at the right moment, some discovery moves.
Okay.
And here, I think black's just giving back some material. Knight d5, bishop takes d5. There's so many ways we can take. So we can't just pick up this piece, it's not hanging, because then black picks
Right.
up with a tempo attacking queen on f4 and getting out of the pin. So for that
You
reason,
take on
we have to
f6
take on
first.
f6 first. But that is simplifying the position a lot. And at the end, how many pawns does white have? Bishop b2,
Right.
rook a2, and white, I think, remains... Oh, we don't have an extra pawn, but white is still slightly better.
Just
Bishop
We're
has to drop
threatening
back
the
to
bishop
E5.
and knight c7, so bishop e5 seems to be the only move. And computer says even after just g3,
Chill.
white still has a very good advantage.
the knight is in the middle of the board.
Okay, but this never happened.
Because what happened instead is Alice backed down from the challenge. She didn't sacrifice her piece. She decided to sacrifice her pawn.
Yeah.
She sacrificed the pawn on d5, bishop g3, takes, and the current position, I'm assuming we're capturing with the bishop. I mean, with the king exposed, I want to rush the pieces over to the king side. I'm assuming bishop takes. How about yourself, Jovi? What do you like here for?
If we take with the bishop, you know.
I'm assuming we're posting up.
Rook C, posting up is good because you stop queen f6.
Yeah, that's important, right? Because then the queen cozies up and kind of covers all of the weak squares. But is this sufficient compensation for a pawn? I'm a pawn grabber, you know that, Nasi.
So first of all, black can take with either bishop or the knight.
Oh, right.
Computer slightly prefers knight takes d5.
That makes sense, because then you can get queen f6.
Exactly. The idea is if white goes queen d4, black meets that with queen f6, and I don't see any compensation for the pawn.
Right. Okay.
So instead of queen d4, maybe just rook c1, and what is really wise compensation? It's that black has weakened the king side a little bit, but if we can't really take advantage of it, then...
But it's not just that. Okay, let's also look at black's extra pawn. It's a bad pawn there, sitting there on its starting square.
At the moment.
Got no friends, that's what, as I like to say.
Right.
Vulnerable. And, you know, you can see a world where if white manages to post a knight onto f5.
Knight d4, knight f5.
So
start with maybe instead of rook
c8.
Yeah, knight d4. And like you say, on a good day, we put our knight on f5.
Yeah, there's always queen f6. That's why knight takes d5 is very good. Queen comes to f6.
Let's go back. Instead of the move rook c1, if you don't mind, knight d4.
Yeah.
And in case of queen f6, then I want to be bishop g4.
Bishop g4, just see, I was thinking bishop f3.
But bishop f3...
So idea is you're threatening the pawn and you want
but now
I
feel that this is like an alpha 0 type position, you know, where it gives up some...
you.
Because this was the whole point of like the way that alpha played.
Right, for the dynamic attack.
Exactly, and it often played just to kind of restrict the enemy's pieces.
But you wanted to play bishop f3, and I think that's, if you don't mind, bishop f3 also
take
for...
a look.
Because then you could play g4 and knight f5.
Exactly.
How does the engines feel about this?
Engine says positions equal. That means white does have compensation for the pawn.
Uh-huh.
It's a lot of different moves black can play. Let's just take a look at simple move like rook e8. Do you want to play g4?
Yeah, let's do it.
Well, the problem is you are giving up maybe a 4 square.
Right.
I saw briefly h5 being suggested. I'm not going to comment on that. Bishop c6, just to get out of the pin so we can move the knight. So on knight f5, computer says, okay, your knight's pretty, but what is it going to do after you get to f5?
Gotcha. The challenge is for Alice. Will she find compensation with the being a pawn down? Where my pick, Alexandra Kosteniuk, I liked her position when she had this bishop so opposite color, and it looked to me like Elisabeth's king was vulnerable. But the truth is that for these attacks to work, in principle, you got to get as many pieces over to the king side as you possibly can. We got this position, and Alexandra just offered the trade of queens, which I think, if I were black, I would take it with both hands.
I would take it as well, because, you know, you're always taught that when you do have this situation with opposite color bishops, it's the person with the initiative
and the vulnerable king,
that gets the and the targets that definitely has the attack.
She dropped back, did Elisabeth,
that
with the move queen b6.
That was very surprising to me, because I was expecting queen takes queen.
For sure. Well, again, to my way of thinking these positions, I got to get my pieces over to the king side. It seems the transition squares are e4 and e3 for my pieces. So a move like queen to h4, idea of doubling up the rooks, rook e3.
And f4. And
absolutely,
we are in business, right?
Big time, and cooking with gas, I like to say. Queen, I like this position for white, again, because I think that I get good attacking chances with the bishops of opposite color. Let me ask Nasi, did the engine like this move? But before you answer the question, Let's get a snapshot of this former world champion.
She is a former world champion, 40 years old, FIDE rating of 25.01, and recently transferred to the Swiss Federation. But you know, she's won so many events. She won the World Cup, so many. I mean, there's just too many to kind of even name, but she's absolutely a legend. She goes by the nickname the Chess Queen.
Chess Queen.
Yes.
From her book. Did she, Elisabeth, miss an opportunity to trade queens?
Indeed, she did.
Nasi.
Yes. Queen e4 by Alexandra was a mistake, allowing the queen trade. If white wants to have an advantage, queens should remain on the board.
Right.
And the best way, actually, that Lisa could have traded queens wasn't to immediately take, but to go bishop d5 and let white take, which also fixes your pawns. I mean, this is such an improvement. We go from doubled pawns and isolated pawn on a7 to connecting all our pawns and having opposite color bishop endgame. Black has absolutely no issues here whatsoever.
Okay.
And after bishop d5, if you don't trade and probably just move back, then black can very quickly activate the pieces and maybe have some initiative.
And stop the attack altogether. Current position, however, now can white play a move like rook e3 or queen h4 and pursue her attacking?
Absolutely. It looks very good for white now, queen h4, and if black tries to do the similar ideas, wow, this is... I just noticed rook e4, rook a4. That would never come to mind. Why is the rook going to a4?
I will explain it to you both.
Yes,
Allow
please.
me.
Okay.
Rook a4 attacks a pawn, and if you can win a pawn, you go for it.
It could,
rook a4,
it could
rook
be a
a6.
numbers thing, right? The engine is just looking, you put the rook on a4, rook is worth 5 points. It's holding a queen worth 9 points at bay to the queen side.
I think also the move rook e4 simply clears the way for rook a1.
I think that's what it is. Computer wants to move this one rook out of the way, so the other rook can come into the game.
Exactly.
And I guess rook on a4 is well placed because, like Joey pointed out, if we have to keep the queen
tied
to defending the pawn, of course it's worth it to just move the rook to the corner.
Exactly.
But you often see that done in endgames.
Yes.
Like a knight will come over to attack a seemingly useless pawn, and it's just literally to tie down the rook to the defense of that pawn.
Tying down the rook. I want to go to the game between Harika and Nana, because that was the game where we were kind of like, okay, black's queen side, king side, pardon me, black's king side is going to be dinged up. You're going to have these double pawns. And Nana said, no big deal. She accepted the double pawns and said, do your worst. The move king h1 by Harika is telegraphing her intention of playing f4, potentially f5, and trying to exploit these pawns. How do you like it? She's got the two bishops, but
her pawn structure is inflexible.
Very good. Not vulnerable, but inflexible. Damaged doubled pawns. Do you see this as a big deal or not a big deal, Jovi? I mean...
I think it's not a big deal.
Yet.
Actually, yet. I mean, I'm seeing that black probably wants to, just because I love to play with pawns, wants to perhaps maybe move a rook out of the way and then get ready to retreat that bishop to f8 if needed.
So something like rook e8.
I was thinking rook d8.
Rook d8.
With the idea.
Let's do it. Rook d8, f4. Put the bishop maybe where the king is a little bit more. And I was going to go for it. I was just going to put my pawn on f5.
Yeah, and then here it's important to kind of keep that tension remaining on the board. So this is where you kind of want to...
Like make my day, take my pawn.
Exactly.
No,
in fact,
that would be terrible.
That would be absolutely terrible to do that. But in reverse, it's also quite bad for white to go pawn takes pawn as well, because suddenly the flexibility reemerges for black's pawns. They're able to advance.
Well, I would do it in the case that I could win a pawn. Rook f3.
I know.
But if you put your bishop on
I don't
g6...
need to. I can wait and move.
Okay.
I can wait to move. And it's very important actually to not give ground here. So I was thinking maybe moves like,
Rook c8, for example.
Yeah.
And what I was about to say is I would be elated to play rook takes f6, except
So would I.
I have an issue. My queen is hanging, you recaptured with the tempo, so I would have to preface that capture with maybe a queen retreat. And again, I'm very seriously eyeballing a rook over to the king side, sorry.
So I definitely understand that there's a queen lifting up and a rook joining in, but for the time being, the bishop will hold off a fair few amount of pieces, and you do have action on the queen side for black.
Nasi, jump in on this one. The engine's evaluation after king h1.
So evaluation is close to equal, and it's because black can start the counterplay right away with the move b5.
b5.
So instead of waiting for white to attack on the king side, black starts with b5, b4, and so on. And the idea is white accepts this pawn sacrifice, then it leads to a very quick drawish line after rook b8. It's in white's best interest to just drop back, allow rook b2, and just make this repetition here with queen h4 and queen g4 check, because this rook all of a sudden got very active, and it's not very pleasant to have opponent's rook on the second rank.
How intriguing, because you had that moment of knight takes b5, bishop takes b5, rook b8. You had that moment of queen takes d7.
Oh, I didn't see that.
And you could go into a bishops of opposite color, but like you were about to point out, maybe white's not actually very happy with this result. The rook on b2 is really strong.
It's attacking two pawns.
Yeah,
it's really strong.
Objectively, it's very equal, but if anyone's playing for a win, it might even be black slightly bit.
Smidge.
Right, so if Nana plays b5, Harika should not accept pawn on b5 unless she wants to make a quick draw.
But let's go with the f4 business, can we? Or
so not knight e2, just f4 right away.
Right.
b4,
knight e2.
Knight e2. And there's many different moves here. There's queen b6, rook c8, bishop e7 even. Let's look at queen b6.
Queen b6, now you got bishop b5 in your pocket, and that's annoying.
Yes,
okay, that's the plan.
That's
so
annoying.
queen f3 maybe?
Okay.
Queen
Going
f3.
over. See, I really wanted queen h5, f5, rook
f4. Is d5 ever a breakthrough that you want as black?
d5?
Yeah.
It looks tempting, but I think it helps white.
No, check.
Because queen g4 check.
Queen h4.
Yeah, okay, I forgot about the check.
And then I can pick up on d5.
That's an issue. Yeah.
Yeah, typically when your king is under attack, you try to open up the center, but in this position it does not work for tactical reasons. So instead, black should just keep developing. Let's say rook c8. Do you want to check first before going to h5?
Or f5 immediately.
f5 immediately. Oh, I would love to have a knight right now. Put on e5.
Shakespeare's a kingdom for a horse.
Okay, on that subject, let's go. Knight f4.
Oh, you're going to give a commentator. It's not your pieces that
exactly.
you're
taking with the rook, I'm guessing?
Obviously, yeah.
Okay, rook f1, and let's say I just moved the king. Now let's find the checkmate.
I'm going to bail. I'm going to say the engine is laughing at us now. It's not going to checkmate. King h8 looks safe. Rook g8 is in.
Unfortunately.
Knight h5, bishop e7, or bishop d4.
But you know what? Okay, the engine is very calm about this type of thing, but a human is not.
No. We would be sweating with those double pawns, absolutely. But I like this move b5 because that actually threw me off. Because I was really so solely focused on what I was doing, I really wasn't paying attention to the black.
And I think it's actually happened.
The whole idea with
this
b4
actually happened as well.
Bishop coming to b5 is a really good counterplay for black.
Indeed, a great counterpunch. By the way, let me just refresh our current position. And we do have king h1. It was my analysis board. I apologize. I put that move on and I just went. Okay, Alexandra, Elisabeth, she did play queen h4. She didn't go rook e4. She went rook e2.
Which is natural.
Very natural.
But I would also like to perhaps look at a game we've ignored somewhat between Irina Krush and Anna Muzychuk.
Exactly. We have. In fact, and this was the Queen's Gambit declined, and we were waiting for things to develop, if you will. And we saw that Anna did play for the move c7, c5, because I think for me, especially when I had these positions, I oftentimes had them with my pawn already on c6. And I was so self-satisfied with the pawn on c6, I very oftentimes did not play c5, initiating the break that I should when the bishop was on f4. Anna correctly has played c5, knight e2, and we're catching up with the players. Captures, captures, queen d2, and here is d5, d4. Now, unless white can get something right here and right now, and I mean immediately, then the position will have been balanced and a draw is kind of a natural result. Knight takes d4. Is there a way? I don't see it. Bishop takes h6. That's the desirable move, of course. Bishop takes h6, but the problem is...
Knight takes knight
Knight
check.
takes, bishop takes. Do me a solid and trade queens, and I'll have...
No.
Then
You
gotta
have
take.
stolen a pawn from me. So
I have indeed.
pawn takes bishop.
But now my bishop's not on d3.
Exactly, and now you can go bishop f5.
Bishop f5 as well as knight h7, and I'm not satisfied. I don't believe my compensation is sufficient here. So I can't play bishop takes h6. Nasi, jump in on this one. I mean, I feel like Irina needs to do something here before black just equalizes. Or is it too late? Has black equalized?
I think it's already too late, and Anna has already equalized the position. Looks like a lot of trades are about to happen, and position's going to be dead equal. I think Irina played bishop f4 move here, which is somewhat rare in this opening. If we check the database here, there's a lot of games still with bishop h4, and of course, this is very common Queen's Gambit declined position. But after bishop f4, we only have 77 games, so it's quite rare. And I guess Anna is familiar with this because she has managed to equalize very easily. It's not like Irina missed some chances. Anna just played very accurately and in the current position.
After rook d1 on the board.
Right, if she now just takes on e2, we would probably take with the knight just to at least try to keep the queens on the board.
Well, I will take with the bishop, and I'll do it for a specific reason. I want to invite queen takes d2, rook takes d2, and then if I can play bishop f3, then the pawn on b7 is tied up a little bit. So rook takes, bishop takes.
So black does have the option to play queen b6.
Right, not trading queens.
But trading queens is also okay because I have time to meet your bishop f3 with knight d4 and again force a lot of trades and completely equalize the position.
I can get a rook on the 7th. Yeah, I didn't terrify you. Knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, rook to the 7th. I don't know which rook.
But you're not going...
Let's try rook c1. Rook
right,
c1
because otherwise you're also allowing me to...
We get the second.
Yes, just to show to the audience. Now black also gets the rook on the 2nd, and this is a bit unpleasant, although it's still equal.
Okay, but...
let's move the other rook to the 7th rank.
Right.
Oh, that's a blunder. We have a hanging piece on f4.
That's a very rare blunder.
But wait one second, the other position where you did allow the rook...
To the 7th?
To the 2nd, yeah. Okay, so here, if you do go rook takes pawn...
Rook b7?
This f2 is hanging, though.
Yeah, take it, yes. Take another little bit of my heart, yeah. So if you
take with the bishop.
Okay, the king slides over.
Rook e8. Ooh.
And now this other rook comes down to c7. I mean...
Rook c7, okay.
Oh, hang on a second.
All of a sudden, white
someone
king
is getting checkmated, and it's not...
Does rook f2, rook e1 come in?
Yeah.
Yeah, oops.
Yeah.
That's an oopsie daisy. You did have rook c8, which was kind of a bailout. I don't think that was for an advantage anymore. But if we go back to the current position...
I think there is perpetual... Wait, king f2 and... Yes, I have a perpetual, I think. Rook e2?
Yes.
Because you can't go to g3, otherwise I win the exchange.
Exactly.
So, perpetual.
And that's the perpet. Current position, once again. So you took and you went bishop e2, queen d2, rook d2, bishop g4. Bishop f5. Yes, I beg your pardon. And here, just pause for a moment, because my bishop f3 was a little bit too compliant.
It's actually the engine's first move.
Still,
yes, sir, so.
No g4. I was wondering if that
G4 is an option as well, but bishop e4, you can get Well, you can get 2 bishops because knight e4 comes with the problem on f2.
Yeah,
You could sacrifice.
Well, again, I'm so focused on rook to the 7th, rook to d7, rook to c7. What did Lev Polygaevsky call the 7th rank? The refreshment stall. The rooks were on
Sounds
the
better than pigs on the
on the 7th, right? Nimzovich's pig. He called it the refreshment. You know, you refresh yourself by.
Okay.
We are getting ready for a break.
Yes.
As the first round of the Cairns Cup is underway. But once again, we have a legend with us, Nona Gabrindashvili. And as we go on the break, she's a Hall of Fame chess player from the country of Georgia and the first woman to achieve the title of Grandmaster. Nona has been a guest of the St. Louis Chess Club this week, and we'll take a look at this legend's amazing career. And welcome Nona to St. Louis. And as we go on break, we hope that you will enjoy this clip. And I know she played a simultaneous against a group of young ladies. So we'll see you on the other side.
Arguably one of the best women chess players in history, Nona Gabrindashvili was the first woman ever to achieve the title of Chess Grandmaster. The Georgian Soviet chess enthusiast was born in 1941 and began playing chess at age 5. By 1961, at the age of 20, Nona had won the Women's Candidate Tournament, a major chess tournament that decides the next challenger for the World Championship. Nona became nothing less than dominant in the game of chess. In fact, 5 times in 2 decades, she became the Women's World Cup champion, first receiving the title after playing against Elisabeth Baikova, a Soviet grandmaster and 2-time world chess champion, for the Women's World Cup championship title and winning. During the Lone Pine International Tournament in 1977, normally an all-men's tournament, Nona Gabrindashvili defeated 4 grandmasters and finished in first place. This impressive feat earned her one of her most monumental accomplishments when, in 1978, she famously became the first woman to earn the title of Grandmaster by FIDE. From 1963 to 1992, Gabrindashvili was an active member of both the Soviet Women's Chess Olympiad team and the Georgian Women's Chess Olympiad team, earning various victories throughout her Olympiad career. More recently, Nona has won 8 World Senior Championship titles, establishing one of the most influential legacies in the history of chess. Nona's overall impact on the game is inspirational. In 2013, she was recognized for her performance and was inducted into the World Chess Hall of Fame alongside Elisabeth Baikova, her previous challenger. In 2015, Nona received the Order of Excellence from Georgia's president, Georgy Margvelashvili, for her outstanding contributions to her home country and nation. Throughout her inspiring career, Nona Gabrindashvili displayed unmatched skill and sportsmanship, motivating generations of chess enthusiasts worldwide. Often regarded as one of the best female chess players in the game's history, her influence extends far beyond the chessboard, breaking gender barriers and paving the way for future female players to excel in the game. This year, the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, proudly welcomes Nona Gabrindashvili as an honored guest during the 2024 edition of the Cairns Cup, where 10 of the world's best modern female chess players will compete for a $200,000 prize fund. The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
We are back for the first round of the Cairns Cup 4th edition. And so far, it's been a very tense start. A lot of exciting action on some of the boards, a lot of cagey maneuvering in others. This is definitely the start of a fantastic Super Women's tournament.
Indeed it is. And we have in this round one, this move Mariya has just unleashed against Anna Zatonskih. We were looking at this knight on e2, and both of us were having this idea. This knight on e2 needs to get into the thick of things. And I was drumming the table for knight f4. If I could play knight e2 captures f4, an illegal move, by the way, I would really want to do it. So I was really expecting Mariya to cross the 5th rank, play the move f4, f5 in order to play knight f4. On the other hand, as we were coming back from break, you saw the move g3, g4, and you were beginning to go, okay, I like this. Garry Kasparov famously was asked, when does an attack begin? And Garry thought for a second, and he says, when the pawn joins the attack. And I just was like taken aback, and I was thinking, how many attacks do you see where pawns play a central role? And the move g4, in my mind, it's getting ready to meet knight f7 with the captures and g5 and knight to g3. And it's all about getting this knight into the game. And Nasi, join in the discussion here. The knight on e2 needs work. Mariya's decided g3 is the square of the future for the knight. Did she make the right choice?
First, I want to comment on when does the attack begin.
Right.
Doesn't it begin in your heart?
You're a competitor. Yes, it does.
Yes, Mariya's position is still very much preferable. Engine says it's more than +1 at the moment.
More than +1.
Indeed. So I was just going to say she can trade, or she could also play knight f3. A lot of the times when you're attacking, you should try to maintain as many pieces as possible on the board and not simplify it. So knight f3 was maybe a little bit better.
Okay.
However, I assume Anna would play knight e4, and we will at some point still have to trade one pair of knights, maybe knight g3 or knight e5.
Okay.
But we see already knight f7 on the board, so let's take a look how Mariya could continue her attack.
Right.
I would play knight g3 first before pushing g5. Now, if, let's say rook f8 looks logical, we play g5.
Yep.
Here, Jovi, Yasser, would you go knight e4 or knight e8?
Knight e4.
I think
Go forward, create chaos. Otherwise, you're just going to wait for the
Knight e8 looks
backs
very
to
passive,
fall.
right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just like I've got my neck out. I'm waiting for everything.
I don't feel very good, though. But knight e4 also comes with consequences. Knight takes e4. I could just get stuck.
But here's what I want to show you. After knight e8, even though it looks very passive, white doesn't have any immediate attack. But it has this beautiful maneuver in knight h1, knight f2, knight g4, knight e5. It's a long way there, but once knight gets to e5, black might as well resign. Because this knight is just going to be too good on e5.
Wow.
So let's take a look at knight e4, because I'm guessing that's what is more likely to be played. And here white can play queen g4. Now, e6 pawn is still a weakness. I'm curious what happens on bishop d7.
Now I take on e4, and you don't get to play bishop to d5 on me. So knight takes e4. Queen.
I can also not rush, because if you take on g3, you're only helping me open up the e-file.
Agreed.
So I could wait and take on the next move.
Right.
The same issue, though. Now bishop's also very passive.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you just wait here, right? I don't know how to wait, but I'm leaving that knight on e4. I'm a French player, so I'm prepared to sacrifice it in order to get some play on the light squares. So I don't know, g6. I don't know what to play.
So any move that black makes, white's ready to just trade pieces, trade the knights, and attack.
Okay, now I have to go bishop c.
Yeah. But then e6 goes, and
I think sooner or later black is losing both, not just
And if you
one.
go rook f5, you know.
Rook f5.
Rook takes e4.
Yeah, and bishop c6.
Bishop c6, I like
I
that
have
idea.
the light squares.
But it's so temporary.
Bishop g2. Bishop g2. I can shut you down.
Yeah.
Queen d5, bishop g2.
I mean, I do hate this bishop on c1. Maybe black has some
It defends
compensation.
a good pawn on f4. It's a bad
Very
bishop
important pawn.
defending a good pawn. Michael Schuba, I learned that from his book. I like Mariya's position in this one.
And she played knight g3.
And she did play knight g3. A quick question for you. What you mentioned this trading on f7, and I'm not saying that's a bad move, and I much preferred, by the way, your move knight f3. But having said that, also I was curious about the move knight g3
I was curious about that one as well, because if you take...
Right, you kind of open things up over there, right?
Exactly, and
So
I was thinking, okay, g6.
Takes,
Or
knight
takes
e4.
on e4 first.
Takes on e first, yeah.
And then go g6. And I was just wondering, aren't I kind... Whoa, I saw the bar going down, like,
Yeah, so we
what have I
messed up.
overlooked?
Rook f3.
That's
And
I
now it's
overlooked.
white king that's weaker than black's king all of a sudden.
Ah, because I was going to be... fair enough. I have missed
Too
rook
risky,
f3.
yes.
Yeah, too risky. All right. Thank you, Nasi. Well, we're going to come back to you on that one. Again, what have we been missing? Harika, Nana? Not too much.
Things have gone
King
according
H1,
to our plan in the game between
B5.
Alice Lee and Tan Zhongyi.
Let's go there then. By the way, this was going to be our marquee matchup as 14-year-old Alice Lee, the youngest participant in the event by far, going up against the #1 seed. Didn't you love that, though? Always having that challenge. I look forward to playing the #1 seed. If I ever got to play Gary or Anatoly Karpov in the tournament, it was like, yes, yes. You like playing the #1 seed?
Yes and no.
Because butterflies.
Nervous, right?
Nervous?
Yeah, I was always nervous that I was going to lose in 20 moves. And I did
But
not
at some
want that.
moment, you
At
just
some
came
point-
over that fear, that
No, that
disappeared.
never left.
It never
It never
left.
left. I couldn't shake it. So, like, I was playing Fabi and...
9-time champion of the United Kingdom,
Yeah,
and
it's-
you
it's-
always had that fear.
that I was going to lose in 20 moves. And as soon as I passed 20 moves, I was like...
It's not going to go into Brilliancy's book.
I think that was the thing, when I was like first learning the game, like our house was like littered with books, like 1001 chess miniatures, and you
Been
kind
there,
of
done
like
that. Yeah.
they make it into a horror story, right?
Right, and you were fearful that you were going to appear on chapter 23. The whole chapter would be developed
Because that's
into your
the thing,
loss.
when you do lose in a miniature, it's going everywhere, right?
Right, it goes viral.
It goes on the magazines, it goes on the internet, there will be a
books.
nice picture of you, can you believe?
Wow, that's tough. How about you, Nasi? Did you, when you're playing in a tournament like the Cairns Cup, you're going up against the best in the world, look forward to playing the #1 player in the tournament?
Absolutely, I love playing up. That's the only time I can play well.
Right?
Because I feel no pressure. I've got nothing to lose. They have everything on the line.
Right.
So I think if Ben Underwood did the statistics on me, if I do better against high-rated players or lower, I definitely do better against high-rated players.
You force yourself to perform.
Yeah.
Interesting, but again, Alice, 14-year-old, she's sacrificed a pawn purposefully. She's got a position where she's maneuvered herself where she wants to place the knight on f5. She played bishop to d3, knight to d4. But Tan did a very good job at meeting her at the pass. If you play knight f5, I, as black, would immediately challenge that knight and say, would you like to trade knights? Knight takes g7. My arrows will get better as the tournament proceeds. King takes g7, I'm happy. Please jump in.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at tactical possibilities, like for instance f4, but that doesn't quite work.
There is a check. Knight takes
Yes.
f5, and I've got a check on you.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, but okay, so Alice is still, I don't see the compensation. This move knight e6, and again, to finish the thought, that if we do go down this pathway, the bishop defends all the squares on the
Okay,
right.
now f4.
Now f4.
I want to get at your king.
And the whole purpose is that this queen is somehow... I'm not, okay, let's say I'm unafraid.
Are you you're not going to grab a pawn on b2?
I will. I was kind of expecting that you would take something and my queen was going to grab. So if you took, I was going to take with the queen.
Yeah, so the idea behind f4 is actually to go f5.
F5, and take advantage of the fact that my bishop is actually...
And actually doesn't have any square.
Trapped. Thank you for that. Bishop h7. I do have a trick.
Got away with
it. Call it sheer luck. Not Sherlock, but sheer luck. Yeah, Queen d4.
That was a good one, though.
Thank you very much. Queen d4. Whew. Boy, I'm going to lose my Grandmaster title the longer these broadcasts go. I don't feel it for Alice. I think that she's going to have a tough time proving compensation. Quickly going to Irina, because when we left it, we thought that the position is kind of equalized. We were looking at knight takes e2, followed by a queen trade on d2. None of this happened because check this out. Queen a5. Now I'm very seriously intrigued. Can I sacrifice a piece? Because if I can keep my bishop on d3, you will have queen h5 as a defense.
The knight is hanging.
Correct. So I am looking at this. Queen takes h7. Queen takes h6. The knight is hanging. The knight can't move because h7 would be hanging. So no queen h5s. So what do you think, Jovi? Are you ready to sacrifice
let's
our
go there.
Partner's pieces?
We certainly can do that. And I'm just thinking, okay, let's be methodical about it.
Please.
So we do have knight takes knight.
On e2 check.
Check, yeah.
And then I will recapture with the knight. And now I'm threatening your queen.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to trade queens, then I've snipped a pawn, and I'm so pleased with myself.
Yeah, there's still tactical possibilities, right?
But we're mostly interested in what is this? Okay, Shall we have a look? Queen takes, and should we defend the knight?
No.
Rook e6 looks
No.
wrong,
Don't defend.
Don't defend.
Don't defend. Counterattack.
Yes.
That is the way these days. So I'm just looking at, okay, bishop f5 is one way. But okay, it doesn't work because it's queen to g5. But
I was going to take a knight, but if you say queen g5 is stronger, I'll believe you.
Yeah. And then what else is there? There is...
Now see, jump in on this one.
Maybe now knight takes knight. Check.
Now knight takes e2. Okay, that makes sense. And knight takes e2, I'm ready for a rook lift. Bishop h6, does opportunity knock? And the answer is?
It's a very interesting sacrifice. The evaluation is triple zeros.
Is it like
but
rook
we
to
didn't
e6?
see the obvious,
rook e6 or something?
obvious defense.
Yeah, I think Irina should go for it because if it's hard for you guys to find defense, then it's going to be hard for Anna to find it at the board.
Right.
So in this position, Black has actually a couple of different moves. I like the simplest one, which is knight takes e2 check. Knight takes. Okay, it's not that simple because you have to sacrifice, but rook takes e2.
Yeah, I saw that. But
the idea is that bishop e2, I go knight e4. I'm almost checkmated. It looks so close.
That's insane.
But queen is defending the critical square on d8.
Wow.
And all of a sudden, we have a new target on f2. And as much as white wants to checkmate, they might have to defend first. But let's take a look at bishop d3.
An attractive move, yeah.
Here, Black's not in a rush, just bishop f5.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So materially, white has an exchange.
2 pawns, right?
Rook and 2 pawns for 2 bishops. Bishop and a knight.
Or 2 bishops. Bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4, rook c3. I think I've got a dream attack.
Bishop g6, though.
Everything seems temporary in this position.
That's amazing. Rook to d7?
You have to be careful because If you don't make the only moves, then immediately black's better. So here, bishop f2 is just winning, because queen f5 check. Tactics
F5
everywhere.
check.
The
I
open
wanted
position.
to play rook f7. That was my intention, and then play rook g3. I suppose in that case I might have to start with rook g3.
As we know, in the open position, bishops are fantastic. So
And it just feels
start
like
where?
the king is...
Here?
Yeah, this is fine. Rook c3, bishop g6. It just seems that black's king is so much more vulnerable. Rook g3, I assume it was queen f5.
yes, queen f5, defense g6, and attacks f2 at the same time.
Wow.
Yeah, I can see how as soon as white's attack fizzles, black is just winning.
Wow, the
Yeah.
bishops will...
If you go back
Yes.
a few
How far?
moves, there was a possibility of b4, just to kind of
Oh.
go
which
back a little
one?
bit. Here.
Here?
Is it possible to go b? No, because everything's hanging on
Two.
f2.
There's queen f4 looks interesting also.
Also still hanging on.
There's so much to calculate here. I don't envy these players.
No, not at all. And by the way, the clock times look pretty even.
Yes, Irina has 1 hour and Anna has 50 minutes, so they still both have a lot of time. But if Irina decides to take on h6, which she hasn't done yet, she's thinking.
Right.
If both players play accurately, it will be a draw, but this is playing for 3 results. Bishop
Right.
h6.
Wow. Okay. A very nice, pregnant moment here of what Irina is going to do. And here we have
Absolutely.
a great
And you can
snapshot.
see Irina is there. You can see her FIDE rating of 24-15. But what this is not telling you, she's 8-time US Women's Chess Champion. She won the American Cup last year. She's also
Nice.
America's only female Grandmaster. She got that title in 2013. And she's also the recipient of the Cairns Chess Queens Award.
We've been practicing that one, by the way.
And there you can see yesterday when she was absolutely surprised to receive a life-changing amount of money. And she actually mentioned that she wanted to dedicate more time to chess. She was completely oblivious that this was in fact waiting in the wings for her.
What a fortuitous event. She can seriously train, as there we see Irina on the left with the white pieces up against Anna Muzychuk. And this is a really big moment, because I've got to tell you, Irina is thinking queen a5. You're moving the queen away from the king's side. You could have captured, traded the pieces, gone into probably a balanced position, and you're waving a red flag at me. You're saying to me, I don't believe bishop takes h6 could work. And Irina's sitting there saying, maybe it does. Maybe it does. Bishop takes h6 definitely would have my attention. Let's go.
Let's go to the game between Alexandra Kosteniuk against Elisabeth Paehtz, because
we loved what white was doing when Elisabeth made the decision not to trade queens, which we think was erroneous. We think Elisabeth has given Alexandra a free hand against her king. Now, probably Alexandra is actually thinking about the move bishop h6. Here, though, it does walk into rook h5. So bishop h6, we're going to have to put that move on hold for a moment. We play the move rook e1, and f2, f4 starts. Well, we have issues.
Starts rearing its ugly head.
But it starts being a part of the discussion. Rook e1, and for Elisabeth, I really don't see what she can do, because in a sense, she's achieved her maximum. She's put her bishop on e6. If you put it on d5, which might be a little bit better, you might just invite the move c4, and then why did I play bishop to d5? So her rooks are doubled, her king's on a pretty decent score. Maybe she could improve her queen. But white is getting ready, building up for f4.
And also,
Jump in, Jovi.
there is I was wondering, in the game position, could you grab a pawn?
How do I do that?
Bishop e7.
I did not see. Shame on me. Bishop e7. Oh, what?
You passed the magic touch on to me, Yasser.
Wow. Yeah,
Okay.
baby.
I don't think it's the best move.
Why not?
Because it allows moves like rook f4, attacking the queen.
I'm still attacking the rook. I'm still attacking the pawn. I'll go with the flow on this one. I just want to see how it goes. Queen to g3. I'm inviting rook to g4 if you like.
Yeah.
Rook to g4. I was thinking I was going to turn the tables on you and put you in a pin with the move queen h3. Maybe I'm thinking of f3. I'm actually not. I'm really thinking about grabbing a pawn or grabbing an exchange.
Also, the queen
Please.
doesn't have to step back. I mean, I was just thinking she can
Where?
also venture up to h6.
Also?
If she dares to be that brave.
I'm brave.
Yeah.
At least historians will call me heroic. But I'll leave it to
Actually, queen
them.
h6 is actually really
Good
dangerous,
move.
right? Because
Bishop e7, Nasi. I mean, we're seeing Alexandra. Sasha's got a chance here. Bishop e7, what's going on? How could I miss that?
I think bishop e7 is a bit risky.
What?
So after rook f4,
You've misled me. You're a bad influence.
you're looking at queen g3, which is not the best move. Queen g5 is better. I'll show you some lines. So
Please.
rook g4.
Okay.
Now here, if you play queen e3, then just bishop d5, and this is not very pleasant. All of a sudden, g2's just hanging. You can take some material, but black is happy to sacrifice and create chaos on the board. Yes, doesn't believe in it.
I'm still venturing here. For example, f4.
f4. Okay.
Please take my rook. Yes.
I will pick this rook up.
And bishop takes d6, and I was wondering who's attacking whom. Oh,
Both.
you're playing e4 to shut. I
We
was
have
hopeful
to.
that the e file would be
Cannot
open.
let the e file open up, so e4 is the only move.
Continue the discussion.
Take.
D takes. Yeah.
And queen d8.
No, you never play the move. I want you to move the bishop
Queen
so I
h4
can
is
play
coming your way,
f5.
Yasser.
Yeah. Okay.
h4 is coming.
And this is f5.
apparently still a
What's crazy is that it's still triple zeros in this position.
Because f5 queen h4 check is.
f5?
Yeah, I was trying.
No, f5 is just losing to queen d6 because.
Oh, excuse me.
Right.
The bishop is
Bishop's
hanging.
So we have to move the bishop.
Right.
Queen h4.
Queen g3.
Queen g3 is losing to rook f1.
f1.
The tactic. So king g2 and just perpetual.
Ooh, isn't that queen g1?
Not that way.
King
I have to go this
h2.
way.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. King g2, king h2, and a draw.
That's not intuitively obvious either.
Not at all.
My goodness. But once again, bishop e7, rook g4, queen h3.
This is the line you are looking at.
Right.
So rook f7.
Give
I'm
me
happy
the pawn.
to give you the pawn. Queen d8.
Give me another.
Which one are you taking? c5 or e5?
e5.
e5.
e5, okay.
Thank you.
Rook e4.
What? sorry.
Rook
Okay,
e4.
now I see. Now
Whoa, hold on. What am I getting?
We're just going to sack the queen or no?
I got two pawns already in my pocket, so if I go queen takes e6, rook takes e2, but that rook on e2 is really strong.
Yeah.
Yes, then queen
The queen.
d5's coming.
That's annoying. But if I sacrifice my queen, rook takes
Take a look.
e4, bishop h3.
I don't like that we have to mess up our
Agreed.
pawn structure, but I think this is still good for white.
Bishop
so
g3.
too.
I don't think white has any risk here.
No,
No.
I
you
feel
can see
comfy.
h4, rook e1.
I'm as solid as can be.
Ex-
I've got a fortress at least.
Also, black's pawns are just completely ruined over on the queen side, so we
Agreed.
can just pick them off when we want.
I
This
agree.
looks comfortable.
So, but you were telling me bishop e7 is dangerous. Interesting.
Dangerous in a sense that it allows some active moves
for black.
Because here,
We
instead,
do have rook e1.
Exactly. White just has a very good position, so there is no need to force these moves. You can play c4 first. That stops bishop d5 in a lot of the lines that we're looking at.
What you just showed us and threatens bishop e7. Although I must confess, I like the flexibility of keeping my pawn on c2 just in case I needed the fourth rank. But I'm amazed by that move, rook e4. That Could you look at the position again for us?
Yes.
Nasi bishop e7, rook f4, queen.
Oh, and queen g5 is better. So if white
please.
goes for bishop e7, then she has to follow it up with queen g5. This is much stronger. The idea is, if you go rook g4 now, oops, not that.
Now
queen
you're threatening mate.
Queen h6 comes with a checkmate tempo.
Right.
And yeah, here you don't have any of those ideas. If you go rook f7, I just pick it up, and I'm not afraid of this because I will just play g3. And e5 falls, and just too many weaknesses around the black king.
Gotcha.
So
nice.
queen g5 is a lot stronger.
A lot stronger. And then, after queen g5, what can black
Rook
do?
f5 is the best move, and after queen g3, you don't have rook g4 anymore.
Okay.
Because I forced you to block that diagonal.
d6 is hanging.
Queen c7, or...
We've got to defend d6, right?
Queen c7, bishop to g5.
Did we lure
It's
the
almost
rook?
trapped, but not really, because the rook can go the other way. d2, let's say, go all the way.
Now you've got f4 after everything. Look at that.
After that deep breath, we chased the rook all the way around the board.
Black's position is collapsing. But okay, you do have the spot.
All of these moves,
That is really remarkable.
This rook started
Started
from
on
a8. I think this, I don't know which rook that is.
This F rook.
Started on f8, went to f5.
Well, was it on h8 first or
Yeah,
a8? Okay.
h8.
f8, all the way back to b8. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, it's much better
Chess
here.
is an art.
Yeah.
Truly. Bishop e7, will we see that move? Because again, as, check it out, Alexandra just said, look, I can play rook e1, I can play bishop e7, and I can make luft. She decided h2, h3 would be a very useful luft to have in the future. And by the way, taking away the g4 square so that the move bishop e7 could land with full effect. Yep. Do you like that move, or do you think it's just
I think it's a great move.
You do?
Because you know, you're just saying to black, look, I'm going to wait.
Chill.
I'm going
Your
to simply improve the position. You've taken away the g4 square, as you've highlighted, and you still have the plan of doubling on the e line and breaking open with e4. Now bishop to e7 is really a very deadly thing. So, yeah, it is throwing the question back to Elisabeth, and she is struggling big time.
I like Alexandra's position as well. Where would you like us to go?
I would like us to head back to the game between Harika and Nana, because just looking at Harika's last move, the queen appeared on the h5 square, and I get very excited when I see such things.
Well, I was saying let's maneuver the queen over to h5 some time ago, agitating for that. She's got her queen there. And again, with the king on h1, this was some time ago when the bishop was on c5. I was also advocating for f4, f5.
And I want to ask the question.
H5. Yes, please.
So, is knight to d5 a massive threat in this position?
Yes.
Yes, but I would be terrified, right?
Absolutely. So, bad move, b4.
Yeah.
Or is it? Because I've just actually no. The idea was bishop e4. I have seen so many games of Michael Tal where he went like knight d5, knight f5, and out of the blue, this bishop on g2 that wasn't bothering anybody.
Yeah.
Suddenly lands on e4, and checkmate is a huge, huge threat. So I would say knight d5. And for that reason, I would want to play queen e5. If I was in black shoes, queen e5 would be my first instinct. Trade queens, protect my king, and knight d5 I see as a very salient threat. Mm-hmm. So the problem I have, though, is I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do after queen e5. Do I have a beautiful follow-up? Do I have a beautiful follow-up to queen e5?
You can go queen h6.
Queen g5.
Yeah, but then you can take and go e5.
I like what you're saying, because then I can trade bishops, deny you the two bishops, and then get my knight on e4.
Exactly.
Lovely. Okay, queen e5, and computer goes queen h3, laughs at us both.
Yeah, I had queen h3 ready just to avoid the queen trade, but I like what Joey suggested. Let's take a look. Queen h6, and if queen g5, she's heading to this preferable endgame where we get this square on e4 for our knight.
Nice outpost, yeah.
So Computer still says it's equal, but I think practically speaking,
Easier to play white.
for sure, white would love this position. So queen h6 is a possibility. So it's just queen h3 with the idea to play f4. So at the moment, queen's not well placed on h3, but it's temporary for sure. Let's say black plays b4, and Yasser's move knight d5 is the top move, sacrificing a piece. Bishop b5 probably. Rook e1, queen d6.
And that bishop e4 is what terrifies me. Yes.
It's not quite checkmate, but
it's nasty.
f5, bishop f5, h6. It's the only way to avoid getting checkmated. And here there is some kind of forcing repetition. Queen h5. What? Oh, I'm threatening rook e7.
Rook e7.
Or rook e6 possibly?
Or
rook e7 looks also very good.
I want you to play king g7 so I can finally do a rook rover. No, you don't even want to do a rook to d4.
Well, there's bishop g5 always.
Really?
Or maybe rook g8 and black king starts to run, f8.
Dang.
And so on.
Chess is unfair. I'm telling you.
Every line always ends in a draw.
Wow. Queen h5, and we do have queen e5. Will we see queen h6? Will we see queen h3? I definitely, if I'm in white shoes, I am not playing takes because the way I think about it is the double pawns on the e file are actually much stronger than the double pawns on the f file because the double pawns on the e file control some amazingly vital squares in the center of the board. So I would not want to trade queens and, in my view, improve Nana's pawn structure. Alice Lee versus Tan.
And let's head there because we do have some developments.
We did see
after
knight
this,
f5.
I'd like to check in on Mariya's game against Anna Zatonskih.
Very good, because I see that
the clock situation.
Yes,
you know,
exactly.
Anna only 26 minutes
and
on
look
the
at
clock.
what Tan said. You know what? Your knight on f5. So long as I've got my queen beautifully defending the pawn on f6, defending the h6 pawn, so long as I've got my queen there, I'm not anxious to chase you away. The knight doesn't have to go to g7. She went knight to c5, bishop c2, bishop e6, and I must say I'm impressed by her calm demeanor here. Just get rid of this knight on f5. If you want to go to d6, you know what? That could be pawn number 2. As we get the spy cam, we can see what it's like facing Alice Lee. By the way, it's very different. I was playing some blitz chess with Alice Lee during her Olympic women's chess training camp, and at the board, you don't get you get the ferocity that she's there to compete. She's not just going to give up her pieces. I'm sitting there teasing her, give me your pawns, baby. No! That camera, she looks like a sweet bunny. No. She's very, very competitive, but she's got to find compensation for a pawn, and I don't see it.
And here we can see some of the achievements that Alice has. She's from the USA, 14 years old, and in the
14
American
years
Cup
young.
This year,
she
won it.
A big breakthrough.
Absolutely.
She in the previous year, she had gone to the finals twice against Irina Krush and twice lost in the finals. This year, however, Alice got the better of Irina in 2 matches, not just one, because she came from the losers bracket to win the 2024 America's Cup. It was a great breakthrough for her.
Yep. And
oh no, sorry to remind. If it wasn't for Alice, you'd be in the finals. Oh, I'm sorry.
Elsa should be playing for America.
Yes, she will be in the Olympics in Budapest later this year.
And she actually retreats tonight. I was actually going to suggest moving the queen forward, but knight to d4, just preventing black from taking that pawn on b2.
I don't blame her. Knight d4. Okay, queen, you just kind of reset your mind. You go queen d2, you start hoping for those ideas that you had mentioned, f4, maybe there are some weak squares around black's king. After all, maybe the best move in such a position is to play g5, g7. Illegal, I know, but that would be a good move just to fortify your king.
The computer actually really liked Jovi's f4 idea after knight d6. So if Alice has played knight d6 here,
queen takes b2,
queen takes b2, rook b1, and then f4.
I like it too.
Whoa, you don't give up one pawn or two. You're even giving up a third pawn. You're saying queen takes g3 if you'd like.
Yes,
wow.
Go for it.
It's all yours. I'm dubious of women offering me free pawns. I've been around. You guys don't offer free pawns that often. 3 pawns? 3 pawns?
That was the only way for her to keep the advantage, because after knight d4, black really prefers black now, sorry, the engine, and says that there's no compensation for the extra pawn. And just after bishop c4, let's say we play rook e1, rook e8, black has the extra pawn and also quite active pieces. So the weaknesses on the king side are not as visible anymore.
And can you try to generate some play with moves like queen to g4?
Let's take a look. Queen g4.
I can just see.
I don't want to play this move, but it is tactically working.
d4
H5.
is hanging, yeah.
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 Queens are amazing defenders, and you can just grab the pawn.
There's nothing here. King just hides on f8, and if you grab the pawn here, I'll just cover it up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Impressive defensive recognition there. I like that. I like that move very, very much.
But Tan definitely
Bishop
has to be
C4.
on her guard, because Bishop c4, to my eyes, is absolutely mandatory, because otherwise f4 is coming.
Right. So you're booting the rook away from f4, which is, I think, very, very clever. Bishop c4, I didn't appreciate that at all. What stunned me was a moment ago, though, Nasi, you said knight d6 was the way for white to keep the advantage. I didn't think that white had an advantage to keep.
Well, engine says it's equal, but being down a pawn and saying equal, I count that as an advantage.
Okay, and queen takes b2, rook b1, so that's 2. I could have captured a third, but after queen c3, you threw out f4, offering me yet another pawn. I do see that f5 is an issue, f4, f5 is an issue. But wow.
Actually, best move here for black to not get much worse position is to play f5.
Well, wait a minute. Queen h5 is an open invitation, not to mention f5 is hanging, and I could take on g5.
Well, queen h5, I think you just...
Queen g7 at the end of it,
I'm
right?
trying to bail out with a draw, with a perpetual check, but also I could take on f5. I can take on g5 and take on f5 with my bishop.
Are you starting with queen h5?
No, I'm starting with f4 takes g5.
F takes g. Here, you could play queen g3 first.
Okay. Makes
We
sense.
do have a move.
What do we have?
She has played bishop c4, the correct move. Yeah, Tanya is playing really well.
chased the rook away
And
from...
a quick rook e1 from Alice.
But then, just as Nasi was saying, now we've got rook e8, and the initiative has shifted. The black's king is no longer feeling the pressure.
That is very true. I accept all that. But on the other hand, it's a lousy pawn. So
maybe not for long. Because
Sacrilege.
I could play d5.
I'm tasered. I need a safe space. I can't believe I'm surrounded by... It's just a pawn. Go on.
I was trying to... There's a big threat on the board of rook takes rook, and then the knight is
capturing
hanging.
the knight.
So you have to take measures against that.
Queen d2, there's the measure.
There's queen d2. Maybe you can also jump forward back with your knight again.
Knight well, that's the thing. I don't think I have to retreat anymore. Queen d2 and just pause because
I'm thinking knight to f5.
So d5 here for black.
Okay, d5.
Knight to f5. Are you going to do moves like knight to b3? Just
I've got
annoy
knight
me.
e4 to be really annoying.
Also, have bishop b3 here, really strong move.
Yeah. You guys are annoying. Okay, I
Phew, I mean, these days I got to take compliments wherever they're offered. Wow, you can't believe what people call me in the Central West End. Boy, annoying is not even close. We like what Tan has doing. We're going to keep an eye on that one. And I want to say our defending champion, Anna Zatonskih, she's up against the clock, but also her position is, let us say, cramped. We left it after g4, knight f7, rook f7, knight g3 by Mariya, rook e8, queen c2, and we've caught up with the play.
Yeah.
Who's made progress?
Well, Mariya's made big progress. She has a clear plan.
Of
and
G5.
Anna is going to have massive problems later on with the clock. She's ticking down to
minutes.
Close to 20 minutes.
Well, okay, I can't wait for you to, I'm not sure I'm a big fan of Anna's rook e8, by the way, because the move that I thought she intended and frankly needed to play was knight e4. I had kind of expected this. I would rather have my bishop on d6 instead of my queen, and I thought rook on f8 was her plan. She has played, again, rook e8, queen c2.
And the plan is simply just lift the rook on a1 to e1, and at the right time, g5, g6.
It plays itself.
Exactly.
It truly does. Okay, what can I do? I really want my bishop on d6, but...
Can you not just put your knight on e4? And... hang on, why did Anna put the rook on e8? I'm trying to get that.
Me too. It's not intuitively obvious to me why she wanted the rook here. Defending the pawn on e6. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm trying to...
And maybe she wants to go... Okay, maybe she wants your idea.
What's that?
So if you go rook at e1, she's going to go queen c7, bishop d6. It's very long, very
long-winded.
But
the problem I have with the desirable queen c7 and bishop to d6 is there is immediate issue. g5. Sorry, go on. You were going to say.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to seize the defensive. Queen d7, rook e1. Yeah. Tell me when to stop. g5, and I'm going to seize the defensive. Where am I going to go? E4.
I thought you were going to jump into the center.
I have to. Whether desirable or not, I have to. Do you have a kill?
No
if I'm not dead immediately, I do have queen c7. Maybe on a good day, bishop a4.
But there is knight takes knight.
Okay, knight e4, d.
And then bishop g2.
Bishop g2. Okay.
I like cookies.
How do you like that, with cream or sugar? Bishop e2. Okay.
Or maybe queen b7.
Queen b7 or rook f8. Who's attacking whom?
Bishop takes
pawn. Bishop takes pawn.
No.
Do you like cookies?
I do, very much. No, I'm not sure. I'm also thinking about G6. That's a possibility.
Okay,
I kind of want to open up lines.
Okay.
That's what I teach everyone.
Okay, I agree. Open up the lines.
Made a mess of this, Yasser.
I think that Anna would... Oh, by the way, bishop takes e3 check is embarrassing. Careful. Rook on f1. Okay, so rook e8, the jury's out as far as that's concerned, but we do think Anna's conception is she has to play knight e4. By the way, we do have a move in the game. I'm just going to refresh my board. Apologies, everybody.
Queen c2. Okay, bishop to.
Queen c2, bishop to d8 right away.
This was the plan. And if...
What is she doing? Maybe she's going to go full hog on the defense?
No, I think she's going to jump in.
Really?
Yeah.
Knight to e4. But in this case, the bishop on... A moment ago, we were playing bishop takes f4. Now I'm much more intrigued, much more interested in going after the peshki, the cookie.
Yep.
Yeah. Time 1 hour, 12 minutes?
Yeah, 1 hour and 11 minutes against just ticking down to under 20 minutes, so 19 minutes and 40 seconds.
For those of you joining us late, the time controls the unusual 2 hours,
2 hours
per player.
No second time control. Now, this
Exactly.
is very important, and this also makes it unusual for a lot of the players who are used to having that second time control. But the players do get that 30-second time bonus whenever they make their move. So Rook A, was that you putting Rook A1?
It wasn't me. It was actually Mariya. She took over my board, and I said, wait a minute, and she played Rook on A1 to E1. By the way, again, I mean, just, growing up, whether it was Think Like a Grandmaster or just the articles that I read, it was always about whenever you reach move 40, break from the board, go up, clear your head, go to the bathroom, cold water on your face, just refresh yourself. And now, with such a time control as we have in this tournament, there's no second time control for any of that. No. So all your training goes right out the window.
Absolutely. And well, it's time for us to take a break. And as we go to the break, well, Begim caught up with Nana Dzagnidze. Take a look, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
What did Begim say?
Hi Nana, it's great to see you here in St. Louis. Welcome back.
Thank you.
What are your thoughts on Nona Gaprindashvili, the first female grandmaster being here in St. Louis for the Cairns Cup?
Oh, Nona is such a legend, and wherever she goes and she appears, she promotes chess everywhere, so it's great, of course, to have her here.
Nana, congratulations on a new baby. I'm so happy to hear that. So how do you balance being a mom and being a professional chess player and playing such a high level?
That's a hard question, but I really try hard to balance my professional life and life as a mom of 3 kids. And first of all, of course, I'm a mom, and then chess player. After I gave birth, I had a big gap. I haven't played chess almost 9 months already, and of course it's not easy to come back competing chess. That's why my expectation is not very high in this tournament. I try to play solid here, and we'll see what it brings.
But what's your ultimate goal? What's your ambition as a chess player?
I think for me it's like most important is to get pleasure of playing chess. I don't think about ambitions much, so
you just love the game.
Yeah,
you just love the process.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Is that one thing that keeps you going because you just purely love competing chess, not because of you want to achieve something you want to do this year or like next 5 years?
Actually, as a chess player, I'm satisfied throughout my career. Mm-hmm. I won many important events in my chess career, so in the future I will just try to get pleasure of playing chess. Yeah, that's what I think about it.
Nana, what's the first thing you do going back home after the tournament is over?
Hug my kids.
That's so sweet. And do you have any other hobbies, or what do you do just to have fun, relax?
Spend time with family, analyze my games. That's I love after tournament. I really get pleasure when I'm analyzing my games after tournament with my coach. Yeah, that's mostly what I do.
Sounds great, and thank you so much for the interview. Good luck with this tournament.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Darius Shvirks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
Of the 4th edition of the Cairns Cup, and we've reached some critical moments in the games.
Yes, we
full
have.
of suspense, and I can see Yasser.
Oh,
you are rubbing your hands with glee. Tell us, what have you seen?
It's the game of Harika versus Nana, and we've been looking at this opportunity for some time. B5, B4 was a move that we really wanted to do only when we had traded queen. So Queen G5 was tops on our list. Let's trade the queens and let's go. Surprising for us was the move B4, F4. That's a tickle against the queen, denying the queen G5. Nana moved the queen, and she has invited what looks to be a very promising attack with the move knight D5. Give me the pawn. I don't think you necessarily want to give up your light squared bishop because, well, it's just easier for white to attack with this queen on h6. And if you take the knight, well, you are inviting a very powerful bishop e4 to join the party with the threat of queen takes h7 mate. So, Nasi, my first question is, has Nana underestimated knight d5?
No, I don't think she has, but knight d5 is a very interesting line, so let's take a look.
Please.
After knight d5, black has to accept the sacrifice. We can't let this knight stay on d5.
Right.
Bishop b7, then f5, next logical move. Or let's take a look. I
At
think
bishop
was
e4. Bishop
You're going to go
e4.
f5.
f5. Very nice move.
Nazi, it's the
Because,
voice of reason.
Because
Yes.
the bishop went to b7, not to b5.
yes.
Sorry, I
Bishop
was always
needs to
putting.
stay on this diagonal.
I was always putting the bishop on b5 and overlooking f6,
Yes,
f5.
and here,
Oops.
either you're checkmated or you sacrifice some material, and I think you have to sacrifice a lot.
F5 is hanging as well.
F5 is hanging as well.
So that's
of course, this doesn't work.
Nope.
So instead of bishop e4, f5 is a very strong move here for white, with the idea to just lift the rook and still checkmate the black's king.
Okay.
Black's only move is bishop to d6. You think it's stopping rook f4, but not really. White still can go rook f4,
Persistent.
bishop takes, pawn takes.
Rook g1 is on
Rook
her
g1 is coming, and here
agenda.
black, and according to the engine, black has more than one defensive move. There's actually 3 that I can see.
Really?
One of them is b3, but let's ignore that one. Let's say rook e8, some normal move. Rook g1, and the defense is that black's just going to sacrifice the queen and have 2 rooks for the queen. There's not even extra pawns, right? So just queen g1, king takes g1, rook c8, and position is triple zeros, although I feel like if it wasn't for some perpetual checks, then black would be just winning this position. But black's king is still not ideal, so white can always force some perpetuals here. So Harika can definitely go for knight d5, but as long as Nana after takes goes bishop b7 and not bishop b5, then position is equal.
Wow,
Still,
it's
nonetheless,
that bishop b7. I just really...
Nonetheless, though, it's a scary line to face.
Truly, but bishop b7, if that cures everything, it really takes the great joy, I wanted to say, that I had for knight d5 and just kind of like blows my enthusiasm for the position. Okay, again, I'm really aspiring to play bishop to e4. I've got rook to d2 with ideas of d7, d6, with ideas of bishop to d5. What else do I have? Is this completely ridiculous? Queen h3 with the idea. I'm thinking you might take on c2 and defend.
I will.
That way. Yeah, wow, bishop b7, I just really, that throws me off kilter. Yeah.
Yeah, and talking about being off kilter, can I direct our attentions to the game between Alice Lee against Zhongyi? So we'll leave Harika just contemplating whether she can jump in with the knight, and let's head in that direction because take a look at this.
Things are happening.
She does have a knight on f5, but she still remains a pawn down.
Right. And when we left it, we liked rook e8 and especially d5. Also included, somehow Tan got in an extra little move there with the king on moving from g8 to f8, maybe getting ready to just trade rooks and start migrating towards the queen side. g3, g4 on the board. I just don't feel that there's enough play for a pawn here, and I just much prefer Black's position. I don't quite see what I'm doing.
Just a quick question though, can you get really greedy?
Say it, how?
Yeah, so I was trying to grab the pawn on b2.
After g4, queen takes b2, yep. Well, let's have a look. Queen takes b2, we are speaking my language here because that's just throwing down the challenge.
There's knight takes h6 though.
But you know, it's really funny. That takes a lot of time, and it's not like, you know, you're doing that to regain the material that you've lost, right? And it's sort of like the pawn on b2 might be more useful. I appreciate queen takes g5 is on your agenda.
Yeah, but still, you know, there's the knight can jump into e4. There's also bishop. I wonder whether there's bishop to d3. I'm
just a little bit concerned about
I'm
queen
also
g5.
concerned about that as well.
Now, if I have to go back and we've essentially traded, I've plucked the b2 pawn, you've plucked the h6 pawn. Who gets the better of that deal? I'm not 100% sure. I still like Tan's position after knight e4. Sure feels, and again, we can just fall back on trading too. Rook takes e1. As we know, I mean, when you're material ahead, trading down to a king and pawn endgame is very advisable. Take all of the attackers away. Time has also become a factor, 2-1 advantage.
Right, so there you see on the clocks that Alice Lee has just 25 minutes and 40 seconds. Not that a lot of time because remember, there is no second time control. That's something that we'll be constantly referring to during the games.
Let me jump to the game of Irina for a second because I, once again, more than intrigued. Did Irina sacrifice her bishop on h6? I suspect she spent some time before declining. She has played knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, bishop c4. Okay, I like that redirection. Anybody who's ever played the Joko piano enjoys putting the pressure on the f7 pawn. Give me your bishop on d4. Bishop went back to e5, and we are about to catch up with the players because there's a Zhongyi. And while we can damage Black's pawn structure, it's not that fatal in rook endings. Knight takes f6, g takes f6, rook takes d2, bishop e6 would be more or less the main line that the players are calculating, and I don't see a problem here for Black.
Well, let's capture on e6.
Indeed, let's do it. Rook takes.
And then jump in the rook to the paradise. Put the rook on f7.
The refreshment stall. And here I have to pause for a second because I'm intrigued by rook check and bringing my rook to the, no, you'll take a pawn.
Yeah.
And that will be a good decision. All right. Nothing to be done.
And now the other one.
Down.
Down, yes.
Down.
And then you just hold the fort. And I guess I have to go g4.
Okay. And is it my turn to finally play active move?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One of the things I learned from Viktor Korchnoi, which for me at the time I learned them, was a great paradox. He asked me, Yasser, imagine that your opponent had a rook and 3 pawns on the king side, f2, g2, h3, as we see, and you had 2 black pawns on the king side. It's a rook and pawn endgame. What are the best 2 pawns to defend with? And I said, well, g7, f6, g7, f7, and he said, no, f7, f6. You'd want doubled f pawns. Those are the 2 best pawns to defend with.
Yes.
And it was for me an eye-awakening realization, because I had always thought of them as weak. In fact, they hold the majority very well, the doubled f pawn. So queen takes d2. Irina is thinking about it because she does have a different decision, a different consideration. Imagine she plays rook takes d2. And the difference in this case is if you play bishop e6, I'm under no obligation to take on f6. I may convince myself, in fact, that the trade of knights brings no advantage. Imagine I was to play a move like, say, knight b6. So I park my knight on the queen side. And again, we're just going to play some moves, not necessarily good moves, bad moves. We put the knights in play, and I'm going to play the move a4. So I'm just going to pretend that I've got my knights secured on the queen side, and that if you ever capture on c4, I was going to capture, and, you know, I've got a dream.
Yeah.
Rook to c7,
It's
and away we
interesting.
go.
That one wasn't on my radar at all. I was thinking in more concrete terms, like knight c7.
Rook c8 in that case. The problem I had with this one
takes bishop.
was this one. And I didn't want to tactically lose to this one. By the way, I do think after some consideration, knight takes f6 was played by Irina, and they are in this position.
And let's take a look at some of Anna's achievements.
Her first time in St. Louis, by the way.
It is the first time she's been competing alongside her sister here in St. Louis.
Oh, and this was Mariya.
This is Mariya's Muzychuk, and she has been the Women's World Chess Champion. It's actually her second time here in St. Louis. And there you can see she currently has a FIDE rating of 25-10, but maybe we can have the older sister, Anna's achievements.
One of the things I really liked about that rivalry, if there was, between the Muzychuk sisters, it was Anna, the older sister, who was always first. She had the higher rating, and she was the one we were all expecting would become the world champion. The younger sister grabbed the title, and so she's lording over her older sister. Hey, when are you going to be a world champion? You know, I think that's pretty good.
It has been world champion, but just world blitz and world rapid.
Not the classical. Nasi, what caught your eye in this game between Irina and Anna?
Yeah, actually, I want to show you this one moment where Irina might have missed her chance to have an advantage. In this position, she played knight d5, after which we just saw the queens got traded. But she could have played this move queen d6 with this interesting idea. So let's say we go back rook e8 just to defend everything on the last rank. Bam, bishop f7. What's the threat? I'm not sure. King f7, knight d5. Honestly, we're just getting the rook on the 7th rank. And black pieces are, especially the queen and the rook, are just too far away from the king to defend. So it's hard to make such sacrifices in your game because there's no immediate threat of a checkmate and you're not immediately getting any material back. You're just playing for the position. So here, best move is bishop e6. Otherwise, it's more than +2.
Wow.
And after bishop e6, knight takes. If you take with the pawn, I believe it's losing after rook c7 check, and then we lift the other rook to d3 and just heading towards checkmate.
Wow.
So king f6 has to be played, but This king...
Looks peculiar to say the least, right?
Right. But here white actually has only one correct move, which is rook c5. Otherwise,
Tempo.
it's -2 really quick. So rook c5, queen takes a2. And yes, I was looking at this queen d4 check, king f7, rook c7, threatening checkmate on g7. So black's only option is rook e7. We trade, check. And you can play bishop f7, queen h6, and this position is completely winning again for white, even though we only have 2 pawns for the bishop. Position's open.
Wow.
And we have endless threats here. Very hard to play this with black without losing more material or getting checkmated.
That is a remarkable variation. Bishop takes f7 is really kind of a bolt of lightning out of a clear blue sky. Didn't see that one coming at all. The current position I wanted to ask, after rook takes d2, I'm expecting bishop to e6 by Anna. Does the computer say a smidge of anything, or is it just like, because, I mean, Jovi was putting a rook on the 7th, and I played the move b5, kind of still felt that that maybe...
The line looked good, but after the rook d7, the exact line that you were looking at, for the computer, black just goes rook e1 check, king h2, and rook f8, defends the f7 pawn passively, but it's enough to say that it's equal.
Just equal.
Just equal, yeah.
Wow. All right.
Slightly, tiny bit better for white, but not enough to convert it into a win.
Gotcha. Thank you for that, Nasi. And going around, that was the Irina Krush game, Mariya and Anna Zatonskih, and kind of like what I thought was happening, Anna was very much in a kind of a defensive mode, and she did play the move knight f8, which I think had a very nice advantage of getting out of the way of g5. Like if Mariya got in the double rooks, played g5 and bishop takes e6, she is doing great. But now Anna is ready to play knight e7 and knight to g6 and get some counter pressure. I like white space, but can you find a way of making it something tangible?
Okay, well, let's try.
Please.
Well, it's not going to be easy for Anna either. You know, she's down to just under 13 minutes on the clock.
Exactly, she's got a defense.
And she has to defend. So you wanted knight e7, knight g6.
Exactly.
And let's just, let's get ready for the opening of the center. So let's maybe step up with... I'm thinking, Yasser.
Concrete. Rook e1.
Yeah. Yes, I kind of wanted to go the whole hog with like moves like h4, h5, but that's not really possible.
You're in the wrong place for h4, h5.
Yeah, so I kind of wanted to get that bishop out of the way. And, you know, I just wanted to be a bit clever with things. Okay, so if I just go g5.
Indeed, knight e7. This
you
was
go
my
back, I go forward. Okay, so
well,
excellent.
in fact, I was going backwards to go forwards. A moment ago, I was on f6, and now I'm on e7. So the line I was thinking that we were going down was rook e1, as in gift me the pawn. Now, I really didn't want to play knight f5. I thought that I'd be wrong-footed, if you will. So I was thinking knight g6. I was thinking bishop takes
Can I
e6.
take some time out to go knight h5, or does that not change anything?
Maybe it does. Let's have a look. Knight h5. Because that pawn on e6, I really want to target the crazy part. No, e5. e5 is not. e6, e5 is not in the cards.
No.
I would probably have to move my rook back to
Could
e7.
you sacrifice anything, like knight takes pawn? Just to initiate chaos.
Right. And with...
No, not with the queen.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to go too fast.
Yeah.
In this case, I'm looking at this g5 pawn with affection. Queen takes g... Well,
Bishop
still,
takes pawn.
Have to look at
Rook
it all.
takes bishop, and then the queen slides over to g2.
And
All
then-
is good with my life.
Exactly, we're in exchange to the good. It feels like Mariya is bossing in the position a little bit, but maybe I had to do what I regret, is maybe I have to actually play this move, knight f5. I do give up the e5 square.
Yeah, so I would naturally go bishop takes knight.
That was the thing, is that which minor piece do you want to give up? Because if you take with the knight, plant the rook on e5, then you go bishop to g2. But you like this, I'll take.
And now rook e5.
Okay, do you have a big threat? I'm not sure. Let's say I go bishop to c7.
And now, my favorite move, Yasser.
What's your
h4. When in doubt,
H4.
push Harry.
I can see that Simon has been a bad influence in your life.
But you guys all teach me new things. Like Simon tells me push pawns.
Push pawns.
Yasser says take them, please.
Take them. And,
David tries to mitigate the damage and goes, no,
no.
careful
Be careful
with those squares.
Don't advance them too far. H4, okay.
Take it. Okay, so I will just let you have it. But I don't. I realize that I'm just being very reckless, but it doesn't matter.
Reckless.
Exactly. Look again, h5.
H5, okay. I will be brave.
Yeah.
You can be reckless, I'll be brave.
I will be reckless again.
Which one? With the F pawn?
The D pawn.
With the F pawn, I would advance. So with the D pawn, at least you have a massive square, whether it be for the knight or for the bishop. And I, following the dictates of the great world chess champion Tigran Petrosian, will open up the diagonal for my bishop. I want to play queen d5 and bishop c6.
And I took it to perhaps one step too far, huh?
I don't know. I mean, for sure, these types of interactions that where you're sharing how you're attacking and I'm sharing how I'm defending. This is what the players are analyzing, these variations, and trying to make those judgments. That it's a real challenge for them, especially under the stress of a ticking clock. I like the move d5, d4, by the way. It's a good combative reaction. Let's just go around. Join us, Nasi, are any of the games in your estimation at critical moments? I think Alice Lee.
I think Alice's position is the most critical at the moment after she recently just played a g4 move, which got
Really,
two red. Even though this was the move we were looking at in so many lines.
Exactly.
Very natural looking move, but Tang didn't shy away from picking up the second pawn.
Right.
And it looks like her compensation is really not there if Tang makes this next move, knight e4. That's the strongest move. And here, since you can't pick up the knight, you have to move the queen. And computer says queen b4 is the best. Okay. But going to the end game where you're down a pawn, and you have a worse position.
Not a joy. No joy in Mudville.
But if we try to avoid that, we have to play queen d1, which is just so passive. Now, Tang could continue with knight to c3, queen f3, knight e2 check. Rook e2, I have queen a1 check first.
Getting worried.
You have to move the king, and now black has knight f4. Blocking the f7 square from the checkmate. And if we try to continue with g3, there's so many tactics, but bishop e2 is a very strong move. Right. Of course, black has to find all these moves. It's not that simple. And Alice is hoping that maybe Tang will miscalculate somewhere. However, let's take a look at the time. It's Alice who has less time. She's down to 18 minutes against Tang's 42 minutes. So if Tang calculates all these variations correctly, then game will be over for Alice.
Yeah, and this knight e4 is a very compelling move because, again, this bishop on c2 is pinned by this queen. And this ending, yeah, I'm not a fan, but is it really that bad? Because I can imagine that the knight on a good day will sneak back on f2, f3. The advanced a pawn doesn't worry me.
The evaluation is minus 2.5.
2 point. No, that's huge.
Well, I was going to
Sorry.
say the A pawn should worry you, right?
Why?
Because you push it.
Good point. I mean, that'll go viral. Why should the A-pawn worry me? Because you push it.
And she just played 94.
And she just
Yes,
played
of
94. But those moves that you were showing, I was getting very worried for Alice after Queen D1, Knight C3, Queen F3, Knight E2 check, King H2. In these puzzle rush tactics, they always tell me whenever there's a knight on E2 and you can check mate on the H file. So I was going to be a genius and play the move Queen H8 in order to play Queen H6, overlooking the one threat that exists in the position for Alice.
Queen takes F7.
Queen F7
Yes.
checkmate. That would
But it's
be
a nice idea. You can actually step back with the queen all the way to G7.
right, which does
achieve the desired threat of playing queen takes knight.
And I end up trading queens anyway if I would like as black. So it does look like Tan is doing really, really well. Alexandra Kosteniuk and Elisabeth Paehtz, for sure, Alexandra. Well, I can't put it nicely. She failed to launch her kingside attack. I genuinely felt that when she got this position that she was aspiring for the move F4 and that she would double her rooks on the E file, which she did. Okay, Elisabeth, recognizing that F2, F4 was coming, moved her bishop away and said, what are you going to do? Now here, it looks like Alexandra didn't really find a good plan. She ended up moving her pieces, well, for want of a better way of putting it, backwards. The rooks are no longer doubled on the E file. Her bishop isn't on H6, it's on E3, and well, a new plan is brewing here for white as she's looking to play the move C3 to D4. And again, if she can get on this long diagonal, all is forgiven, everything is great, but...
Well, she might also be organizing B4 as well.
B4 as well. Fair.
So, but I agree with you, D4 is definitely in the air, and this is something that Elisabeth, she only has 21 minutes left on the clock, will have to be considering all the pawn breaks, because they're still very much in the air. There's F4, D4, B4.
I'm not too sure exactly what is attractive to for Elisabeth about the A3 square. It's not like the queen, is, somehow ideal there. If I'm in black shoes, I'm thinking the queen is much better centralized, whether it be on the, I don't care, D5 square, the D7 square. Queen A3, feels a little bit off sites to me. We'll keep an eye on that one as those two players go at it. Mariya and Anna, that's another game where the clock could be a decisive factor. Knight G6 is on the board.
This is actually really critical now.
Are we going to see Knight H5?
H5.
Are we going to see Bishop takes E6? Any other trickies in the position?
No, you have to kind of take the plunge.
Well, because here we were thinking Knight to F5.
Yeah.
And Knight G6 was my original idea, but you dissuaded me with this move Knight H5, defending the pawn on F4, and I didn't want to go full defense mode. We like Mariya's position, but we'd like to see something decisive, tangible.
Yeah, so Mariya actually has to take bishop e6, because if she plays knight h5 move, which you guys were just suggesting, black has this very strong move e5.
I saw that, but I didn't
and
see
suddenly black is better.
Really? I didn't see this.
So,
rook
let's say
F1
we
mate.
There's
Rook
knight e5.
F1 mate.
Oh, we got to show the queen sacrifice.
Yes. So black can sack the queen, and white cannot accept it because of the checkmate on the first rank.
I missed it.
So e5, very strong move, after which, even if white doesn't blunder the mate, let's say, it's just worse. White has to sacrifice at least an exchange. And yeah, black is definitely preferable here. Oops. Knight takes e5, queen g4.
Knight has to drop back.
And then I like even rook takes f4, and
I do too.
tables have completely turned in this position.
It's like black has kind of uncoiled itself like a spring, right? So knight to g6. So you have to embrace the complications.
Yep. It's a really nice trap, and Mariya has to take on e6 now.
Okay.
After which I also like rook f4, which Anna's probably already considered. Bishop takes f4, knight takes back. We have to take on d7 to not give up 2 pieces for the rook. And now it's tempting to go knight e2, but queen d7 is even better to be patient, because now if white rook moves anywhere,
Rook e5.
rook e5, let's say. There's another fork, knight d3. Oh, this knight is
What did you say about annoying?
Great on f4. And if you go, let's say, rook e3, then there is bishop g5 with threatening other discovery checks and winning the rook. So
exchange back.
yeah, this is really nice position for Anna.
So knight g6.
Can we go back to that knight
Yes.
to g6? Because I just want to drill down, because this is a critical moment, because e5 is one of those kind of invisible squares. Because take a look at it, you know.
I've defended it
You're
4
defending
times.
it 4 times.
You can't play e5.
And when you capture, you're literally attacking the queen.
Right.
Yeah,
So
this is fascinating.
the knight to h5, e5.
Yeah.
And then the whole point is that if you were to go f takes e5, bishop takes bishop.
And rook
Beautiful.
f1 mate. What a shock.
Yes, if Mariya hasn't seen this, she might walk right into it.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a very, very easy move. I have seen e5. I didn't see rook f1 mate. I saw e5 and I said, what am I doing? d4 takes e5, queen c5, bishop e3, and I stopped.
So this is why it would be great to have like an internal dialogue with your brain. Like
Right.
maybe there's one part of your brain going, E5, you
Right.
idiot, it works. And the other
Exactly.
part's like, no.
No. Trust me on this one. We had the confession booth. And that was a really neat innovation where we invited the players to share their thoughts during the game. And it's kind of hard for the players. It's like they forget about the confession booth.
Yeah, but you know, in Norway chess, they have the confession booth.
Hikaru
and
was a
Hikaru
frequent
was
guest.
saying it, and there was a brilliant moment where Pragnananda went there and he started saying, I think I'm okay. And then he walked out and then he comes back and goes, actually, I'm not okay.
I'm not okay. I need a doctor.
The general consensus from everyone who actually went to the booth was very therapeutic, and also it helped them, you know, just verbalize their thoughts, and it helped them see the board in a better way.
Intriguing. Knight g6, and maybe the tables turn, but again, the clock times. Nearly a 4-1 advantage in the favor of Mariya versus Anna Zatonskih, but it's the position, knight g6, and there's this crafty e6, e5. Let's go to our 8-time U.S. champion, Irina Krush, as she is up against Anna
Muzychuk.
And there she is. And when we left it, we had seen this nice little...
But bishop f5.
She didn't play bishop e6, bishop f5. And she's misplaced her bishop here on e4 has... Whoa, what's going on?
It felt like it was necessary, right? Just to
she's
remove
inviting.
that. Exactly, rook to d7.
Give
okay,
me
right?
this pawn.
And black is going to say, no, I'm not going to go for that.
Can't
so
have
rook
it.
f8.
Rook f8. Now I have to pause for a second because where is this guy going?
Well,
F4?
I do have the a5 square to hang out, or the rook e8. Let's go rook e8.
Okay, rook e8. I'll go rook e1. Now, don't go back because I do have bishop takes f7.
Oh.
Ooh, I'm crafty. Sometimes I have my moments. They're rare. But rook e1, I got some tricks in the position. This might not be very easy anymore, because a moment ago, black could have had the bishops off the board, and you can see already what a difference the bishop on the board is making.
Definitely. I mean, that was one of the reasons we were only looking at the trading of the bishops.
Trading them off.
But okay, is it so bad if you go king to g7? Because I feel like this line is actually forced.
King to g7, and I invite you to make another move.
Okay, now I can go bishop c6.
No, you can't. Because that's not a bishop ending that you want. I would really, seriously, I would be genuinely afraid of this bishop ending. Because essentially, imagine my king getting to d4. Where do you want your king?
d6.
Exactly. And what about the pawn on f7? Your king is kind of tethered to the pawn on f7. You can't get your king to the desirable square. I would be very frightened that I could lose this ending without any further ado. I think Irina's much better, and I'm sure she's much better. But how much better? Is it serious, Nasi?
I have to say, the engine says advantage is 0.67.
That's not as big as I would have thought it, a pawn or more.
It's definitely not that big of an advantage, but it's pleasant for sure, and she can just test Anna for a while. She can play this move rook e1, which is really nice, because now if you were to move your bishop, then white would be much better, because I get to keep the active rook and active bishop, while black's all passive. Defending end looks like they're going to lose a pawn. So rook e1 is very nice, and here Anna has to be just patient and make moves like just king g7, b5, and not make any dramatic changes in the position.
I was trying to include the move f4. Would that make a difference in like f2, f4, rook e8? Because we were getting this position with king f2, and I liked this position for Irina.
Again, only up half a pawn according to the engine. So b5, let's say you move the bishop, then f5, and black has to be patient and very slowly try to improve the position.
f5?
Yeah,
so you're
f5.
going to meet pawn takes pawn with the king sneaking in.
Actually just takes back.
What?
Yeah. Because on rook e8, I have a tempo move, in between move, bishop d7.
But can't I take on f7 check?
You can take on f7 first with the rook, right?
Right.
You win a pawn, but because you have two separated pawns, I guess after rook d7, h3 is hanging, rook d2 is coming, so it's hard to keep that extra pawn.
Gotcha. Pity.
It is a good, right?
Yeah, it's a pity. I was all excited about my extra pawn for a whole 3-ply once I took the pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, where else is some action?
Well, we do have drama developing in several of the games, and I just want to mention that Alice Lee
has gone down to
5 minutes.
I'll make it 6.
She actually went for that line that Nazi showed us, with the queen stepping back to d1.
I was thinking about queen b4 ending, queen d1.
She's gone for queen to d1.
And this is where Nasi did some nice, fancy
Footwork,
night work.
right?
Yes, exactly. Tickling the queen, chasing the queen to f3. The desirable queen takes c2 has an unfortunate ending. Queen takes f7 mate. Hence, we saw the move knight e2 check. We don't have time to capture that knight because of the a1 rook hanging with the tempo. Nasi was showing us king h2, and I think it was here she came up with knight f4. Ooh, that's a kind of a grisly looking move. The bishop is hanging, bishop e2 is on the agenda, queen h8 also on the agenda, and Tan's pieces were harmonized, and Irina, with little time on her clock, is feeling unpleasantly unpleasant position for white at this moment. So queen d1, we're expecting knight c3. Any further insights on this particular position for us, Nasi?
Yes, I was just going to add that this is not the only way for black to get a huge advantage or keep the huge advantage. In case 10 doesn't see the knight f4 with bishop e2, which is a very complicated line, she can simply play rook to e6, and position is just as winning in this line, because the idea is that on bishop takes e4, I'm just going to pick up the knight on h6. And all the threat is now gone. Black king on f8 is completely safe. You can't take on d5 because of actually this very nice checkmate threat with queen h8. It still works even without the pin on h6.
Nice.
Now if g3, just rook d8 first, and then we're going to checkmate. So we can't pick up on d5. Bishop f3 would be the only move. Now if queen h8, I think white just has g3.
Okay.
But here, any move like rook c8, rook d8, and black has 2 extra pawns still. One extra pawn, but also very active queen, active rook. All white's major pieces are on the first rank. Extremely passive, no counterplay. Looks
and
like
d4, d3 is on black's agenda for sure. Actually, that's the cleanest advantage. I mean, I appreciate that knight c3 is probably the best move, and tactically it's really okay. But boy, when you can find a move like rook e6 and just completely snuff out any hints of counterplay, I like it.
It's definitely safer, less risk.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And
Rook,
also,
I like it.
if white just kind of sounds the retreat, well, she's gone for the most cutting line, which is knight to c3.
And again, queen f3 really doesn't seem to be much of a choice on this one. Queen f3.
Knight to e2. No choice there.
Right, h2. Knight f4. And the problem from white's perspective is the knight could experience some bad things. Queen takes c2, also on the agenda. And, well, we saw a variation with bishop e2. What did she do? I think Nasi was showing us bishop here and bishop e2. And we were looking at ourselves saying, oh my gosh.
We're getting queen h8 move
we got
on the
queen
agenda.
h8, yes. Bishop e2, and not looking good for Alice. Alice under a lot of pressure, and her clock is underneath 5 minutes as well.
Yes, well, big moments there for Zhongyi, who does look like she's on the verge of beating Alice Lee. And I can see from the other games that there also been some drama developing. We're still waiting on Mariya Muzychuk, whether she plays the tempting knight h5, which would indeed be a spectacular mistake. I see that Alexandra Kosteniuk has broken through with d4. Well, she's broken out. We'll see whether D4. Elisabeth is going to be able to lock down the position. And also, Nana, she put on her, I would say, greedy shoes, and she just ate a pawn.
I was going to say tracksuit. Whoa. Okay, so there was no knight d5 by Harika after, oh, wait a minute, just a second, hold on. f4, queen f3, f5. Nana played king h8. She didn't take the knight. King h8, knight e2, queen takes e2. So we're looking at a completely different and unique line of play that we were looking at. We were looking at these attacks with bishop e4. None of that was even visible. Knight d4, and queen came back to c5. She was tempted by the pawn, but decided not to accept. Queen back. Now pause for a moment here, because I like the idea of invading on d7, but I also am equally excited by ideas of rook f4 and rook h4. I'm assuming the defense will always be rook g8, rook g7, right? And on knight takes c6, once again, I'm assuming that you don't want to walk into queen takes c6, e5. But isn't this like
Could you? It is very dangerous. Can you go rook to d7 first?
Yes, rook to d7. I'm thinking e5 too. Let me just show you one quick, one e5. I think don't you have to take it with the queen? Because taking with the pawn would immediately run into this,
F6,
yes?
yeah.
Okay. And if you don't mind, I'm just a little bit curious. A little bit curious. Rook e1, bishop e4. Ooh.
That's
Not
dangerous.
sure that you wanted to see that one. And if you move your queen, I'm sensing opportunity. Maybe I've given up too many pawns in this whole line. Nasi, I think Harika has got for a pawn, she's got huge compensation.
Indeed, she has. This queen takes c2 was maybe a bit too greedy. Instead, Nana should have played e5, after which computer really likes black's position here.
Two bishops?
Two bishops. It kind of shuts down the whole rook f4, rook h4 ideas. And then if white doesn't have the kingside attack, white's position is just worse.
Yeah.
Reminds me of Razuvayev, the Sicilian where you get the double pawns.
Sveshnikov.
No, the double pawns. Bishop g5, bishop takes f6.
Oh, that's Sicilian.
Yeah.
Isn't that a classical?
Richter Rouser.
Yeah.
And you play e5. Whenever you play b4, the knight gets chased to e2. You play e5 because the knight can't get back to d5 anymore. And I love that move e5, e6, e5, and queen takes e2 allows the current position. What's Harika going to do?
This is Sicilian player's dream with
to
the black
get
pieces.
this.
Yeah.
Nana didn't do this. She took the pawn.
She could just go for your g4. Anyway.
But
And here, let's take a look at this rook f4 line. It looks like after rook g8,
right, only
takes, and there's this line with rook takes f6, which I thought would be winning for white, but it's not. There's only perpetual, rook g7, and it forces a draw. There's nothing more than that. What line were you looking at?
We were looking at knight takes c6.
Here?
B takes c6. Now, no, because that's e5.
Right.
But
E5.
Jovi likes rook d7, and I was thinking e4, e5
But
also.
we were both channeling because I wanted rook d7 with e5 to follow through.
Exactly. And I didn't know
rook
in what...
d7,
Yes.
Black goes rook d8.
Yeah. Yes.
We need like a one tempo.
And we wanted e5 both.
Yeah, but do you have any like rook takes bishop? No. Because
It's not working yet. It's still very interesting. Take, and rook c7. Just keep the rook on the 7th rank.
Okay.
But black can play rook f7 now.
Oh, guys,
it defends
guys.
everything.
What?
we had a big missed opportunity in the game. Sorry to interrupt, but
Mariya
I've
and
been
Anna
keeping an
Zatonskih.
eye on the game between Mariya Muzychuk against Anna Zatonskih, and just to revisit that beautiful moment where she did go knight to h5, which was a big blunder because of the absolutely stunning e5.
Reversal. What a and that's the cold shower move, because as we were saying, e4, e6, e5 is simply not permitted. We are defending the e5 square not once, not twice, but 3 and 4 times. And anytime you play e5, as you mentioned, you capture with a gain of tempo against the queen. e5, for those of you who are joining us late, d takes e5, knight takes e5, f takes e5, and it's the stunning move bishop takes h3 that ruins white's entire day. She didn't do that. She went knight h4.
Yep.
Oh. You know, this is, again, I'm just wondering if after she's played knight h4, Anna's thinking to herself, did I miss e5?
No, she's not thinking. She's oblivious. It's when she gets back and checks the computer, or someone is telling her, watching the broadcast and telling her, hey, you had an amazing move and you could have turned it around.
By the way, bishop g4 played very quickly. Just a second here, because maybe Anna's getting another chance to sacrifice on the f4 square. She's doubled her rooks very, very nicely, very competently. She's got bishop takes g5, so I'm thinking g6, asking a question. Where's the knight going? If the knight comes back, you bet. I do want to sacrifice. Nasi, jump in. I know time is a really huge factor in this one, but g6?
You're absolutely right, Yasser. If Anna now plays g6 and then follows up with rook f4, black is better.
Black is better.
Yes, bishop g4 was a mistake.
Ooh.
Yeah, so Anna has another chance now to play g6 and be better, because the entire game white was better and pressing and
pressing with the space.
It's been reversed
tactics.
now. Mariya had to play rook f1.
Not an easy
so that
move.
now on g6, knight g3, black just cannot sacrifice on f4.
Gotcha.
That would have been a safe move.
Gotcha. But she did play bishop g4, covering her f3 square, so there's no fork on f3. But g7, g6, knight g3, rook takes f4, something you want to do in a New York minute.
After g6, actually, computer says knight f6 is better. Give up the g5 pawn instead of f4.
Okay. I mean, I would be very eagerly
takes and rook e5
to accept that. And yeah, I suddenly feel after a move like rook e5 that white is trying to, well, fight for
compensation.
Compensation, yeah. But rook wow, what a turnaround this could be. And our defending champion. Can lightning strike twice? That's
looking for a way.
It might.
Looking for a way.
Definitely, very, very good game in the sense that Anna played very provocatively and somehow is maybe going to get her chance in the comeback. And I can also take a look at the evaluation bars in the other games. I can see that the game between Alice Lee and Tan Zhongyi, that is going to plan for Tan Zhongyi, because she did, in fact, go for that whole very nifty knight maneuver, getting it to f4, as we saw earlier on.
She went for the whole, and including g2, g3 as well. Wow. That's tactically very, very insightful by Tan. And by the way, g2, g3 without bishop a4. Help me recall what you were saying, because bishop e2.
Bishop e2 move. Yes, without it, she doesn't have that much advantage, but bishop e2, black is much better.
That's the key move.
And why is this one so wonderful after the queen just moves over to b3? And you have to you've got queen h8
precisely
lurking in the background.
That was the other problem. Is c2 is hanging, yes, but
actually,
h6 also.
Queen
right?
h8 is not winning.
No, we're so enthusiastic too. Burst our bubble, why don't you?
Yes, on queen b3, black should just take and play knight d3. After queen h8, white has this miraculous defense. Queen before check, only move rook e7, right? Well, not only move, but if you go king g7, I have a queen c3, I can trade queens and then take the knight on f4.
True.
So you try to play rook e7 to still threaten that, and white has queen d6 now, just defending the knight on h6.
That's terrible, but you can see Alice is not happy.
Absolutely, she is not happy, and Tan is eagerly looking forward. But g3, it's a good practical move.
Yes.
I mean, the chips are down for Alice.
Alice is 14 years old, and she will learn. But I'm saying Alice is giving her opponent incredible information by having that completely dejected look. I don't care how bad your position is. You're 2 rooks down and you're getting checkmated. You look as if you've got the blueprint you want. You've got the position that you want.
Yeah, I'm used to thinking things like that as well, and that you can tell a lot from your opponent from their body language.
Right.
But I tell you, you look at the body language of the Women's World Champion, Ju Wenjun, Tan Zhongyi, it's very much nothing. In fact, they often look like they're suffering over the board. And you're looking at them and you're like, no, but your position
You're
is
2
winning.
rooks up and you're attacking the guy's king.
And I'm just thinking, it's like, maybe it's a conscious thing just to remove the emotion from the board.
I liked Anatoly Karpov's at the board demeanor when he was the world champion, regardless of the position, he just was as stoic as a rock. I mean, you couldn't tell anything. And unfortunately for me, when I see Alice looking like, oh geez, completely dejected, I feel more enthusiastic about my position than maybe I even have a right to, because she's looking so dejected at the moment. And let me just get the current position up on my board. She's just played the move G2, G3.
And Tan is considering. She has to find bishop E2.
Right.
And that would be the best.
And we didn't finish the point completely, but in case of queen B3, what Nasi wanted to tell us was we're going to trade queens. And with the move knight D3, we completely dominate the position. The rook on E1, I'm asking you, where do you want to move the rook? If the rook, where on earth can you even go? You have to go to rook to B1. I can play bishop F3. I can take a pawn on F2. Preparing the move rook E2, in my mind, this is total domination. And black is really winning.
I tell you something else,
Please.
Yasser. In that position that you had,
Yep.
I would have been thinking about, with the bishop on F3,
Yes.
that was a beautiful move, because you go king G7, and you get your rook to H8,
H1,
yes.
Absolutely. So I play A4, you play king here, I go knight here, you go king here, I go king H1, king G1, pardon me, you play rook to the H file, and the game's over. Yes, mate.
Yeah, but that's actually a really serious point. I mean, we joke about it,
but
it's there,
true. Yeah,
in the air.
G2, G3 has provoked a bishop coming to the F3 square, and we just, for Tan, she's putting finishing touches on a very impressive game, should she find bishop E2. And Alice looks like she's genuinely suffering in this moment.
And she's not the only one suffering, because again, if we were to quickly revisit the game between Alexandra Kosteniuk against Elisabeth Paehtz, we left it with Alexandra breaking out with D4, and we were saying, you know, Alexandra's position was great, you know, black is the one with all the dark square problems, and she broke out.
And won a pawn.
And she's won a pawn, and look at her bishop.
The bishop is
incredible. It's going to plant itself on E5.
Yep. And that's dead. I mean, that's just deadly. Bishops of opposite colors, where one side is attacking, and you can just see that this bishop on E5 is just slicing and dicing into black's position. And even if I were to trade rooks, like any major pieces with the queens, this bishop on E5 will end up dominating the game. Alexander Kosteniuk in pole position here. Irina Krush, we did see king G7 and B7, B5, and Anna, as was advised by Nasi, is playing very patiently. Now, having said that, I still like Irina's position very, very much. I wanted to play F4, kick the rook back, and then maintain my bishop along this diagonal. One of the dreams, and I admit this is positional overkill, but one of the dreams I would ever have is of playing F5, putting that bishop. And I wouldn't take the F7 pawn. I would just leave the bishop on H7 and say, you're in a prison and you're just never going to get out of the prison. Like, this bishop is just, please put your bishop back on G8.
Yeah.
And
you do not want to be doing this type of thing at all. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Locking in your own bishop.
Locking in the bishop is bad news. So Irina's still enjoying the proceedings.
And things are going just as you foretold, Yasser, in the game between Harika Dronavalli against Nana Dzagnidze.
By the way, F4 by Irina on the board, and let's jump to that game of Harika. And she did play the move E5. I found it compelling, and I'm not sure, Nasi, if you refuted this one or just said it was
okay.
Okay. E5, queen takes E5, and I'm assuming it's rook E1. I don't
Rook
know.
d to e1 is the best move.
Rook d e1.
Right.
Okay.
To not hang the f5 pawn. And here queen d6, and computer says just repetition. Rook d1, queen e5 is the best.
No, I'm sorry. I was hanging the f5 pawn, but
You are sacrificing.
well, yeah, because I wanted to go
Oh,
bishop
bishop
e4.
e4. Of course, I can take, but I do have this move, rook d8. Different tactic.
No, rook
That's a
d8.
very-
And my cries can be heard in the next county. That's a real howler. I did not see that. Oh my gosh. So that was why you were recommending the repetition.
I mean, white doesn't
Oh.
have to repeat. You could try taking on e6, but if you try too hard to win, you can end up in a worse position, just down a pawn with no attack. So
Right. Suddenly I'm not so enthusiastic, Jovi. But that line you just showed, where did you put the queen? Queen goes back to d6. If I go rook e4,
Rook g8.
rook g8. Now
Get
I take
ready
on
to-
e6. I was going to sacrifice, but I think we've seen this before. That
We
I don't
have.
have
Pawn takes
anything
pawn.
more. Then I don't even know if I have a repetition or a perpetual check anymore. But we did see something with rook takes f6. No, I can't recall.
Yeah,
the
it was a
moment.
different
It was in
line
the-
when there was a rook coming to d8 for white.
Is
Here
this-
there's just a queen checking.
Is
for
this
one.
completely ridiculous? Bishop to d.
Then
F5.
F5.
Rook takes e6.
and then queen.
play queen d5 here.
And queen d5. Also, there's a rook g6. By the way, Harika did not play e5 and f5 in order to make a perpetual. She has played f5 takes e6, not going for the immediate
Maybe she wants
repetition.
rook d7.
All right, let's have a look-see. F takes e5, F takes e6, F takes e6, although Nana hasn't played it yet. Rook to d7.
After rook f7, black's still safe.
Well, I don't want to allow rook f7, so why didn't you play rook d7 immediately? Because
Not sure.
didn't we have, this was our line, well, gosh darn it, Jovi, I'm getting myself confused. Which line did we look at where we were both trying to play rook d7 and e5? Maybe it was here? Rook to d7?
Rook to d7. Yeah, I was trying it one move earlier. You were going straight for the jugular with e5.
Right.
So rook d7. It's okay. We can revisit this line if
Okay.
if we haven't seen it. That's a bonus, right?
Right. So the idea, of course, is if you play rook e8, that would be a huge error because you're hanging. We have an overworked rook. The rook has to defend e7 and the rook has to defend f8. So you're not allowed to play rook e7. I'm assuming this one.
I can take the third pawn on f5.
What?
E takes f.
The third pawn.
You're going to triple your
E
pawns. Wow. Wow. That looks a bit too much, if you ask me.
But the problem is
How
she
to
defends.
punish this.
Yeah, she defends everything. Oh my gosh. We don't have the desirable bishop h3
because of queen
e4
e4.
check. Oh boy. And that is why Harika has captured on e6, and I'm assuming, and she did play rook e1 as she missed rook d8.
If Nana finds rook d8, position is still close to equal.
But I guess you have to go rook c1, right,
Yes.
to maintain the
Yeah,
pressure.
rook c1, queen takes b2, rook takes e6, and game still goes on.
Rook c1 to maintain the pressure. What goes on?
Take the pawn on b2.
Yep.
Rook takes e6. The other rook.
The other one.
The other left. Rook takes e6, yeah. And I see, sorry, forgetting temporarily that the rook on c1 is defended by the queen.
Is bishop c5 a move here? Computer says equal, but this is a play for 3 results.
Yes,
Yeah.
I completely believe you.
This does look very scary, though. You've got bishop e4.
But yeah, but exactly. I do have bishop e4.
F5?
F5.
F5. Yeah.
And again, a 3-result game. And it's time a factor
well,
for these two ladies?
Well, it will be a factor because Harika has 8.5 minutes, whereas Nana has just over 11 minutes, and it's ticking down as she has to defend. And I can also say that Zhongyi, going back to that critical game against Alice, of course, she finds the best moves.
And she's done it. She's gone right down that line. Queen d3, queen takes d3. The whole bishop e2, knight, the knight tour, and she threw in knight d3. Bishop takes d5, and we've caught up with the players' hand to play.
And Alice, look at the time on her clock, 1.5 minutes, and with bishop takes pawn, she does allow knight takes rook at the end of it, everything. Well, you are attacking the rook on A8.
So the first question
rook,
is, and asked and answered, you're attacking my rook, the rook returns the favor and attacks the bishop.
C6, let's continue, but then you go rook E6.
Yes, and that's a real nasty, because suddenly it's a double attack, the bishop on C6 and the knight on H6. Alice is going to be shedding some material here, and I don't like her prospects at all. Rook, she's played bishop takes F7, but you can see this is just desperate.
Yeah, absolutely, because you can go knight takes rook as well.
Exactly. Knight takes rook. I know she's done knight takes rook.
And if you try to go bishop takes rook, you throw in that little in-between move, knight to F3 check.
Our producers always love it when we say Zwischenzug and Zugzwang. They like the they love the Z's.
They think it makes us sound very clever.
Very cultured, yes. Knight takes E1, rook takes E1, rook E7 on the board, as suddenly the threat of bishop F3, and we've been looking at our checkmate on H1, looms. This is looking really critical, like bad news, big time bad news for Alice fans.
Yep, there's really not that much she can do.
Rook to D6 is also oof. Yeah, this looks terrible, but we also thought Alexandra Kosteniuk was doing great, and she is. She's a pawn up and a dominating position. Irina Krush, still enjoying advantage. By the way, F5, G takes F5, King F2 on the board. White's for choice, and finally, Anna has missed G6. It feels like after the move, bishop G4, she went B5. She missed G6. B5, rook E5, knight G6, and look at this. Who's sacrificing the exchange? A moment ago we thought Anna was ready to sacrifice the exchange. Now it's Mariya, and by the way, 20 minutes versus... It looks
3 minutes.
Yay.
And she moves
H2,
the queen
H3.
over to C7. You know, this is still incredibly tense. Yeah, so it could turn on one move.
Each move.
You know, exactly.
Each move, yeah.
Because you can even see ideas with those two rooks lined up on the F line. You know, maybe there's going to be some breakout sacrifices with bishop takes pawn at the right time. And we've been told that F5 is the best move.
Are we so sure? F5 is the best move. Now, the desirable rook takes F5, unfortunately. F5 is defended twice. No queen G3 for me. Not happy, but knight E7. I do appreciate bishop F4. I'm getting squished.
Yes.
The bishop has to go, pardon me, the queen has to go somewhere. I'm not really sure where I'm supposed to go.
And on that subject, we are probably going to see Alice resign.
Oh, well,
on
let's
the next
go
few
to
moves.
Board.
But this is very interesting. Then what do we say?
No.
I'm expecting bishop F3, and this is
going
to be extending the hand in resignation. There's just no way that Alice can fend off this rook h8. Devastating idea to deliver checkmate on h1 with the rook.
I think there are a lot of checkmating patterns that we get hardwired to. And for me, this is one of the most common checkmates. A bishop controlling the controlling the long diagonal and
now
a checkmate.
10 seconds, but her position is completely indefensible. And she has to make a move, and she just throws a knight to f5. But rook
distressed.
rook h8 is just gonna seal the game.
Well, she's not going to resign because I'm telling you, she's a fighter, and she's going to play knight h4, and she has to accept the loss of a piece. But I told you that, when Jeannie Sinkfield was on the interview. She is a fighter, and we were playing blitz, and you gotta prove it right to the end. Knight h4. Now, having said that, yeah, she's lost.
Just simply going to take the pawn with the bishop, and
oh, you think that's even? Oh, that's. I thought you were going to say you're just going to simply take the knight and then take the pawn, but you can do it the other way first. Yes.
Yes.
That's cruel. Yes.
My middle name, Yasser.
Cruel.
Cruel.
Cruella de Vil, right? That was 101 Dalmatians.
Yes.
Yeah. Very good.
Yep. But as long as
you've got your Disney. You studied your theory. So that is winning. And Nasi, what has caught your eye in the other games?
I think another game that is close to winning is Alexandra Kosteniuk. Her position is completely dominating. It won't be over just because there's still a lot of pieces on the board, and materially she's only up one pawn.
Right.
But positionally, it's absolutely winning. Whenever you have opposite color bishops, you can say, well, extra pawn might not be enough to win, but it's opposite color bishops with a dominating position. It's very one-sided. Black squares are completely controlled by white.
Right.
White's the one who will try to attack, create a pass pawn. Black just has to sit and wait. And that's what Lisa is doing.
Well, ironically enough, as we're seeing Alice Lee trying to, Tan checkmating Alice Lee on the h1 square, if we look at Alexandra Kosteniuk's game, we can say from the same perspective, she will soon be trying to maneuver rook to h8, and that will be checkmate, thanks again to this long diagonal. So we're seeing a kind of echo going on here between these two games, as I think it's Kosteniuk to play. For me, this is an automatic. I don't even think about it. I just take on d5, takes, and I would be playing the move queen b3.
Yeah.
So the idea behind this move is I want to play b5 and entune this bishop. I don't want to see this bishop going here. And then I want to go rook c2 and, the open c-file, away we go.
But there's still some hope in that kind of position because you got queen to g5.
In this moment?
Yeah.
Queen to g5, okay, I do see the tickle on the rook, but I don't see the next tickle. You want rook f3?
Yes, I wanted cheapos.
Ooh, well, wait a minute. Who's cheapoing whom? Because I do have queen takes d5.
I know, I was hoping you
didn't
see that one.
You wanted me to play rook to the 7th or something of that nature, but I do believe queen takes d5, and it's the bishop is of opposite color,
totally.
the dominating dark square bishop.
Targets.
No.
But I tell you, there is one trick that
Please.
Alexandra mustn't fall into. Say in your line, rook takes rook.
d5,
and then
b3.
now if you didn't go queen b3, if you went rook c2,
that's a good move.
It's a bit careless though, because the queen and the rook share the same diagonal, and e3 would suddenly, make things more spicier, shall we say.
Yeah. I mean, I agree wholeheartedly there. That would be a lackadaisical move, rooks to c2. But anything that gets my majors into play is fantastic.
I have another update in the game between Muzychuk and the defending champion Anna Zatonskih.
Yes.
When we last looked at this position, we're looking at f5, and Yasser was saying how Black is getting squished here after
Right.
knight e7. There's bishop f4 and
Right.
dominating position for white. But strange choice by Mariya. She sacrificed the second exchange now
Whoa.
with rook takes g6. So in the current position, she's missing 2 rooks for 2 pieces and 2 pawns. So I think she's down an exchange.
So she's 2 exchanges down. An exchange
For 2 pawns.
Yes.
Yeah.
So 2 minors versus 2 rooks
Yes,
and
very
2 pawns.
unusual material imbalance.
True that.
And maybe she's trying to put pressure on Anna because of the time. Anna only has 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. But everyone who has been following Anna's career knows that this is totally normal for Anna.
Right.
She plays very well in time trouble.
And-
She needs to find this move rook e7 here.
And I was going to say, that isn't that the most obvious move?
Mm-hmm.
Rooks love open files. That's where they can strut their stuff. So rook to the open file, you don't need 2 minutes on your clock to play that move. And then the game would continue how?
White has 2 options. Mariya could just play king f2 and keep the pressure on.
Okay.
Or
yeah, there's,
she can force some lines with knight takes g7.
wow, knight takes g7, rook takes g7, and there is a check on h6. So I can't put my rook in the way. If I move my king, bishop e6.
Bishop e6, rook f2, f7, g6.
And whoa. No, I'm not a fan.
Well, she's lifting her queen. She's
played
made
queen
queen
e7.
e7.
No rook e. I think she saw that move knight g7 and got scared, but we didn't look at the consequences of other moves like rook e1. Check. Knight takes g7. That is really a hot move. Queen e7.
Makes a lot of sense, right? You can't go king to f2 because queen takes g5 would be a cold shower.
By the way, that's not an obvious move. At first sight, you covered the e1 square and you're thinking, I've got this. Queen takes g5. It's like, oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? I just walked into the most wicked pin ever.
She has to play
Queen e7.
bishop e6 here.
Oh, bishop e6.
Bishop e6 blocking the e file. I like that move. I really do. Jovi, that's. I thought you were going to play bishop to d2.
I was reaching for that move
And in
before
order
I
to
was corrected.
Right?
And after bishop e6,
Yes.
Black has 1 move,
What's that?
queen e8. Everything else is +4.
Wow.
+4. The
4.
queen e8 is what?
Why
Queen e8 is only +0.5.
That move, queen e8, is the difference of winning and losing a piece. That's remarkable. Queen e8. Our overlords, our silicon
That's
overlords.
so strange because I was expecting like rook to e8 to be something, but I guess you just go f5.
F5, lock things down. F7, pardon me, is hanging in so many lines. Clock times, yeah, I did think that Anna went under 2 minutes. And again, she will not get a second time control. She will be playing on her increments of 30 seconds for the rest of this game and 15 minutes for Mariya. Quickly, did Alice resign?
No, Alice is still playing.
The reason why here Mariya has to play bishop e6 is because if bishop d2, it allows queen e4.
Bishop to d2, queen e4. Thank you for that. By the way, Tan somehow
She's being
didn't
sneaky.
Yeah,
I mean,
knight h4. I think you were the cruel lady who suggested bishop takes g4. And look at this, king. And you're seeing Alice still in there.
but look at this. What a nice touch. She doesn't bother to move because you cannot take the bishop
Why
on
not?
account of rook h8. Checkmate.
Oh, checkmate ends the game. Dang. Just before I could play g4, g5 as well. b5. Well, that is an artistic touch, I would say. You're ready to just advance the pawn, a5. And when the bishop has to move, and I'm assuming at some moment, why would the bishop have to move, by the way? Isn't that cruel? I mean, you almost have to play like a silly move like rook e4 to get my bishop to move, right?
Well, yeah, you might have to do that.
That
In the
is
case, and
10
10
seconds
seconds, and
for
there we
Alice.
can see on the clock,
B5.
Alice with a lost position. I guess she just moves her rook over to C3.
Rook to C3.
Maybe time to go
I
A5.
still like the A5, B4, and bringing the bishop back. I mean, it's winning.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely
That's an extra
over
piece.
for
and-
Alice.
Yeah. Did you ever do that when you recognized that you were in a lost position? You purposely allowed your time to slip down so that your opponent would get nervous and rush their moves? Try to, sometimes when you're down on the clock,
Once to my shame.
did it work or not?
Yes,
That's
I drew.
the problem. It worked.
Yeah.
How about you, Nasi's true confessions? In a losing position, did you purposely allow your clock to go down?
No, because it would make me more nervous, so it wouldn't work.
But you're lost, so what do you have to be nervous about? You have to trick your opponent. Get
Well,
them.
I just learned that trick, so maybe I'll use it next time.
Okay. We think Alice is losing this game. 13 seconds. She looks around. She goes, okay, I don't want to be the first to resign. Does somebody else resign before I resign,
But
please?
marvelous game from Tan Zhongyi.
Truly.
When it got complicated
She
and she
played
had to
perfectly.
find those forcing moves, she absolutely did.
Wow.
An impressive form there from
No
former
wonder
women's
she's
world
the
champion.
challenger
Yes.
to the world champion coming up after Toronto. Yeah.
And there's been also big developments in
Let's go.
the game between Harika against Nana Dzagnidze. So when we left it, it was looking pretty sharp, but there was a very interesting tactical opportunity, which of course Nana spots.
And she did play rook d8, rook c1. This is where, at first blush, prior to this moment, I was very enthusiastic about all the sacrifices that Harika was making, because if you look at from the position, if the queen has to move, rook takes e6 is really bad, and if the queen has to go to f5, bishop e4 rocks your world. There's a checkmate on h7. Rook d7 could also be unpleasant, but it was this move, a very nice move, rook d8 that Nana found, rook c1, and then the queens got exchanged. And for some time, we've been told that the engines have been thinking that the position is balanced, bishops of opposite color, and okay, Nana is doing well. She's a pawn up, but maybe the bishops of opposite color.
Can we?
Please.
Yes. Okay. So this one looking like
We'll put that in
may go into a draw. We'll definitely come back to it. But things are sharpening up big time in the game between Mariya Muzychuk against Anna Zatonskih. Anna did find the prescribed remedy, but I think
Queen e8.
Yeah, Queen e8. She found it, but after f5, I think Anna now has taken a step in the wrong direction with rook to e7.
Because?
I think maybe the knight can just simply step back to f4.
Knight back to f4. Okay, that does stop the desirable queen takes g6 because, well, knight takes g6 is dead. But I do have bishop at c7, hoping against all hope that I get to play bishop f4 and queen takes g6. Do you have a cruncher? I suspect you do, but I just don't quite see it. I do believe that this is better for you. End of story. Like you will take a rook and you've got two pawns and probably busted. And is the clock still? Yes, 2 minutes.
Yes, still 2 minutes.
Okay, so
I guess you have to cash in your chips like that.
She has played knight f4, by the way, but I don't have another move beside bishop c7 because.
Could you go a5? Why not?
I'm a a5. Why not?
Like literally, there's literally nothing else to play. Yeah. So.
Exactly. That was bishop c7 or a5. Why not? Yes, I like it. Anna in deep, deep trouble. And I think, by the way, Elisabeth also in trouble very, very nicely. maneuver there by Sasha. She's got an active rook. She returned the pawn, but this active rook is really, fabulous. She wants to play c6 and rook to the back rank in order to play queen h8. A desperado there move by Elisabeth, e3. What else is she going to do? She's got to try to create some counterplay. And by the way, I just saw Anna capturing on e6. Let me go back. I think Kosteniuk is doing really, really well. I'm going to go back to the game of Mariya and Anna on my board. Rook takes e6. Okay. So, actually, that's a much better... What did I suggest? Bishop c7 was a terrible move. This is a much better, more competitive.
Well, we have pawn takes rook.
Pawn takes, and if I move my king...
And now the queen could get...
I'm dreaming. You know what I'm dreaming about.
I know,
is to take and go rook e8. That's all I can say. What did you like to do? Sorry.
I kind of wanted to go... Some moves that I'm attracted to, like e7, but it doesn't quite work. So maybe what happens if you just slide the queen back? Because you don't really want to be trading. Okay, but you do have a move from Mariya.
She
gone from
recaptured
queen takes
with the
rook.
queen.
Okay, that makes... Okay, yeah, of course, that's much better. Because after queen takes queen, knight takes queen.
And the desirable rook f5 just simply...
Knight takes bishop.
Yes. She has traded queens, has Anna, and I'm assuming she wants to play rook e8. I mean, rook takes f5, knight takes d8. Nothing, no?
Yeah.
Just
rook
nothing.
e8, yeah.
So rook e8, a kind of a dream. Well, what is her dream? g6, king g8. King f7. I'm afraid that if I play the move g6, my king may never get out of this box. I'm in a prison, if you will. The king can't go to h7 or f8.
And indeed, that is a real fear. Absolutely.
Yes.
And Anna ticking down to 44 seconds.
And she
needs to make that move. Yeah. You know, she just has to accept that her position is bad. Rook to e8, and just the king is going to be caged in.
It's grim.
Okay, she goes for it, rook to e8, and making that move with just 27 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
And it's important actually to just highlight that Mariya has to lock down any potential counterplay that Black has with g6, because if you're careless and make a move like such as h4, then g6 will happen.
Exactly, and then the fight flares again. I mean, maybe White is still winning or much better in that case, but no, I'm thinking g5, g6, and it's complete domination for White there. The king will come up first of all. I'll push my pawn to h6. I'll put my bishop nicely on f4 and e5, and you know, it's a symphony of good things happening for White.
Right, but maybe Anna can pray that her queenside counterplay might be something, like with a5 and then b4.
Very good day.
Put the bishop on e7 and see what happens.
Hoping for the best,
absolutely,
as we would say. But g5, by the way, bishop f4 to e5 is going to provoke bishop f6. So probably after g6, you might as well just play bishop f6 right away and just, you know, hope that h4, h5 doesn't kill you or something bad is happening. I'm going to just go around the horn. I'm going to go to Alice Lee, because for the longest time, you know, we've been expecting resignation, and Alice simply refuses to oblige our wishes, and she keeps fighting, and boy, is she a fighter. Check, and look at her go. And she's reached this position. I can see that from Black's perspective, Black is ready to go rook c8 and rook c2 and get rid of this blockader so that you can just simply push the pawn. And we have a move by
Yeah, she's just
played g5.
Just played g5, and that was
Rook
swiftly
b4 check.
met by rook to b4. And yeah, it does look like Alice is just going through the motions. Rook b4, very nice move. The king can step up to e5. The rook can swing over.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
those
king
pawns
e5.
are going to be falling,
Yep.
and that's it. Alice's
Exactly.
last hope will be extinguished.
True
So-
that.
Yeah, I was just going to say this is
Just hang
definitely going to be a loss for Alice, but Tan Zhongyi is thinking, so this perhaps gives us the opportunity.
Nope.
Nope. Okay,
No opportunity.
King e5.
No opportunity. And Alice is...
Are we going to catch the handshake? Yeah. Well, Alice, 1.5 minutes. And those two pawns are not long for this world.
Again, from the body language, it's hard to see who's more dejected. I mean, Tan is completely winning, and King d3, inviting King takes f5. It's just played by Alice. King d3.
Yeah, this is nothing much to be said here.
Exactly.
This bishop is doing a sterling job on d5, defending the pawn.
And in some ways, just covering the g8 promotional square as well, you know, like an added benefit. But king takes f5, rook g4, those should all precipitate a handshake, I would assume.
But what I like about Tan is she's taking her time. You know, most of us, I'm sure, would just instinctively either reach for the rook as quickly as possible, swinging it over, or maybe even take the pawn.
Right.
And it would be played at tempo. But Tan, she's just considering her options, make sure there's no blunder, and king takes pawn.
Was her decision, yeah.
Yeah.
King c3, quickly played, and we're expecting rook to g4. So we're just going to lasso the last white pawn, and then everything will come back to the queen side to escort the b3 pawn home.
And Tan.
Rook f4. I put everything on light squares just and in principle I've got a light squared bishop, but okay, rook f4.
Rook f4.
And I don't see what yeah, okay,
Maybe
she
it's
is.
just done to stifle any checks.
Right.
Because sometimes when your opponent refuses to give up
Yeah.
in this type of position,
Yeah.
you try to
get a check.
yeah, you try to get a check, and so Tan is saying, no, you're not even going to get a check.
No spike
Okay,
checks
she
for
just
you.
simply retreats the bishop.
Right.
And now everything is protected. King takes pawn is going to be a certainty.
Gotcha. Wow. Okay. We may miss the handshake, but it's time to take us let's have a look at Anna Zatonskih's game for a moment. First of all, yes, Mariya, wow. Okay, she had allowed earlier Anna some really good opportunities, but every time, you know, she just plays boss chess. Once she gets these positions, she's really done very, very well. And I'm thinking king f2, bishop e5, put my king on d3, put my king onto d4, h4, h5, and away we go.
Yeah.
That looks like a real easy win.
Yeah, I was
Sorry.
also thinking maybe you want to keep an eye on Black's potential counterplay with b4. Or are you completely unconcerned about that?
I really am unconcerned. Like, for example, let's go for the most obvious. I go king d2, you can't even play rook b8. So you got to go, what do you got to do? You can't, I mean, if you go b4, I'll take it.
Okay, I'll go b4.
I'll take it. I'm just a pawn grabber.
I'll take it.
No, you won't. I'll take it. And my next turn, I promise, I'm just going to go bishop to c3, bishop to e5, I beg your pardon, and just whoop.
You're not going to go b5, b6, b7.
That would be cruel of me. Right. Yes, and I could do that.
Okay. Well, she actually goes for bishop
Oh.
to. I think she forgot this whole thing that the bishop is actually covering the b8 square. So it's kind of natural to kind of keep a lid on your opponent's potential counterplay. Bishop is doing well anyhow on d6, and Anna bringing in her king, but it can't get much further than the g8 square.
That was the problem. The king's in this prison where it can't go to h7, it can't go to f8, so it's like hemmed in, locked in, however you'd like to describe it. So white has all the time in the world to play king up and h4 and bishop e5. Sorry.
So this one looks like it's completely in the bag for Mariya. She's
Let's
just
go.
slowly going to improve her position. Can we go to the game between Alexandra Kosteniuk against Elisabeth Paehtz?
Yes, we can.
Because, well,
we're seeing
we are seeing the
dark
end of this
squares
game.
and Anna.
Here we do
Pardon
have a
me.
result.
Alice.
Zhongyi defeating Alice Lee. They're in a great game there from the former women's world champion.
Very, very impressive indeed. And we're now looking at the game between Alexandra Kosteniuk and Elisabeth Paehtz. Alexandra Kosteniuk's got this fantastic dark squared bishop. I mean, just lording over the board. Again, slicing and dicing into black's king's position. And rook f6, check, king h2. Wow, bishop to d6 once again. Now the queen is ready to take over the duties of checkmating on the h8 square. Bishop to b7. Well, in with a shout. First question, probably not, right?
No, yeah, because the queen and the rook can come
both. So maybe f5 with the idea of rook h6 and queen h8. And by the way, we have a handshake here. We were just in time to see it, but what handshake was it?
Well,
was
the
it a draw?
kings are
In
the
the middle
only
of the board?
pieces remaining on the board. So it was a draw between Irina Krush and Anna Muzychuk.
By the way, hard fought doesn't come close to describing it. They played till naked kings. Everything was off the board at the very end of the game. And whoop, yeah.
Yep.
So no draw offers, you said.
Absolutely. That's what we want to see fighting chess.
Alice.
So 3 games remaining. So we did see Zhongyi with the black pieces defeat Alice Lee. And now let's move over. So this one is just winning for Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Yes.
Maybe we can revisit the game
Harika.
Harika against Nana.
Let's do it. And, well, Nana, I mean, you know, she is a pawn up. She's got a king on f5, so she's activated everything. And Harika is the one who is fighting for the draw. It's that simple.
Yes, but it's bishops of opposite colors. This bishop is diving into f7 to attack the pawns. Also,
You want the
Nana
cold-
under 2 minutes.
You want the cold shower variation?
Mm-hmm.
Bishop g5, I'm going to get you. Rook to e3.
Yeah.
Not if
Thank
I
you.
get you first. Ouch. Wow. I was a pawn up in a, how do you do?
Okay, we also have a result. Alexandra Kosteniuk beats Elisabeth Paehtz. The powerful display there from Alexandra with the white pieces.
At the very end, she did not play f5. She just captured on g5, played the move queen to g4, realizing that she has no defense against queen h5 check, queen h6 check, and rook f8 mate. Elisabeth ended the game. That's 3 wins, or hold on.
No, we have 2 wins.
Just Alice and Sasha.
Yeah, and a draw between Irina Krush and Anna Muzychuk.
But
And looking like we're going to have a decisive game between Mariya Muzychuk against Anna Zatonskih.
Right. So at the moment, we're predicting a draw between Harika and Nana and just 1 win. So we could have as many as 3 victories in the game. And by the way, bishop In the game between Anna Zatonskih and Mariya, somehow the bishop did get chased to h4, and bless her heart, you had mentioned b4, b5, b4. I'm going to get in my counterplay, and somehow that rook activated itself on b7. I still think it's no great shakes, of course. I think Mariya's got this game in the bag, but she hasn't ended it. Let's put it that way. But is it over? Yeah, I
believe so. She just needs to remain patient and find this plan where she puts the bishop on d6, so black doesn't have any b4.
Okay.
And then bring the king e3, f4, e5, and start picking up the pawns with your king.
That's the harvest.
Yeah. And there's absolutely nothing black can do. As you can see, king is completely stuck on g8 and h8. Bishop has nowhere good to go, and rook also doesn't have any active chances.
By the way, she did play the move king c2 immediately, did Mariya. She invited b4, but now I see, unfortunately, g7 is on pre. So if Anna plays the desirable b4, I think we've been to these parts before. We could take everything, and rook takes b4, and whoop, capture another pawn.
Yep. And if Anna doesn't do that, Mariya actually wants to play knight c7 next move and pick up.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the other, and she did play bishop back to f6 and she did it with a little bit of speed. I mean, whenever she speeds up her game, you can be sure she's in severe danger.
Well, the thing is though.
Yes.
This knight on e6 is so powerful that you can even go bishop takes bishop.
Very
the
much
king
so.
is still locked out of the game, and then you can simply advance the h-pawn.
Absolutely. And even, just keep going, knight to d8, knight to f7. Once a pawn gets on h7, all you have to do is cover the promotion square with knight to f7. So I agree, bishop takes f6, and I've long felt that white had a dominating position, and well, she does. You mentioned knight c7. Anything particularly wrong with knight f4? Here?
Nope.
Nope.
It works as well.
That looks pretty good too. Yikes.
Too many winning moves for the white.
That's the problem. Sometimes it's nice to have a single pathway to victory. When you have a number, you start, which one should I choose?
Okay, she's gone for the trade of bishops, and I'm expecting the h-pawn to start marching up the board.
Yep. h4, h5.
This position is an exercise in dominance, right?
Truly. And I mean, as a chess coach, you would say, why didn't you play h4, h5, h6, and just push the pawn to glory? Yep.
h4, h5, and there you go. It starts marching, and Mariya has 5 minutes and more.
Yeah. For Anna Zatonskih, who comes in as our defending champion, she's played a brilliant Cairns Cup last year, went undefeated. So this would be her first mark against her in two Cairns Cups. But we do see h4 on the board, and it looks like we're heading to our third victory of the round.
Yeah, it's funny how, like, at the halfway point, it looked like maybe we're in for 5 draws.
Right? Yeah, our resident guru, Oracle, Nasi's prediction, I'm calling this now. And we were like, Nasi,
With this time control, you can never tell.
Premature. But this was a game I really felt that had 3 results. Because if Anna had found that move g6 earlier, I think she could have easily won. Or e5.
E5.
That was brilliant.
That would have been the move of the round.
Oh, definitely. That was great. What a missed opportunity.
Okay, so whilst things are looking like they're in full control for Mariya,
right?
Back to
Harika.
Back to Harika against Nana.
Whoa. I mean, every time I keep looking, somehow Nana is making progress. King F8, bishop here, H4, bishop G8. Okay, a little confusing.
I think we might see
takes.
Rook and bishop versus rook in this game eventually.
I mean, it's almost a favorite at this moment. But we do have rook takes A.
Rook A5, king H4, and then Harika will probably try to trade the A pawn and then sack the bishop or G pawn.
Gotcha.
Okay. Hopefully she doesn't have to.
King H4. Okay. So do I start with rook A4?
Okay, 4, bishop E7.
And bishop E7, and then rook A7? Okay.
She's gone for rook A6.
Rook A6.
Okay. So,
why?
Well, she has ideas of...
And let's just pause our analysis as we have a very special guest in studio with Begim. And let's turn it over to Begim.
Hi, Alexandra. Congratulations on your first win. It's a great start for you. Can you please talk about the game a little bit?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Well, to start with a victory is always nice, although I was very unhappy about my play in the opening. I actually played... well, we have a prehistory of this game because, like, the last games that I played against Elisabeth, I think was white in the classic chess. In the classical chess, it was back in November 2023 in the European Team Championship. I was playing for Switzerland there, like for the first time in my life in a team event, and we were doing great. And we were playing against Germany in the last round. I was playing white against Elisabeth, and she opted for this line against me, E6. But I played something else. I didn't capture on C6, and I lost the game. Played very badly. So here I decided to try a completely different approach. Was bishop takes C6, b takes C6, D3, and well. Like the position is very complicated, right? It's all about the center, but okay, queen c7, everything was prepared at home till knight h4. And here knight takes g3 is the main continuation, f takes g3, g6, and okay.
That was my question too. Did you prepare all this line at home? It seems like after knight h4, it's very tricky. It's not easy to take and go to this line,
I think it's very comfortable for white, even though like the engine, of course, shows equality or almost equality, but I think psychologically it's so much easier for white to play since the king is stuck in the center. And after g6, I don't know why I didn't take on f5. Of course, I should have taken. And then play knight d2. But for some reason, I thought, oh, she will play h5. But okay, she cannot checkmate with only pawn, so I can play knight f3. I think okay, h3 here.
Even h3.
But of course, I should have taken on.
So was it your preparation on taking on f5 and then knight d2?
G6. So we hadn't. Okay. We didn't have. Maybe we discussed it, but knight takes g3. I think what was like one
of the main moves.
And g6 I didn't remember, and for some reason I decided just to play knight d2, and I was very, of course, unhappy when this position happened, because now, okay, black has like a pair of two bishops, and then if I just let her play e5 and castle, for some reason I thought that it's like, it will be over for me in a way. So that's why I decided to play queen to f3.
And let's go to the critical moment after like here you played queen e4, and I felt like she has only one chance here to, not I felt like, but like engine felt like, bishop d5. Did you consider this move?
Of course, I thought that it's one of them, because if I capture like c takes b4, a3, a5, so I take, and I thought that it should be holdable for black. So I was considering actually to go away, e2. And then, okay,
which seems like
actually after the opening, when I was so mad at myself here, that I thought that I misplayed with this terrible knight d2 instead of taking on f5. And after queen f3, e5, being able to end up in such a pleasant position with no counterplay for black and like a forever play with,
you have a very pleasant position right there.
And I have so many like plans, f4, d4, like I can prepare or I can just, shuffle my pieces around, and I was very, very happy how it all turned out. And here still she should have, of course, tried bishop d5. I even thought that something like queen d4 or queen takes e4, even though it looks very unpleasant.
Yeah, even honestly, after bishop d5, the engine says, you are slightly better only, but it doesn't change the fact that you're still gonna press like for hours, and maybe she will make another mistake. And
well, who knows? I have like several plans that I will try to make happen. With d4 and f4, and that's what happened in the game actually.
Alexandra, let's jump into the end of the game. Can you like tell us about the end a little bit? What happened and how did you convert?
Well, I was hesitating here for a while. I saw this idea was b5, like just breaking through, but it requires like to give back a pawn, and I thought that maybe, it would have been safer, I don't know, to play queen e3, p2, queen takes e4, and just, win like this.
Yeah.
But, after hesitating for a while and thinking about this position, it felt really unpleasant for black. I have several ideas.
And you're already crushing here.
Well, yes, c6, rook d8, and then another idea is just bishop b2, queen c3 at some point. And it felt hopeless. I hope that, I don't, sometimes I tend to overestimate my initiative. I hope that it's not the case here, and the rest was pretty easy.
Yeah, the rest was pretty easy, and congratulations on your first win again. And how are you feeling after the first win? Does it feel like you're going strong?
To win a game is always very, very nice. I've been in this chess world and in this business for a very long time, and I've learned to appreciate
especially
every victory.
Starting off a win is
because
very
actually I just I'm coming here from the Bundesliga, Women's Bundesliga, the last 3 rounds, and I played terribly. I lost 2 in a row, so I'm coming here after 2 defeats, and of course it feels great to win a game. So I cannot, I could not wish for a better start.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you, Begim, and thank you, Alexandra.
I didn't know she had lost 2 in a row, and she was coming here very unhappily. I chose Alexandra to win the event.
She's lost a game now, and it's the perfect
start. She won the
game. Sorry, you won the game now, and it's the perfect start for her. But we've got to dive into the action because Mariya is simply barreling with those H-pawns.
Right. She is bringing her king over to the king side, where she is prepping the crushing H7 or G7, followed by king G6 idea. She played knight F4 in order not to give stalemate chances to Anna. But I do believe, not to be too critical, she did have a moment where she could have played knight d8, and that was almost to resign, was a moment there. And that moment, for those of you who may have missed it, was just here. After the move b4, h5 takes, rook d7, here it is.
Like knight to d8.
Knight to d8 at once, just with the idea, or, pardon me, I apologize, h7 check, king h8, knight to d8, and then you go knight f7, and then you could resign. But not to be critical, because what she did do is achieve winning position.
Anyway. I mean, the thing is, though, she can just have her pick on whatever move she can do. As long there is one trap on the board, though. She mustn't fall into, like I did.
Have you? Oh.
Yes. So we should just quickly... No, we don't have so much time, but it just involves be careful.
Right. Not to allow
not
the
to allow
stalemate.
any potential stalemate. So for instance, if white were to push the H pawn,
Yep.
and
King here, rook here. This
and
is
then
the
this looks tempting. This is like the winning move. But now, after rook takes H7, pawn
You're-
takes rook. It's forced.
your world has been destroyed.
Literally.
Oh, it comes tumbling down. Knight e6, and again, the rook is kind of stuck because anytime you allow h7 check and a knight d8, that's an automatically winning position for white.
Yeah, and we see Anna. She just moves her rook over to a7.
And once again, this is the moment of glory. H check, king h8, knight to d8, knight f7. And that will be our third win of the round.
Yep.
Very combative round. Wow. And those draws were hard fought too. I mean, Irina's game with Anna, and we're going to look in a moment at Harika's game.
Yep. That's also looking like it could potentially go to a decisive result as well. But in the meantime, Mariya, she has one trick she must not fall into.
Tell us.
And that is, again, just to reiterate, it's the stale mating idea that h7 is very tempting, but now you must not back that up with king to h6 because, whoops, rook takes pawn, and it will be game over in terms of stalemate.
Right, and here, knight here, just one quick gander. If I do not resign, no?
King h6, Yasser.
Oh, okay, I did it wrong.
Hang on
hang
on a second, I might, yes.
Knight d8, I did it
Hang
wrong.
on.
Yes.
No, but after rook a8, king h6, you can go rook to a8.
Rook a7.
So a7, yeah.
To cover, yeah. Knight to d8, just a second. Knight to d8, what am I, yeah, I wanted to look at this move. King, knight, rook, queen, yes. Just to make sure that it's not one of those incredibly bizarre, funny business things. No.
G7.
Just G7. And
king comes to F7.
Crash through. She's done it. Mariya has played the winning move.
Knight to d8 on the board.
And
I think she probably has to go for rook a8.
Rook a8. So once again, same. It's always the same business, whether I play knight f7 or h7. It's always the same business. It's coming down to this. I'm not going to allow the stalemate, and I'm just going to win the exchange back, and the g6 pawn goes home.
Yep. And Anna, 1.5 minutes on the clock, but there's nothing she can do to save this one.
No.
But what an eventful game this one was. I mean, it looked like Mariya was in full control, and then the position just completely got chaotic, and it looked like Anna was turning things around, and there was that beautiful missed opportunity, which will go into the tactics books.
Right. A drama turned tragedy, turned drama, turned tragedy again. And what a double exchange sacrifice by Mariya. That was inspired, most definitely. Rook to e7. We are expecting knight to f7. Or
yeah, knight to f7 is good enough.
Yeah, seems any king and pawn endgame is actually just good enough. Knight f7 with the idea of h7. Yeah.
You can go h7 as well.
True.
Mariya is simply spoilt for choice.
Yep. And again, just to buttress your point, the one thing you don't want to do is somehow I can just imagine myself being in a situation where, I'd go G6 and, my opponent would play something like this and I find myself playing King G6, just can't prevent myself from playing what I think is a dominating move. And then, Rook takes G7 and just feeling like, what an idiot I am, You're laughing because I see it's happened to you more than once.
It's happened to me. It's happened to me, Yasser. And usually it happens because you've just been careless. You just moved too quickly.
Absolutely.
But there you see Mariya. She is on guard for this type of thing. Now I was thinking about all the clippable moments with what an idiot I am.
Right.
It's like we shouldn't be saying these things.
Right. Yeah. Because if we can make mistakes like this, just imagine amateurs, how they feeling too when they say,
There's also the issue that people can make short videos of us.
Right.
Taking us out of context.
Exactly.
Okay.
Rook E7 and
E7.
time's a ticking.
Yes.
There's nothing to think
2
about here.
minutes.
Knight F7 is just...
H7. We're expecting H7, Knight F7. Okay, she goes for H7.
She does indeed.
And Anna ticking down to the minute mark. But then she can do nothing to prevent the march of those pawns.
Yeah, the knight's coming to F7 and she's played King G7. Knight F7 is next.
Knight F7.
Played in the tempo manner. Rook E8.
Rook E8. And now comes the breakthrough.
Yes.
With Mariya promoting the H pawn and transitioning into a winning king and pawn ending. Did you see that nod of the head there from Mariya?
Like, yep. That's the way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Still recalling those marvelous moments of the ultimate moves where Rex Singfield pushed the pawn, said queen, pressed the clock, and then put the queen on the board and was forfeited out of his own tournament.
No.
Tony Rex forfeited Tony Rex out of the tournament. You know what the ultimate moves are like, so you were there.
And there we have a handshake, and Mariya Muzychuk defeats...
our third winner.
Yep, she defeats Anna Zatonskih with the white pieces. But what a game that was. Well, that means there's just one game outstanding, and that's between Harika Dronavalli and Nana Dzagnidze. When we left it, there were 2 pawns for black and 1 pawn for white, and now we might be seeing a rook and bishop against a rook, because Harika's task is to win or trade off that bishop for the pawn on g4.
Yeah. These types of endings always made me jealous of the computer because, of course, once they have their table base, they just play it perfectly. And as humans, flounder about and, how many times have we lost with the rook and bishop, rook versus the rook and bishop. And the computers, they would play bishop takes g4, and then in an all-computer contest, the programmers would say, fine, let's go, draw.
Well, there's actually an alternative as well, which would be even more beneficial for Harika and easier, and that's simply to trade off rooks. So she goes rook to b3, opposite color bishop.
Done.
Done.
Done and dusted. I totally agree with that one, too. Yeah.
Okay, so whilst there's one game outstanding, let's take a look at the current results so far. And it's already been a dramatic start to round 1. We've had 3 decisive results. Alexandra Kosteniuk defeating Elisabeth Paehtz, and Alice Lee losing to the #1 seed and former Women's World Champion Tang Zhongyi, and Irina Krush drawing against Anna Muzychuk. And finally, Mariya Muzychuk defeating Anna Zatonskih with white pieces.
In a topsy-turvy game, to be sure. We've got 1 game left. Harika versus Nana. And again, Harika, if she absolutely knows her stuff, Bishop takes g4 is a draw. We know that they will play for 50 moves, but she isn't convinced that she has to give up her bishop right away. Therefore, she played the move bishop to d7.
I think it's a wise choice to hold on to your bishop for as long as possible.
I absolutely agree with the choice.
There we have a check there from Nana.
And, you know, I'm not 100% convinced that black can force the win of the bishop, and so the move king d3 I would find the most attractive personally.
Well, she has a very nice fortress going on, right? She, the black bishop can't move.
Because you need the protection.
Exactly.
So she has played king b3, by the way, allowing her king to get pushed away from the pawn. But
well, she has the plan of going rook c4.
King f3, we do have bishop check. No bishop check, sorry.
I was thinking rook c4 followed by rook c3 check.
Wow, rook c, and then I'd have to, so rook c4, I like that move a lot. I would probably go rook e5.
You got to be very careful with where you put your,
Yeah, and if you play rook c3, you are allowing me to play bishop e3 and g3 next.
Then you can throw in some checks. Okay, so rook c4 happening, and now Nana has to be very precise with where she puts her rook. She either has to put it supporting her pawn on g4 or this particular square e4.
e5, and
e5.
She's played rook e5, indeed. And now, key moment. Where to go, what to do.
Mm-hmm. Do you go for your bishop takes pawn?
Again.
Or do you wait until that pawn has advanced to
I must say,
rank?
I put in my time. I had studied these endings, and bishop takes g4 for me is an automatic. I don't even sweat the small stuff. That's like, yeah, I got this. I just know it's a draw, and I know exactly how to draw it. But again, you feel like if you're not forced to do it, why do it? I'm not convinced that after bishop c6 check followed by rook to c2, you'll ever absolutely win my bishop. I mean, it's very, very hard to set up your pieces in an ideal position. She did, by the way, play bishop c6. She did not give up her bishop right away. And for Harika, she's playing on her increments. By the way, king g3 invites a repetition with bishop to d7. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. We'd go for that one.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a beautiful kind of fortress happening where the bishop and the rook are working very nicely in order to keep this
from advancing.
Exactly.
Yeah, nice. I'm kind of slowly dawning on me, picking that up as well, that there is a harmony somehow in white's position. I'm not even sure where the king, if I were white, I'd certainly want my king on f1 or something there. Rook e7, trying to disturb this bishop, but okay. Rook d4, as well as bishop c8. I have no objections to either of those moves.
I like bishop c8.
I like it too, yeah.
Just make sure that the b7 square is covered so that there are no checks. And remember that the black rook cannot give a check on the third rank with rook e3, because then the rook will simply intercept and the rooks will be forced off the board. And that is easy draw.
Agreed. And after making that absolutely sterling explanation, rook d4.
Rook d4.
I know. I love bishop c8.
I think it didn't really matter.
Right.
Okay, now, yeah, well, actually, maybe it did matter.
Well, king, yes. Maybe it did matter. I don't know.
Okay, the bishop will come to c6.
And then king e3.
Yes.
And you don't have the beautiful, harmonious setup that you had a moment ago. King f3 on the board.
Mm. And the question for Harika, which is always going to be running through the back of her mind. Should she capture that pawn with the bishop and go into what is a theoretically drawn rook and pawn ending? She's got 13 seconds left. I know this because I've actually been in this situation myself, and I opted to keep the bishops on the board.
And
she's actually taken it.
With the pawn. She said, okay, enough of this futzing around.
Yep.
Let's just take the pawn. And I hope for her sake that she's put in the time and energy to really know this rook and bishop ending. Remarkably for me, many of my grandmaster colleagues have never played either side. I have had this 7 times in my tournament experience. Both sides. I've had the superior side as well as the inferior side. And I've always maximized, except I never won with the king and rook against the rook and bishop, which Hikaru has won against Magnus Carlsen.
He won on time.
Yes, he did.
Yes.
In the Fischer Random World Championship in Oslo.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And okay, there we see Nana blocking the check with the bishop. Now the key is to make sure that your king isn't pushed all the way to the sides of the board.
Right. That's
if you can maintain your king
as in the center,
as in the center as possible,
as long as possible,
yeah.
That's what it's all about. King d3, very good. And the idea at some point is you keep, you probably want your rook away from the black king pinning, so that when you do have to give checks, you can do it from a safe distance.
Yeah, I find all the troubles is when you get your king on the edge of the board.
Yes,
and then
that's where
you have to know your
to...
technique.
Yes,
don't go there. Just keep your king.
When was the last capture?
74.
So you go 74 plus 50, and it's 124. That. And will the player, I believe I heard the chief arbiter, Anastasia, telling that because of the 30 seconds, the players have to keep a score throughout the 30-second increment. So they'll be aware when the 50-move rule was in effect.
Yes, and incidentally, if the game goes for 75 moves without a pawn advancing or there being a capture, then the arbiter is forced to intervene and declare the game drawn.
Exactly. Yeah.
And there we see moving the rook to the side, check. Interesting to move. I was expecting the rook and the king to have maximum distance, because then you can give checks to the black king.
Right. King e4, by the way, and now we can see that Nana's next intention is to play rook check, and again to try to force White's king, and as much as possible, away from the center.
So we believe that this game is going to continue for a long time. So let's go over to Begim, who is with Mariya.
Hi Mariya, welcome to the studio and congratulations on your first win. Can you talk about the game a little bit? Like, for example, out of the opening, you got a pleasant position, and what was the moment when you felt like you were like pushing?
Yeah, thank you. It was not an easy game for sure, because I was very happy in the opening. I knew that I was better. I mean, just obvious, yeah. And then I did not know, but it went wrong. I think I had to play something else in the middle game, because I think it got worse. And
yeah, there was a moment here. The agent says you're still better. Oops. You're definitely still better, but the problem was that you a little bit like misplayed it, but the problem with her position is like she still cannot do much, and she was going into time trouble. Most probably, I don't think you messed up like too much, but
yeah, that was my advantage, that she spent too much time, and probably because of that I found the sacrifice on g6, and I had time to calculate everything. But here, like after knight g6, I mean, initially I was going to take on e6.
Yeah.
And then I continued to
take
calculate.
On e6 with
no.
Yeah,
with the rook. With the rook, yes.
Oops. Rook, bishop takes.
Rook take.
Rook takes.
And queen. And I thought queen d7, not because if queen c7, then again I take on g6.
Oh, you wanted to queen d7, rook
yes,
g6?
the same 6, the same thing that happened in the game. But if queen d7, I didn't know what to play because just 1 minute. Because I always thought f5, knight h4. And I wanted to play queen e2. I thought everything was perfect because this knight on h4 is out of play, and I missed knight f3.
Oh, you missed knight f3 in your calculations,
yes,
but
exactly.
then
Before she played knight g6.
Oh, after she played knight g6, you figured that that was ouch.
And okay, like I spent much time, I think, before playing knight h5, but at that moment I understood that things went wrong. So okay, like I couldn't find anything because okay, like if bishop e6, then a knight f4 and black is not worse here.
Yeah, definitely. And how did you come back from this like miscalculation? What did you say to yourself to keep playing?
No, there is nothing much you can do.
You just missed it, and let's continue, right?
Yes, exactly. Just let's continue. So I found this knight h5. I didn't want to put my knight on the edge. But okay, that's how the game continued.
Yeah, and she started to make a mistake. What do you think was the biggest mistake?
There were several very interesting options and lots of things to calculate, but she had little time and it was very hard for her. I take on e6, so here h3, and I remember that instead of queen c7, I considered knight h4.
Yeah.
So I was not sure because initially, like the same story. I wanted to play rook h6. I thought fine, and then and knight f6. But here I found rook f6, and I'm losing. Yeah, because like I'm just changing the pieces, and it's not good for me.
Yeah. So you were confident in your calculation until the position arrived. After position arrived, you checked it again, and then you were like, "Oops, let's get back."
Still, I had to play something else on knight h4, and okay, have some compensation for sure, but okay, it's not enough to have an advantage, what I got in the opening, so somehow I lost my advantage, and I was sad about it. But then when she played the queen c7 here, I thought, okay, I have really good chances.
Finally, it's working, right? Rook g6, and then this position is already lost, and you convert.
Oh, I was not sure because like I considered rook e7, and here I was not 100% sure. Like I have many options.
No, when you were calculating, you saw this position is already lost for her, right?
I was not sure that the position is lost, but I felt that I have good chances to win. Just because like so many tactics, I am attacking, she's in time trouble, so I had confidence here.
Yeah, definitely it was a beautiful sacrifice from you. I know the engine is saying it's equal and stuff like that, but considering the fact that she's in time trouble and you're trying your best chances, right?
Yeah.
So, and after that, she made a mistake. If this position for me looked like, okay, completely lost, because she was playing again on almost 1 second, right? Some minutes, and then you're pushing, and in the end, you eventually converted this position.
But here I was very happy, okay, and especially when I found knight f4, I understood, okay, if everything is fine with my calculation, I should win.
Yeah, and it was a little bit of shaky start for you, but of course you chose to come back, you know, every time you're like, oops, let's just make another move, and you clinched the win today. How does it feel to start the tournament with a win?
Oh, wonderful, yeah, it's always good when you start with a win. It's a good feeling. But the tournament is long, so you never know, it's just only the first round. So.
And also you're playing your sister.
Right? Tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah, we played many games. So. I mean, it's not a surprise for me.
Yeah. Not excited?
Okay, honestly, I'm not really like a fan of to play against my sister. It's like a bit different.
Because you can play her every day.
I think the main point is that we live together. I mean, it's really very hard to play against the person you live with. Yeah, but we have no choice.
That's true.
And
You
the
guys
same in other sports. Yeah, brothers, sisters, they have to play.
That's true. Well, luckily in chess you can make a draw.
Yeah, but okay, here we have no draw rule.
That's true. That's why it will be interesting to see you guys playing against each other. And good luck with your tournament. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Begim and Mariya. And yeah, Mariya, as she mentioned, she will be facing her sister tomorrow, Anna.
Exactly.
And yeah, well, you gotta. What do you think?
It's a challenge. No, I mean, it's a brotherhood, sisterhood pairing is always very, very difficult, but I expect a great fight. And our results thus far after round one.
Yes, we've had a very dramatic day, and it's only round one. We saw Alexandra Kosteniuk smoothly power past Elisabeth Paehtz. We also saw Zhongyi in excellent form against the 14-year-old Alice Lee. Irina, Krush and Anna Muzychuk was a hard-fought draw, and Mariya Muzychuk in quite a topsy-turvy game, eventually defeating Anna Zatonskih. One game remaining between Harika, Dronavalli and Dzagnidze, which we are expecting to finish in a draw.
Yeah, it's the famous rook and bishop versus rook ending. And I think Harika is going for the second-ranked defense, what we call the second-ranked defense. The whole idea behind the second-ranked defense is after this move, King C8, King F1, I was about to say, King C8, at first blush, it looks like, oh my gosh, you've just done a terrible thing. You've allowed King F3, and you can now resign knowing that rook check and the king is trapped on the last rank until you see the stalemating idea of a rook to C7 check. So the idea is also, let's say I've just played this move and, or if you will, how do I get it? Imagining that it's black's move, black goes rook check, you go king back. Now with the rook hanging, you come back and the king comes back. So after the move king F1, as in the game position, you're basically saying, let me refresh my board.
C8.
Yes, king C8. You're basically saying, go ahead, do something. If you go king C5, I've got to get it right. I'll go king D7, and I'm just going to go back and forth with my king.
There we do see Nana throw in a check with the rook. King swiftly moves back to where it came from, and yeah, it's a very important defense. I must admit, I'm not a big fan of doing this defense.
I'm not the second-ranked defense fellow either. I like what is commonly referred to as the Zen defense. The Zen defense, you should go here. You go here, and this is very, very important position. It's actually a crucial position. You go rook here, pinning the bishop. You go check, and now what's very important is as your king is, black has to break the pin. The moment the king goes one way, I go the other. The moment you go this way, it's C5, I go the other. And that is called the Zen defense, and that's the one I like.
Yeah.
Bernard Zuckerman, a famous international master from the 60s, 70s, he liked the second-ranked defense, and that's perfectly playable as well.
But I've seen too many times go wrong.
Yes.
This is the thing, you know, because
it's easier
people,
to slip up.
Exactly. I've seen people make mistakes in this one, you know, because usually what happens is the attacking side will just keep passing, will keep making some tricky moves here and there, and
you lose your mind a little bit. You
exactly,
get
and
lost.
you get a little bit tangled with your king and your rook, and before you know it, oops.
You're in one of the positions that's a forced checkmate or a forced loss of the rook. Rook C7, by the way, and this is what Nana is trying to do, is wrong foot Harika with this move. Like, for example, here would be a terrible, terrible move. You could easily lose the game with the second-ranked defense by playing a move like rook b5, rook check, king And oopsie daisy, once again, your rook is under attack and the threat of checkmate. So that was why Harika played rook to c7. And, well, for Nana, she's going to still kind of, play a little bit of dodgeball here.
Exactly.
Bishop to d6.
Bishop d6, yeah, indeed. And how do you've got to fight that with actually putting your rook all the way backwards.
Right. Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Bishop d6, I can still do the so-called second-rank defense, right? I'm going to stay here because check, I'll still play king to c8. A moment ago, your bishop was on b6. Now it's on d6. Hasn't made much of a difference yet. Rook a8. Sure. Check.
Bishop c5.
Bishop c5. Guess what? I'm back in the second-rank defense. I mean, that's how it goes, right? So, okay. Again, I'm just refreshing my board as we get the current position. To her credit, I noticed that Harika, when she gave up her bishop, she had 40 seconds. And she's been playing rather quickly and confidently, and she's actually gained some time, whereas Nana is trying to see how she can wrong-foot her opponent and has actually fallen behind on the clock for the first time in the game.
Yes, she has, but on the other hand, she can make some very elementary moves in order to build that time back up.
Whether it's a series of checks or not. Yeah.
It's a tactic from Nana, just to let her clock time run down, because then the adrenaline stops pumping. And Harika will think that she's coming close to the draw.
Right.
And that's when the mistakes happen. Because there's a very strange thing that happens in chess. Is like when you find like one side is in time trouble, often the other side starts playing quickly as well, in some kind of mirroring gesture.
That was my question to you. Do you purposely run down on time? And right at the moment, it's 20 seconds.
Yes, and did you ever do that, Yasser?
Several times. Several times. It didn't always work. It didn't always work, but there were times where my opponents got visibly nervous by the fact that I was in time trouble. It's like, then it's like they woke up to the fact that they might be winning. It was like, what? They couldn't stand it suddenly, and the tension was too much.
And do you feel that's all fair?
It's in the rules. Within the rules, yeah. I never went for any of these, eating at the board or distractive moments or any of that stuff. No, none of that. I did have a lot of opponents who clicked their pens at me as if it was some kind of ferocious game of battle of the clicking pens.
And there we do see the players repeating the position. And
now that's one of the things too, is you can claim a 3-move repetition. You can say to the arbiter, I am going to play the move king d7, c8. I am committed to that move. I claim a 3-time repetition. If the claim is disallowed, it says, no, it's not. It's not a you at least discover how many times you made that move.
Exactly.
And maybe it's twice, because this is actually, I'm sure it's the second time.
There's one trick left, I think. King
Yes.
c6.
Okay.
Rook c7 check.
Yes.
King b5. And if you go back rook b7, that's losing.
Is it? So king c6 is a trick. Rook check.
King b5. And if you just go back rook b7, it's losing to rook h8 and king a6.
And your rook is cornered. Yes. Oh, that's nasty. Nasty. So don't go rook b7.
Right.
Okay, by the way, we did see something.
rook g6 played.
Rook g6, king d7, and 19 seconds for Nana.
Okay, she moves her king over to c5, protecting the bishop.
Once again, I think Harika
has to play king c8.
Exactly.
If she does anything else, then her king will be driven down to the 8th rank.
By the way, sometimes you get driven to the other edge of the board,
Yeah.
one of the A file or the H file, and pretty soon you do feel like, disoriented, like, whoa, what square is that?
Mm-hmm. She played rook b8 here.
I think that still draws.
It's
that's
still a draw, but
yeah.
you have to tread very precisely after rook to b8.
Rook b8, king would probably go back because unfortunately the rook check would allow the king to centralize on e6. So
She's reaching for the rook to b8.
by the way, you've touched your rook. The rook can't go anywhere else. It's time to let it go. You've done it, Harika.
And the players are on move 93. So it was 73. Was
So
their last.
123 or
Still 30 moves to go.
still 30 moves. King e4, rook b7. That will be easy for Harika because, again, that feels like another repetition. Like that looks like a second time repetition.
And now rook b7, maintaining the same pattern, and she goes for it.
Yes.
And Nana, with 53 seconds, will have to try to find a way to trick her opponent.
Well, again, Bernie felt very strongly that this, once you see and fully understand that you're relying on stalemate to save you, he felt that it was a very good defense. Counterintuitive for me to get pushed to the edge of the board. He didn't mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I just
19
remember
seconds.
seeing
She keeps
19,
going down.
17 seconds.
I've seen this like on 2, 3, 4.
But Nana's very calm, and she gives a check.
Okay,
On
now
d6.
one very painful
Don't do that.
pattern to avoid. You don't go to c8. Now you are obliged to cross to the d file. Probably this is still okay, although once again, I'd be a little bit reluctant.
Yes, rook on b7 is not well placed.
No. Yeah, you kind of feel like something could go wrong, right?
Yeah, so
King.
she's king e7. Okay, that's much more natural. You don't
Definitely.
want your king to be stranded there on the edge of the board.
Of course. And king to d4. And so Nana had enough of this. And by the way, with the move king e7, rook d7, forcing the trade of rooks was on her agenda, and that's why we're seeing king come to e5. The threat had been rook to d7.
And now the big question is, does Harika carry on running with the king?
Exactly. Which first-rank defense, second-rank defense does she like? I also feel like it's pretty comfortable playing king here at this moment because you do have these rook checks, right? So any king d3 will be met instantly by rook to e7 check.
And now
Harika is letting
her time is ticking down. She's
Maybe-
got less time than Nana with it coming to the minute mark.
Right. Also, for me, a very comfortable move would be king, but she has played rook to d7. Okay, so in my attempts to trick my opponent, I would try rook to f6, angling for bishop to c5, and very quickly king f7 on the board.
Yep. King f7.
Once more, white is inviting rook check, and then she'll move her king. And it's unfortunate, black would like to play the move king e6, but the rook is hanging, so it's a tempo.
And whilst we're waiting for this game to finish, let's take a look at tomorrow's pairings, because I suspect that this one might be just as dramatic as today. Nana Dzagnidze will be facing last year's winner Anna Zatonskih. Anna Muzychuk will play her sister Mariya Muzychuk, and Zhongyi will take on Irina Krush. And Elisabeth Paehtz, she will play someone else who's also lost, Alice Lee and Harika Dronavalli. After this mammoth game, we'll be playing Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Every round is really, really tough battles. No easy games. Even, Alice lost to the #1 seed. Each and every round, she will face a fierce competitor. Rook f6 check, and in this particular case, I really do find myself drawn to king g8 because, again, I'm looking, all I want to do is trade rook. So anytime I can get to play rook to f7 and even threaten the exchange of rooks, I'm excited.
I would be tempted to go king g7.
I was going to say king g7 looks more natural.
Yeah.
King g7?
Because then you're threatening rook to d5 check. And she's reaching for her king, and she's...
King?
Whoa,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Well, hang on a second.
There
that
was
would
a
have been
bishop c5?
Bishop c5
king
check.
d8?
And
Still
bishop
a draw,
to
right?
d6?
She checked herself.
She did.
But she's gone for this, and it still is a draw according to the table basis.
Yeah, and bishop c5 very, very quickly. Now you have to go to d8, not allowing rook f8 mate. It was interesting a moment for me what you were both saying. You both found king g7 natural and good, whereas I found king g8. I never wanted to put my king on a dark square just because I might mess it up.
Well, big moment here on the board, talking
King
about messing
c8.
up, because the bishop did go to d6, and there was a big threat of rook to f8 checkmate.
Yes, indeed. And now, once again, if you go king d5, followed by king c6, it looks great, domination, until you see the move rook c7 check and taking advantage of the stalemate.
But I'm suspecting that the king will still come to d5.
Sure.
And then this rook will come back to f1, just to kind of check from another direction.
Fair, fair. So...
Well, we're passing the 100 move mark. We've had everything today. We've had mammoth games.
What was missing? I'm not sure we missed a thing.
We had a potential queen sacrifice. We had a topsy-turvy. We had the very smooth grinds. And here we do see our predictions.
Boy,
We're doing great, yes.
Begim.
Good choice, Begim.
Begim, it's...
Nazi, you and I, we chose the same person.
Yes.
What's the reason?
Because she is the strongest player in the tournament, and you and I want to win.
Honestly, I was going to go with Kosteniuk as well, but it felt like Zhongyi is performing better lately, and she won the candidates, so she's like more motivated, and I really think she's gonna win the tournament.
Good picks. Everybody's got good picks, no question about it. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, though, having seen Tan's performance today and how she just smoothly handled those complications,
She
I'm
was
thinking she's
impressive.
in powerful form.
Yeah, she was impressive.
I kind of want to take my pick back.
Right? Like, oh dear, what do we do? Rook check, and because I can just immediately return to the second rank, I wouldn't even play king b7, and I think king b7 is just perfectly fine, no question about it. But I think rook d8 is actually...
It's also a draw.
Easier if you're playing the second rank defense.
And this is one of the great things about chess, is that we can use the computers to kind of work out that when there are so few pieces remaining, they've just simply calculated that it is just a draw, it's a win. And the table base is telling us this is, in fact, just a draw. And they have passed 100, 101.
And again, I think 123, 124 is a magic number when the 50-move rule can be used to save the game. Rook back, and you kind of like what you were saying, that the rook is going to be checking from a different angle instead of from the squares f7 and f8. You're looking at rook to b3 and rook to b8.
Well, so far the good news is that nearly every single move draws for white, except if you were to go rook takes bishop, or
That's
you were
a
to
bad
put
idea.
your rook on freeze.
That's also a bad idea. So no rook takes d6 and no rook f8,
But everything else is just a draw. So this
including any king move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so she
goes again, trying to get back into her second rank defense mode.
And now the onus is on Nana to come up with a tricky way to play this, somehow to confuse Harika
Exactly.
and just get the wrong piece configuration between the rook and the king.
Exactly.
And Nana ticking to under 30 seconds on the clock.
King d5. If you go king b7, I go rook b3 check.
Yeah, king d5. I'm guessing I'll just move the rook. Yeah.
Okay, well, she goes for king to e6.
King to e6. Let me just refresh. And again, I'm playing for the second rank. So rook to a7. I'll meet rook to b3 with rook to b7, or maybe even check. I'm not even absolutely sure. But I was going to say rook to b3 with rook to b7. Although, just a second, can I swindle myself?
Yes.
Well, she's gone for a different approach, checking on the 8th rank. But now the king simply runs, and the king centralizes to stop the white king from running any further.
Check on h5 as well.
Yep.
Yep. That for me is the most natural, checking on h5. And then again, I'm playing for what is called the Zen position, which, I mean, you can see, once again, I'm keeping this. So anytime you go here, I run, and you go here, and I run.
But it's very important, Yasser. Can you put it up on that Zen position?
Yes, how is it? Check.
That you...
Bishop, oh, excuse me. And she's done the check on h5 and king here, yes?
Yeah, and then I just wanted to kind of highlight that after the rook, say, moves to b8 to give a check.
Yes.
That you have to be very precise with where you put your king. Because if you put your king, like on
for example,
a6,
yes,
then the black king is now allowed to join in the attack with a king c6.
And this is how I lose the game.
Exactly.
Yeah? I get it. I get done in this case. Yeah, I agree with that.
So you've got to.
You have to be very careful
you have
indeed.
to put the kings opposite each other.
King b6 and distant opposition. Yes.
Okay, well, this is actually quite an important point.
Instructive, instructive moment. King
and
very quickly.
Harika knows her position.
She has studied this ending because she's played it exceptionally well to this moment. And the crazy thing about this ending is you can play it perfectly for 40 moves, and then make that one slip. And then it's sort of like checkmate in 16, but I get to call the 50-move rule, 3 moves in advance or something of that nature. King a5 on the board, and well, still pressing, but 123 or 124, the magic numbers.
Yep, and they're on move 107.
How tired do you think these players are right now?
Well, it's the tension. It's the nervous tension that
especially
is.
for Harika, she can't relax.
Right.
And they're both jet lagged, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they will have just a couple of hours to recover, and next prep. Not even. They have
but on the
immediately prep
subject
for the
of
next
jet
game.
lag,
Yes.
I've been told that traveling from
East to
west
west to
isn't
east.
that bad.
It's
But
not
if you
true. It affected me both ways, whether I was coming or going. But what I wanted to say is the players of today had it much worse than in my time is because of the databases, the engines, the preparation at the tournament has gone too far. Like the players aren't going around the city, they're not taking walks because they feel like they need to prepare. And when we went to tournaments, we didn't have anything but an informator with us and a good novel. And that was how we prepared, is we just took a walk in the park, by the way, rook to b1. And again, the Zen defense is you just play rook here until the king declares. As soon as the king goes one way, we go the other. So the Zen defense is, did she reach for a rook? Did she reach for her king?
It's still fine. It's still fine.
Is it?
Yes, still a draw.
Ooh.
Okay, now she can.
I would go back. I would go back. Why wasn't king c6 winning?
I was just looking at the engine saying
Of
it's
course.
a draw.
Okay.
Probably.
I would have gone here and
King c6. This is dangerous stuff.
That's what I'm thinking, right? Now you got to go back.
I can go up to a5.
Well, go back to a5. I meant
Yeah.
to say yes. I think you should go back to a5. Yes.
Yeah,
And
but
she's
you've
done it.
allowed the king to come closer.
A little bit.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of a wobble
more
there.
margin for error.
For me, this was the natural move, rook. All right. So she went king to d6 and king to a5. Now see, now
Back
is there
to
any
d5,
way? Well,
You can go bishop. No, bishop c3 check, king a4. You're just helping white's king.
right. You're helping white's king just
So
get
I
away.
think you have to go king d5 back. There's no other way to improve.
Okay, king to d5 back.
Now, if Harika goes king a6, I guess you could try king c6.
But bishop c3 check.
You have
I
a
was a
check
bit
on the board.
surprised by that because, like you said, I'm kind of helping, aren't I? King back to a4.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now this rook is perfect. It's actually ideal because the king can't.
You got 14 moves to checkmate. And you got 14 moves to checkmate Nazi. What do you think? Can she do it? It's a big ask, isn't it? Because I really like the fact that the white king is dancing away from its
Now,
counterpart.
if Harika's defense was shaky, then I would say Nana still has a chance. But no, she's been defending so well that why would she mess up now?
Yeah, and
she's this close.
Nana, they're making a move with 16 seconds left on the clock. Okay.
King a3 maybe?
King a3, that's what I would be tempted to do. King a3, maybe. Yeah, because the black king is completely cut off.
Yeah.
So no danger so far for Harika.
No, she's played it really well, and I agree with you both. King a3 has got my USDA stamp of approval on it.
USDA?
Yeah, United States Department of Agriculture. They stamp every meat product in the United States. USDA stamp of approval. That's what it's called.
Did not know that.
Well, now,
Thank you, Yasser, for
welcome to
enlightening
the
me.
American culturisms.
Is that different from FDA?
Yes, that's the Food and Drug Administration.
Because I see that on every food
Also
product.
as well, yeah. We have many agencies in the United States, the best that money can buy.
24 seconds.
Here we go.
For Nana, and
She's done
has
this
to
remarkably
find a way.
often.
Just play rook b5.
And she's,
And hope for a draw.
you can see she was getting a little frustrated there because she's going down each time to like 20 seconds,
But
15
I can
seconds.
tell you, Nana is remarkably calm.
Yes.
You know, I was once witness to a tournament where everyone's heart rates were up in the air, and hers was like consistently low.
Bishop to d4. And here, well, I mean, I would tickle the rook. Rook a2. If you want to give me a check, I'll go back. And she did it. Harika said, I'm marking time, and every time I can get a pair of moves in, gets me that much closer to my desired.
Yeah, it almost feels like with the black king so far away, there's just no chance.
Now it just doesn't even feel close. King a3. Let's keep it up. You would have to play bishop c5, and then I go king a2, and
King b5, and
then I bring back my rook, and I'm back to my
But can you
second
just
rank.
simply just wait with the rook as well?
Yes, of course, waiting with the rook, something like rook here, with the intention of playing rook to b3, makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
But I'm going for the pair of moves again: king a3, bishop c5, king a2. If you want to drop back with the rook, yes.
She waits for the rook.
Harika has an interesting style of movement. She takes her piece, she moves it, she holds it for just that extra 3 seconds or 2, and then says, okay, I got it. Yeah, that's good.
I thought that's the grandmaster way to play.
No.
Do you think like that? Like when you're calculating moves, you've decided the move that you're going to play. Then do you then ask yourself, what is wrong with that move?
Before I play it, before
Yeah.
I reach for it, yes. I've asked myself that question. Not always, and especially in those positions where I do feel like this is the obvious move. But where I'm unsure, I do say, what's the downside? Or what could be the downside? What could I be overlooking?
Because I was told that, I read somewhere that this is actually the biggest difference between, say, an international master and a grandmaster. That the grandmaster goes, oh, hang on a second, let me calculate what my opponent will do. Whereas the international master sometimes kind of doesn't do that. They just go, well, this is a great move.
It's a great move. I think we've all been on that kite.
Okay, 10 moves remaining before Harika can claim that it is a draw because of the 50-move rule. And the 50-move rule is basically if there hasn't been a capture or a pawn move for 50 moves, then it's going to be declared a draw.
Exactly, king d5. Now, for Harika, I'm thinking every pair of moves count. So which is the way? I think the simplest way is rook b3. Rook b3, rook a4, rook king b2. And
27 seconds, Yasser.
Here we go.
Also, just the rook g2, rook c2, get to your position that you know how to defend.
Yeah, the second rank defense and she's playing rook c3. I approve this move as well. So the idea is
stop the king from approaching.
Yes, exactly. To stop the king from getting to c4 and approaching, just as you said. That's approved. And again, if you play bishop to d4, I'm playing rook to b3. If you play rook to a4, I'm quickly playing rook to a3. And she's played Nana drop back with the rook, yeah? Rook to b8.
And once again, like literally, any normal move is going to be a draw.
Don't hang the rook.
Don't hang the rook. Exactly. That's the only thing that White has to make sure that they are not going to be doing. I was thinking move the rook back to c1.
c1.
Just to prevent the black king from coming into c4. 18 seconds.
For Harika. Okay,
She
well,
has
again...
to not lose on time. That's also another objective.
Right.
She's reaching for the rook and she...
5 seconds, 4.
Puts it on c2.
4 seconds.
She made it on 3.
She made it on 3. Wow, okay, she's giving her fans a little bit of a heart flutter. So her idea is that bishop to d4, she can, and we did see instead king to d4. Okay.
Now she could play rook b2.
Again, I've been, yes.
Rook b2 played.
And that was actually played pretty alert, yes. Oh, but now we're back to our beloved second rank defense here. Rook check. I thought king b3, maybe.
No, king b3, I love. Oh, hang on a second.
King b1?
King b1.
She's still got her second rank defense boots on here. King c3 will walk into rook c2 check. And again, pairs of moves, 118.
5 or 6 moves left. 6.
Okay. The king
up
steps
the board.
up the board.
I can just check, right? Rook b3.
You can check.
King c4, rook b2, and rook c2, rook b2 still.
Yes, you still have that stalemate tricks in.
You can also maybe go rook a2, but she goes rook b3.
The natural move, indeed. Rook b3.
So I'm guessing that the king will just scurry its way up to d1.
Up to d1. Yeah, right, I just had to mentally make that note. Scurry up to d1, yes.
Because the king is actually moving forward.
Yes.
It's been across the whole board.
Right. And here again, I think we're just fine with rook a2.
Okay, no.
We
She
do
takes
have
a step
something
back
else.
to c4.
King to c4.
118. And remember, 124 is the magic number.
There's also king c2 she can play.
King c2, bishop to d4, I guess, yeah?
And then you can go rook f3 or h3.
Exactly.
But that would change up the defense.
Indeed.
What's the longest game either of you have ever played?
Oh my gosh, in my case, it's like 220 moves. It was like 5 adjournments. It was an Olympiad. It was the game that couldn't devour China. I mean, my Chinese opponent and I, we adjourned each other. I'm not kidding. I was queen and 5 pawns versus queen and 4. That was the first adjournment. Then I had queen and 4 versus queen and 3. And it kept going like that with our team captains every morning. And my team captain, John, he eloped with the Soviet board number 1. Yeah. It was
scandalous,
scandal. I mean, my American team captain ran, and Elena, the Soviet board 1, she was having a gold medal result. The Soviets were, yes, you can marry, but please come back. Rook to b2. It was hilarious. I mean, one of those you have to be there moments.
It's because of that elopement that the Hungarians, the Polgar sisters won. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. Yes. John made history for the ladies. It was actually very funny. Rook to b2 on the board. How many moves do we have? Come on, 4 more.
4 moves.
It's
yes, move 120.
But you didn't answer the question. How about yourself? How many? What's your longest game?
It was 187 and I was 9 years old.
And your mom killed you? We missed, look, we don't mind missing dinner, but missing breakfast.
I'm really happy that you said that, Nazi, because just in April.
In April of this year.
I had
what
to
have you
beat.
done?
I beat a 9-year-old in 138 moves, and I had to hustle them. It was terrible. And afterwards, when I stood up, no, because the thing is, I stood up. I was wearing heels. I'm pretty tall as is, and she was on a little booster seat, and she had to get off this booster seat, and then I was like, why did I just not give this 9-year-old a draw? Yeah, I have everyone kind of
Isn't
going,
that like assault or something, you know?
I did not feel proud of myself.
But hey, you took the point, you registered it with your arbiter.
Yeah,
and,
but this 9-year-old is absolutely phenomenal. She will be a grandmaster soon. 9 seconds left for Nana. Do not lose on time. Okay, she moves the bishop.
D4, rook A2.
Rook A2.
Very, very quickly, by the way, rook A2. Nice. Nicely done. And again,
we're a move at 121. Can you consult the arbiter? Can you say?
No, you can't ask and say, hey, how close I am. Again, what you do is you just say, I claim a draw. I'm going to play this move, whatever it is, and I'm claiming a draw by 50 moves. And then they go, no, that was only move 48. Or no, that was only move 49.
Okay, 3 moves left, but this is somewhat of a tricky position actually for Harika. So I think she'll be happy.
Well, I think it's a second-rank defense, right? She's still well within her understanding. King C2, so she invites this rook check, and then she'll drop back with her king, and that's another pair of moves. And if, for example, bishop c3, I think her intention is to go king b1, and once again rely upon that stalemate.
And we see Nana ticking down to 20 seconds. But visually, it's very difficult to adapt because, you know, she had the second defense
on
the other side of the board, and now she's got it.
Yeah.
Right in her home territory. Bishop c3.
Bishop c3. Is this a chance for a pair of moves? Rook a4 check and rook back to a2. That comes pretty quickly. Rook a4 check, bishop b4, only move. King b5, I don't really
Rook a6 is still a draw. King b1 is still a draw.
Everything. But I would play rook a4 check with...
just to win one more move.
Yes, yes. Winning those moves are so nice. Check, bishop b4, rook a2. You're right back in the same position and you just made a pair of moves. By the way, I think that does it. Rook a2.
Next move is move 50.
I think she can play rook a2 and
she can play rook a8 and claim a draw.
Well, you don't.
Okay, that's dodgy. But I do like
But
rook
technically,
a2.
it's still a draw.
Right?
Yeah, but...
of course, who would do that? You have to be
because your opponent, before you got in the claim, your opponent could suddenly like take off your rook and go, no.
No, like you stop your clock, write down rook a8 move.
Okay.
And that's how. Yeah.
By the way, just to, in case of a wrongful claim, in case then your opponent is awarded or rewarded, if you prefer, a minute or 2. I don't even know what a penalty is. Is it 2 minutes? Fine, have the 2 minutes. But I gained a valuable insight. I now know how close I am, and I can calculate 2 moves. We have made the 50 moves, by the way.
Yes.
So for sure, whatever the next move is, I would play king b1. You know, pre-moving king b1, if you will.
But it doesn't look like Harika is aware that she's made the 50 moves.
It does feel like she's not aware. You're right. Yeah. So, as you said, in that particular case, the arbiter is required at move 75.
So if she were to get mated on 74, it's a loss, right?
If she were to get mated, yes. But if she were to make the claim 1 move before the checkmate, that's correct. She would make a draw. Rook to the h3. Sorry, I had to reorient myself once more.
Coordinates are not easy.
Chess is hard.
From experience, yeah.
Chess is hard.
18 seconds for Harika.
She's still not
Rook B2, sorry.
Not easy to guess what she's going to do. And she did not make the claim. That's really surprising.
Actually, she doesn't need to, because as soon as she's like 1 move away from losing a rook, or she can actually just stop the clock and go, I claim the 50 move rule.
Right.
And that's it.
That's cruel too, because her opponent was like, no, make a move, please make a move.
And now it is 17 seconds, ticking down to 14, 13, 12. Nana.
Who made a move with 3 seconds on the clock?
Harika.
Harika did.
She throws in a check.
King b1 quickly played.
Mm-hmm.
Not king c1, bishop a3. That would king c1, bishop a3. Then I call the arbiter.
And still a draw.
And it's still a draw.
Okay, I think she's claiming it.
Okay, she is claiming that
with king c2.
50 moves has been played without either a capture.
By the way, she could say, I am making any legal move, king a2, king c2. And
I think Chris is telling her that she has to write down the move she's making.
Oh, come on.
Well, rules are rules, and arbiters are there to enforce them, Yasser.
Okay, this is a little excessive.
Okay, so now what's probably going to happen is that Nana gets an extra 2 minutes on the clock because of an incorrect claim, and then she will simply write down.
No.
It's done. No.
Come on.
Wow, we had everything this round.
Wow.
Technical endgames, grinds. There we see a big smile there from Harika as she successfully holds a rook against rook and bishop. So let's take a look at today's standings, and we did see 3 decisive games. Zhongyi, Alexandra, Kosteniuk, Mariya, Muzychuk, all ending the day with a win. It was a draw for Harika against Nana, and also a draw between Anna Muzychuk and Irina Krush.
And let's go to Begim for some final thoughts of a very eventful round. Begim, over to you.
Yeah, guys, it was a very eventful round. Honestly, I didn't expect that we're gonna have 3 decisive games today, but it's great to see that girls are ready to fight, and I'm very excited about tomorrow's matchups. I really want to see Mariya and Anna Muzychuk's decision. I don't know what they're gonna do, and also we have an interesting clash between Zhongyi and Irina Krush, so I'm looking forward for that.
Thank you, Begim. And Nasi, close the show. Your final thoughts on this round 1?
Well, like Begim said, we had a very eventful day, 3 decisive results. But I also will mention that 2 of those decisive results, Kosteniuk and Zhongyi, won such smooth games. I would say if I had to pick leaders in this tournament, those 2 would definitely be the players to watch. So we'll see if they can continue to win such smooth games.
Right.
Exciting day tomorrow.
It's been great. I've enjoyed broadcasting with you both. We look forward to round 2 tomorrow. We invite you to tell your friends where you're hanging out. And in the meanwhile, pleasant good night.
See you tomorrow.
Nice.
That was nice.
Good fighting chess. That's what we like.
And we certainly do.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.